Chapter CXIV. How Cortés desired the powerful Moctezuma to order all the caciques of the empire to bring in the tribute of gold due to our emperor. As Diego de Ordaz and the other officers whom Cortés had sent out for the discovery of gold mines had all returned with samples of that metal, and brought the most satisfactory accounts concerning the wealth of the country, our general, after long deliberation with his officers and several of the soldiers, resolved that Moctezuma should now be desired to send round to all his caciques, and to every township of his empire, and require them to bring in tribute to our emperor. And that he himself, as the most wealthy of his vassals, should pay the same from his own private treasures. In answer to this request, Moctezuma said that he would forward the necessary orders for this purpose to every township. But he was compelled to inform us that many of them would be unable to fulfill those commands, who could merely contribute some trifling trinkets in gold which they had inherited from their forefathers. Moctezuma then sent several of his principal officers to the districts where there were gold mines, desiring the inhabitants of such places to forward him the usual weight and number of gold bars they were accustomed to pay as tribute, and forwarded them 2 bars as a sample. He dispatched similar orders to the province which stood under his relative, who behaved so refractory. This prince, however, sent him word that he would neither send any gold or pay any attention to Moctezuma's commands, and that he had as much right to the throne of Mexico as he who thus dared to demand tribute of him. The monarch was so incensed at this answer that he instantly dispatched some of his most active officers, with his seal, to seize the rebel and bring him to Mexico. These officers were more successful than the former had been, and brought in the rebel prince prisoner. When he was led into the presence of Moctezuma, he not only evinced no fear, but was impudent to a degree, and expressed himself so disrespectfully that his conduct could only be accounted for by madness, as he, it was said, was subject to fits of insanity. Cortés, who received information that Moctezuma had given orders for his execution, begged the latter he might be sent to him, that he might take him into his own custody. The former complied with this request, and when the prince was brought into our general's presence, he spoke very kindly to him, and begged of him not to act the madman with his monarch, and assured him he would obtain his liberty again. But Moctezuma was of a very different opinion, and desired he might be heavily chained, as the other princes had been. After the lapse of 20 days, all the officers whom Moctezuma had sent out into the provinces to collect the tribute, had returned to Mexico. He then sent for Cortés, his officers, and several of us who had been accustomed to stand sentinel in his apartment, and spoke to us as follows: Malinche, and you other officers and soldiers, I consider myself greatly indebted to your emperor for his having thought it worth his while to send from such distant countries to make inquiries after me. But what more deeply occupies my thoughts is the tradition of our ancestors, which has been fully confirmed by the oracles of our gods, that, namely, the dominion of these countries was destined to devolve upon him. Receive, therefore, this gold for him. I have no more at present, as the notice to collect it was too short. With regard to myself, I have destined the whole of my father's treasure for him as my share of the tribute, which lies secreted in your quarters. I am well aware that you have inspected it, but closed up the opening as before. When, however, you transmit this treasure to your emperor, you must say in your letter, this is sent you by your faithful vassal Moctezuma. To this I will also add a few calchahuas, of such enormous value that I would not consent to give them to any one save to such a powerful emperor as yours. Each of these stones are worth 2 loads of gold. I further think of sending him 3 crossbows, with the small balls, and bag which contains them, all richly ornamented with jewels, which will certainly please him much. I should like to give him all I possess. Now I have very little left, as I have from time to time given you the greater portion of my gold and jewels. Cortés and all of us were astonished at this generosity and great goodness of the monarch, and we took off our caps very respectfully, and thanked him. Cortés, at the same time, assured him he would send our Majesty an accurate description of all these splendid presents. Moctezuma did not delay one instant to fulfill his promise, for that very same hour his house stewards arrived to hand us over all the treasures contained in the secret chamber. There was such a vast heap of it that we were occupied 3 days in taking all out of the different corners of this secret room, and in looking them over, we were even obliged to send for Moctezuma's goldsmiths from Escapuzalco to assist us. The reader may form some notion of this treasure when I tell him that, when all the articles were set apart in 3 heaps and weighed, the gold alone, not counting the silver and other precious things, was found to be worth above 600,000 pesos. In this are not included the gold plates, bars, and the gold dust contributed by the other provinces. All this treasure we ordered the goldsmiths of Escapuzalco to smelt into bars measuring 3 inches square. Besides all this, Moctezuma brought another present, consisting in gold and jewels of enormous value. There were also calchahuas stones of extreme beauty and size, which were considered of immense value among the caciques of the country. Further, there were 3 crossbows, with their cases set in jewels and pearls, besides a number of pictures made of feathers and small pearls, all of great value. Indeed, it would be no easy task to describe all these splendid things one by one. Upon this Cortés ordered an iron stamp to be made, about the size of a Spanish real, bearing the arms of Spain, with which the royal treasurers were to mark all the gold, with the exception of that set in jewels, which we were loath to pull to pieces. As we possessed neither scales nor weights, we cast the latter in iron, from 25 pounds to half a pound weight, and to 4 ounces, for we cared very little to weigh to a nicety of half an ounce or so. When the gold, without including the silver and jewels, was weighed, we found, as I have before stated, that it amounted to 600,000 pesos, though many of our men valued it at much more. Nothing now remained but to deduct the emperor's fifths therefrom, and divide the remainder among the officers and soldiers, including those left behind at Vera Cruz. Cortés, however, was of opinion that the division should be postponed until our stock should be further increased, but most of our officers and soldiers desired that it might take place forthwith. For they asserted that above 1/3 had already disappeared since the 3 heaps had been first collected together. They greatly suspected that Cortés and his principal officers had secretly taken away the greater part. The weighing of the gold, consequently, was commenced immediately, that the division might take place on the following day. In what way this was done, and how most of it fell into the hands of Cortés and others, I will relate in the following chapter. Chapter CV. How all the gold presented by Moctezuma, and collected from the different townships, was divided. And what happened to one of our soldiers on the occasion. First of all, 1/5 of the treasure was set apart for the crown, and a second for Cortés, as had been promised him when we elected him Captain General and Chief Justice. After this had been deducted, Cortés brought in the expenses of fitting out the armament at Cuba, then the sum due to Velázquez for the vessels we had destroyed, and, lastly, the traveling expenses of our agents whom we sent to Spain. Next were deducted the several shares due to the garrison at Vera Cruz, which consisted of 70 men, then the value of the 2 horses which had been killed, one in the engagement with the Tlaxcalans, the other at Almeria. Not until all this had been deducted were the rest of our men allowed to take their shares. Double shares were also set apart for the 2 priests, the officers, and the cavalry, likewise for the musketeers and crossbowmen. After these and other nibblings, there remained, for the greater part of our men, who could only claim 1 share, such a mere trifle, that many of them would not even accept of it, which Cortés then took himself. At that time, indeed, we thought it best to say nothing about this unjust division, for what would it have availed us had we demanded justice? Besides which, Cortés had secretly bribed some with presents and large promises, and many of the most noisy he presented with 100 pesos to stop their mouths. The portion belonging to the garrison at Vera Cruz was forwarded to Tlaxcala for safe keeping. Most of our officers employed Moctezuma's goldsmiths of Escapuzalco to make them heavy chains of the gold. And Cortés, among other things, ordered a grand dinner service. Several of our soldiers, who had learned how to fill their pockets, had other things made, and it was not long before a number of the stamped bars and trinkets came into circulation. For gambling was now commenced to a great extent, after a certain Pedro Valenciano had managed to manufacture playing cards from parchment, which were as well painted and as beautiful to the eye as those manufactured in Spain. I will, however, show what impression this unfair division of the gold made upon our men. Among our troops there was a man named Cardenas, a sailor by profession, who had left behind him in Spain a wife and children in great want, and had the ill luck, with many of us, to continue in poverty. When this man beheld the great heap of gold piled up in bars, plates, besides the gold dust, and found his share of the spoil was a mere 100 pesos, he became excessively low-spirited. One of his friends, who had observed this, asked him the cause of his grief and heavy sighs. He answered, "Why, how the devil can I do otherwise, when I see the gold which we have so hardly earned find its way into Cortés' pockets, with his fifths, moneys laid out for horses, vessels, and other such like vile trickeries? While my wife and children are perishing at home for want of food. I could even have sent them a little help when our agents went to Spain, for there was sufficient gold at that time to have divided it among us." "What gold are you speaking of?" inquired his friend. "Why," answered Cardenas, "of that which our agents took with them to Spain. If Cortés had granted me my share of that, my wife and children would not have wanted, but he employed every species of artifice to persuade us to send the whole treasure as a present to the emperor, with the exception, however, of above 6,000 pesos to Martin Cortés, his father. I will not even mention the gold which he has secretly stowed away. We others who have fought about courageously night and day at Tabasco, Tlaxcala, Zimpancingo, and Colola. We who at present live in continual fear, with almost certain death before our eyes as soon as the inhabitants of this great city get it into their heads to rise up against us, we all remain, as before, poverty-stricken. And all our remonstrances are in vain. Cortés, on the contrary, acts as if he were the emperor himself, and runs away with a fifth of our hard earnings." In this strain the poor fellow continued his complaints, and was of opinion that we should not have allowed Cortés to deduct a fifth for himself, and that we required no other sovereign than our own emperor. "And are you really," returned the other, "going to embitter your happiness with such thoughts? All this will avail you nothing. You know we fare equally bad with respect to provisions, for Cortés and his officers nearly eat up all themselves. But it is of no use for us to complain, therefore drive away all such melancholy thoughts from your mind, and pray to the Almighty that we may not meet with our total destruction in this city." Cortés was duly apprised of all this and similar complaints. And as the discontent among the men respecting the unfair division of the gold became pretty general, he ordered the whole of us into his presence, and addressed us in a speech abounding with the sweetest sentences imaginable. He was indebted, he said, for all he had to us, that he had not required the fifth part, but the share which was promised him when we elected him captain general, and he was quite ready to bestow something on those who stood in need. The gold we had collected up to this moment, he continued, was a trifle to that which was to come. We ought to remember what great cities were dispersed through the country, and the rich mines which were in our possession. These certainly would enrich every man in his army. In this way he continued for some time, and spoke feelingly to the heart. But, finding all this had no effect, he employed other means. Many he secretly silenced with gold, and others by great promises, and the provisions sent us by Moctezuma's orders were from this moment justly divided, so that every man among us had an equal share of food with himself. He likewise took Cardenas aside, and quieted him with a present of 300 pesos, and the promise that he would allow him to return home to his family with the first vessel that left for Spain. This Cardenas I shall have occasion to mention on some future occasion, for he did Cortés considerable injury in Spain during the subsequent complaints which were laid before the emperor against him. Chapter CVIII. Of the high words which arose between Velázquez de Leon and our treasurer Gonzalo Mejia on account of the gold which was missing from the heap, and how Cortés put an end to that dispute. Since gold, generally speaking, is the great desire of man, and that the more he possesses of it the more avaricious he grows, it also happened here that many pieces of gold were missing from the heaps, which I have mentioned above. And as one of our officers named Leon had ordered Moctezuma's goldsmiths to make him heavy gold chains and other ornaments, the royal treasurer Gonzalo Mejia suspected something wrong, and secretly observed to him that the emperor's fifths had not been deducted from several of the bars he had sent to be smelted. Leon, who stood in high favor with Cortés, answered, that it was not his intention to return anything. The gold he possessed he had not taken himself, but had received all from Cortés before it had ever been smelted. The royal treasurer, however, was not to be silenced by this, but affirmed, that, besides the gold Cortés had secretly taken away, and of which he had deprived his companions in arms, there was a good deal elsewhere from which the royal fifths had not been deducted, and that, in his capacity of royal treasurer, he could not suffer the emperor's interest to be thus prejudiced. This, consequently, led to high words between both parties, so that they drew swords, and would certainly have killed each other if we had not instantly parted them. For both were high-spirited men and excellent swordsmen, and each had already wounded his antagonist. As soon as Cortés was informed of this affair, he ordered both to be arrested and heavily chained. As, however, he always had been heart in hand with Leon, many were of opinion that all this was a mere blind to make us believe that he preferred justice to friendship. Besides which it was whispered that he secretly visited him during his arrest, and assured him that he should not be confined beyond a couple of days, when he and Mejia would again be set at liberty. But all this did not go to quiet our suspicions, and now Mejia, in his turn, was reproached for not having fulfilled the duties of royal treasurer, and he was compelled by the soldiers to inquire of Cortés what had become of the missing gold. I will, however, cut this matter short here, and return to Leon, who was confined in a room not far from the apartments occupied by Moctezuma. When Leon, therefore, who was a tall powerful man, paced up and down his room, his heavy chains dragged along the floor, so that the monarch could plainly hear the jingling noise, and he inquired of Orteguilla who the prisoner was. His page then told him that it was Leon, who had previously been captain of the guard, an appointment now filled by Ali, and told him that the reason of his confinement was on account of some gold that was missing. When Cortés that day, as usual, paid his visit to the monarch, and the first compliments had passed between them, the latter inquired of our general how it came that such a distinguished officer as Leon should have been thrown into chains. To which Cortés answered, jokingly, that all was not as it should be with him, he having threatened, because he had not received sufficient gold, to travel around to the different towns, and demand gold of the caziques. Fearing, therefore, he might put his threats into execution, and kill one or other chief, he had thrown him into prison. Moctezuma, on hearing this, begged Cortés to set him at liberty again, and promised he would soon drive such thoughts from his mind by presenting him with gold from his own private treasure. Cortés feigned great unwillingness to grant the monarch's request, but at length assured him he would comply merely on account of the affection he bore him, Moctezuma. Leon was, consequently, released, and Cortés brought about a reconciliation between him and Mejia. Then dispatched him with some of Moctezuma's principal officers to raise gold at Colua, from which place he did not return till the end of 6 days, and now he had more gold than ever. Mejia, however, never forgot this affair, and a coolness ever after existed between him and our general. I have related this story, though foreign to my narrative, to show the reader what artful devices Cortés was accustomed to set on foot, and what a show he made of justice to make us fear him. Chapter CVIII. How Moctezuma offers one of his daughters in marriage to Cortés, who accepts her, and pays her the attentions due to her high station. I have often related how we strove, in every possible manner, to amuse Moctezuma in his confinement, and daily visited him in his apartments. It was on one of these occasions that the monarch said to our general, Malinche, "In order to prove the great affection I have for you, I must acquaint you that it is my intention to give you one of my prettiest daughters in marriage." Cortés took his cap off, and thanked him for the honor he was going to confer upon him, and said he was already married, and that the religion and laws of our country would not allow a man to have more than one wife. But that he would accept her and treat her with the respect due to her high rank, and it was requisite she should become converted to Christianity, as the daughters of many of his grandees had been. Moctezuma readily agreed to this, as he did in everything else we desired, save the sacrificing of human beings, which nothing could induce him to abolish. Day after day were those abominations commit. Cortés remonstrated with him in every possible way, but with so little effect, that at last he deemed it proper to take some decided step in the matter. But the great difficulty was to adopt a measure by which neither the inhabitants nor the priesthood would be induced to rise up in arms. We, however, came to the determination, in a meeting called for the purpose, to throw down the idols from the top of Huitzilopochtli's temple. And should the Mexicans rise up in arms for their defense, then to content ourselves by demanding permission to build an altar on one side of the platform, and erect thereon the image of the Holy Virgin with the cross. Thus determined, Cortés, accompanied by 7 officers and soldiers, repaired to Moctezuma, and spoke to him as follows: "Great monarch, I have already so many times begged of you to abolish those false idols by whom you are so terribly deluded, and no longer to sacrifice human beings to them. And yet these abominations are continued daily. I have, therefore, come to you now, with these officers, to beg permission of you to take away these idols from the temple, and place in their stead the Holy Virgin and the cross. The whole of my men feel determined to pull down your idols, even should you be averse to it, and you may well suppose that one or other of your papas will become the victim." When Moctezuma heard this, and saw how determined our officers were, he said to Cortés, "Alas, Malinche! Why is it you wish to compel me to bring down total destruction on this town? Our gods are already angry with us, and who can tell what revenge they contemplate against you? I will, however, assemble all the papas, to know their opinion." Cortés made a sign with his hand for the other officers to retire, and begged of Moctezuma to grant him and Father Olmedo a private audience. Cortés then told the monarch he only knew one way of saving the town from open rebellion, and the idols from destruction, namely, by our being allowed to erect an altar, with the cross and Virgin Mary, on the top of the great temple. He would then pledge himself to silence the murmurs of his men, and the Mexicans themselves would soon be convinced how greatly such a change would benefit their souls, what great blessings would be showered down upon them, and how abundant their harvests would be. To this Moctezuma likewise answered, with a deep sigh, and a countenance full of sorrow, that he would discuss the matter with his papas. At length, after a good deal of arguing between the papas and himself, we were allowed to erect an altar, with the cross and Holy Virgin, on the top of the temple, opposite the cursed idol Huitzilopochtli. We returned heartfelt thanks to the Almighty, and Father Olmedo, assisted by the priest Juan Diaz, and many of our soldiers, celebrated high mass. Cortés appointed an old soldier to keep watch over this altar, and begged, at the same time, of Moctezuma to order his papas not to obstruct the man in his duty, which was to keep the place clean, burn incense before the altar, keep the candles lighted there night and day, and decorate it from time to time with fresh branches and flowers. I must, however, break off here, and relate something we little expected. Chapter CXIII. How the powerful Moctezuma acquaints Cortés that it is requisite for his safety to quit Mexico, with the whole of his men, as all the caziques and papas were upon the point of rising up in arms to destroy us all. In compliance with the advice given them by their gods, the steps which Cortés took upon this news. From the very moment we had erected this altar and cross on the great temple, and had celebrated high mass there, a storm began to gather over our heads. About this time Huitzilopochtli and Tlaxcalans are said to have addressed the papas, and acquainted them they were desirous of leaving the country, as the Tullies had treated them with such great contempt, and that it was impossible for them to dwell in the same spot with that image and cross. If they were desirous they should remain in Mexico, they were to kill us all. These were the last words they should utter. They were to be communicated to Moctezuma and his grandees, and the papas were at the same time to put them in mind how we had melted all the gold into bars, with which previously the gods had been honored. How we ordered things as if we had been lords of the country, and kept 5 powerful princes bound in chains. All this was faithfully reported to Moctezuma, who then sent word to Cortés he should like to see him, as he had things of the utmost importance to disclose to him. The page Orteguilla, who had been dispatched to Cortés for this purpose, informed the latter that Moctezuma appeared quite changed and spiritless. That, the day previous, several papas and distinguished officers had had secret interviews with him, and they uttered words of which he had not understood one syllable. Upon this, Cortés, accompanied by Ali, 4 other officers, and our 2 interpreters, immediately called upon the monarch, and, after the usual courtesies had passed between them, the latter broke out as follows: Alas! Malinche and you other officers, how grieved I am at the commands which our gods have imparted to our papas, myself, and my chief officers. They most earnestly demand of us that we shall commence hostilities with you, and put you to death, or drive you away from this country by some other means. My advice is, that you had better leave of your own accord, than allow hostilities to commence. This, Malinche, I could not help disclosing to you, that you might come to some determination or other. For myself, I have no doubt that all your lives are at stake here. The reader may easily imagine that Cortés and his officers did not treat all this so very lightly, and that they were not a little surprised at this disclosure. No one could have suspected that affairs would have taken such a turn, but the monarch had spoken in such a positive tone as to leave no doubt on our minds that we lived in imminent danger. Cortés, however, hid his fears from the monarch, and thanked him for his information, adding, that he was sorry we had no vessels left in which we could leave the country. And that if we even did leave it, we must take him, the monarch, along with us, that he might be presented to our emperor. He therefore begged of him to amuse his priests and officers until we should have constructed 3 vessels on the sea coast. And if they commenced war with us, they would undoubtedly all be killed. And that Moctezuma might convince himself that he would fulfill his promise, he desired he would dispatch 2 of his chief officers with our carpenters to the coast to cut wood for the building of the vessels. Moctezuma was now more dispirited than ever when he heard Cortés say that he himself must accompany us, that he was to issue the necessary orders to his carpenters, and act and not talk. Our general also desired him to call the papas and officers to acquaint them that it was unnecessary to raise the town into open rebellion. They might, for the present, appease the gods by offerings, but we forbade any sacrifice of human beings. After this important disclosure Cortés left the monarch, and we now lived in constant fear of hostilities breaking out. Cortés, however, fulfilled his promise, and sent for Martin Lopez and Andreas Núñez, described to them the size of the 3 vessels he wished them to build, and to march to Vera Cruz with the Mexican carpenters, where all the necessary materials, consisting in iron, rigging, tar and tow would be found. These orders were promptly obeyed. The necessary quantity of wood was cut on the coast of Vera Cruz, and the building of the vessels was commenced with all assiduity. Whether Cortés gave Lopez any secret instructions I do not know. But I cannot pass by this circumstance in silence, as Gomara mentions it likewise in his history, and maintains that all this building of the vessels was mere artifice to amuse Moctezuma. May those who know more about this matter publish the truth. There are certainly numbers of our men alive who would be able to give a true account of this. All I know is that Lopez told me in confidence, that the building of the vessels was really commenced, and that the 3 vessels were actually lying on the staples. At present, however, we will leave them quietly there, and acquaint the reader that we grew much alarmed at our situation in this great city, and momentarily expected an attack upon our friends of Tlaxcala, as Dona Marina had informed our general to that effect. The page, Orteguilla, shed tears all day long, and we others narrowly watched the monarch's person. I must here for the last time acquaint the reader, that whether night or day, we never took off our gorgets or our armor, while our arms were never for a moment out of our hands. A bundle of straw and a mat formed a couch. Our horses stood ready saddled, and in short every soldier was ready for action at a moment's notice. At night we also took the precaution of posting such numbers of sentinels, that each of us in turn, had at least 1 watch every night. I do not mention this in praise of myself. But I grew so accustomed to being armed night and day, as it were living in armor, that after the conquest of New Spain I could not accustom myself for a length of time to undress on going to lie down, or make use of a bed. But slept better in soldier fashion than on the softest down. Even at the present day, in my old age, I never take a bed with me when I visit the townships belonging to my commandery. And if I do take one, it is merely because the cavaliers who accompany me may not think I take no bed with me, because I have no good one. From continued watching at night it has become quite natural to me to sleep for a short time together only, and get up at intervals to gaze upon the heavens and the stars, and take a couple of turns in the open air. Neither do I wear a nightcap or wind a kerchief around my head, and thanks be to God. This has become so natural to me, that I never feel any inconvenience from it. I have merely mentioned all this to convince the reader how we, the true conquistadores, were always obliged to be upon our guard, and what hardships we had to undergo. Chapter CX. How the governor of Cuba, Velázquez, in all haste fits out an armament against us, the command of which he gives to Pánfilo de Narváez, who was accompanied by the licentiate Lucas Vázquez de Ayllón, auditor of the Royal Court of Audience at St. Domingo. In order to explain what I am now about to relate I must refer to prior events. I have already mentioned, in the proper chapter, that Diego Velázquez got information of our having sent agents to our emperor with all the gold and presents we had received, and also of the bad reception they had met with from the Bishop of Burgos, who not only favored Velázquez in various ways, but even commanded him to fit out an armament against us, for which he himself would be responsible to the emperor. The governor of Cuba accordingly used the utmost exertions and assembled a flotilla, consisting of 19 sail, on board of which were 1,400 soldiers, above 40 cannon, with a quantity of powder, balls, and gun-flints, besides 2 artillerymen, who, with the artillery stood under the immediate command of the Captain Rodrigo Martin. To this was added 80 horse, 90 crossbowmen, and 70 musketeers. Fat and corpulent as he was, Velázquez had, nevertheless, in the height of his passion, visited every township in Cuba, to hasten the equipment of the flotilla, and invited every inhabitant who had either Indians, relations, or friends who could manage their estates, to join the standard of Pánfilo Narváez, and share the honor of taking Cortés and all of us prisoners, or at least to blow out our brains. He had even advanced as far as the promontory of Guanaguanico, in the height of his zeal, though that promontory was above 240 miles from the Havana. Before this armament quitted the harbor, the Royal Court of Audience at St. Domingo, and the Hieronymite brothers, who were viceroys there, were determined to look into the matter a little, as the licentiate Suazo, who was their agent in Cuba, had sent them information of the extensiveness of the armament. As the great and valuable services which we had rendered God and His Majesty were very well known at St. Domingo, as also the fact of our having sent valuable presents to our emperor, it was considered there that Velázquez was not justified in fitting out an armament to revenge himself upon us, but that his only way was to pursue us in a court of law. These impartial men well foresaw how this armament would impede the conquest of New Spain. They therefore dispatched the licentiate Lucas Vázquez de Ayllón, who was auditor of the Court of Audience at St. Domingo, to Cuba, with peremptory commands to Velázquez not to allow the flotilla to leave the harbor. The auditor punctually fulfilled these commands, and in due form protested against the flotilla leaving the harbor. But Diego Velázquez, who had spent all his property in fitting out this armament, relied upon the good favor of the Bishop of Burgos, and took no notice of the protest. Upon this Vázquez de Ayllón determined upon embarking himself on board one of the vessels, to try at least if he could not prevent hostilities between Narváez and Cortés. Many even maintained that he came to Mexico with the secret intention to side with our party, or, if we could not succeed in defeating Narváez, himself to take possession of the country in the name of our emperor. At all events he embarked with Narváez and arrived in the harbor of San Juan de Ulúa, of which we shall hear more presently. Chapter CX. How Narváez arrives with the whole of his flotilla in the harbor of San Juan de Ulúa, and what happened upon this. When Narváez had arrived with the flotilla off the mountains of San Martin, a north wind arose, which is always dangerous on these coasts. One of the vessels commanded by a cavalier, named Cristobal de Morante, of Medina del Campo, was wrecked during night time off the coast, and the greater part of the men perished. The other vessels, however, arrived safely in the harbor of San Juan de Ulúa. This armament, which may indeed be considered extensive, considering it was fitted out at Cuba, was first of all seen by some soldiers whom Cortés had sent out in search of gold mines. 3 of these, Cervantes, Escalona, and Alonso Carretero, did not hesitate a moment to go on board the commander's ship, and are said. As soon as they stepped on board to have praised the Almighty for having rescued them out of the hands of Cortés and the great city of Mexico, where death stood daily before their eyes. Narvaez ordered meat and drink to be set before them, and as their glasses were abundantly filled, they said to one another in his presence, "This is indeed leading a different sort of life with a glass of good wine in one's hand." When compared to the slavery under Cortés, who allows a person no rest either night or day, where a person dares scarcely say a word, and death is always staring him in the face. Cervantes, however, who was a low buffoon, even addressed Narvaez himself, and exclaimed, "O Narvaez! Narvaez, what a fortunate man you are, that you just arrive at the moment when the traitor Cortés has heaped together above 700,000 pesos. And the whole of his men are so enraged with him for his having cheated them out of the greater part of the gold, that many even disdain to accept of their shares." Such was the language which these low-minded and worthless fellows uttered, and they told Narvaez more than he was desirous of knowing. They likewise informed him that 32 miles further on he would come to a town we had built, called Vera Cruz, which had a garrison of 60 men, all invalids, under an officer named Sandoval. And he had merely to show himself with a few men there and they would immediately deliver up the town to him. Moctezuma was immediately apprised of the arrival of this flotilla, and without saying a single word to Cortés dispatched several of his chief officers to Narvaez, with a present in gold and other things, and commanded the inhabitants to furnish him with provisions. Narvaez, in his message to Moctezuma, calumniated Cortés and all of us, telling him we were nothing but a parcel of thieves and vagabonds, who had fled from Spain without the knowledge of our emperor. But his imperial majesty having been informed that we were in this country committing all manner of depredations, and that we had even imprisoned its monarch, had ordered him to repair hither with his flotilla and troops, to put an end to these disorders and liberate the monarch. He had likewise received orders to put Cortés and all his men to the sword, or take them alive and send them prisoners to Spain, where death awaited them. This sober language the 3 soldiers, who understood the Mexican language, were to translate to Moctezuma's messengers, to whom Narvaez at the same time sent a present of some Spanish goods. Moctezuma was not a little delighted with this message, particularly when he learnt the number of Narvaez's vessels, of his cannon, and his 1,300 soldiers. He, of course, thought it would be an easy matter for Narvaez to overcome us, and as his messengers had seen the 3 treacherous rascals who had deserted to Narvaez, he found the more reason to believe all the scandal the latter had said concerning Cortés. Besides which he received an accurate description of the whole armament from his artists, who had immediately depicted on cotton cloth everything they saw. He therefore sent a second message, accompanied by more valuable presents in gold and cotton stuffs to Narvaez, with strict commands to the inhabitants of the coast to supply him with plenty of provisions. Moctezuma had received intelligence of the arrival of the flotilla off the coast 3 days before Cortés. When the latter, as usual, one day paid a visit to the monarch, he found him in particular good spirits, and asked him what had occasioned it. Moctezuma replied, that he found himself in better health than he had done for some time past. Cortés, who was very much surprised at this sudden change in the monarch, called upon him a second time that day, and now the latter began to fear our general was cognizant of the arrival of the flotilla. To remove all suspicion from his mind, therefore, he thought it better to break the news to him himself. "I have just this moment, Malinche," said he, "received the information that an armament of 18 vessels, with a great number of soldiers and horses, has arrived in the harbor where you landed. Pictures of the whole armament have been transmitted to me. This, no doubt, is no news to you, and I thought from your second visit to me this day, you came to bring me the intelligence yourself, and that now there was no need for you to build new vessels. Though I may have felt hurt that you wished to keep all this a secret from me, yet, on the other hand, I am delighted at the arrival of your brothers, with whom you can now return to Spain, which thus removes all difficulties at once." When Cortés heard this and saw the painting which the Mexicans had made of all the vessels, he exclaimed in the excess of his delight, "Praise be to God, whose assistance always comes at the right time. Indeed, the whole of us greatly rejoiced at this news. We galloped about on our horses, and fired salute after salute. Cortés, however, began to consider it in a more serious light than he had done in the first moments, as he now plainly saw that this armament was sent out against us by Velázquez. And he communicated his suspicions to us all, and by great presents and promises he made us pledge ourselves not to act any way against his interests, which we did the more readily, as the commander of this new armament was totally unknown to us. Our joy was now excessive, not only on account of the gold which Cortés gave us from his private purse, but at the arrival of this flotilla, which we saw the Almighty had sent to us in our distress. Chapter CXI. How Panfilo Narvaez dispatches 5 persons to Sandoval, the commandant of Vera Cruz, with summons to surrender up the town to him. After Narvaez had received every information about Vera Cruz from the 3 deserters, he determined to dispatch thither a priest named Guevara, who was a capital hand at talking, and a certain Amaya, a man of great distinction, and a relative of Velázquez. Besides a secretary named Vergara and 3 witnesses, whose names I have forgotten. These gentlemen were to announce his arrival, and summon the town to surrender, and, to make sure work, were provided with a copy of Narvaez's appointment. Sandoval had already been apprised of the arrival of Narvaez by the inhabitants. But as he was a man who was always upon the alert, and possessed of great penetration, he immediately guessed that the armament was fitted out by Velázquez, and that his object was to gain possession of Vera Cruz. He therefore instantly adopted every precaution, and commenced by sending all the invalid soldiers to the Indian township Papelote, merely retaining those who were in good health. He then posted watches along the road leading to Sempoala, which Narvaez would be obliged to take if he marched to Vera Cruz. Sandoval also made his men promise him neither to surrender the town to Velázquez nor any one else, and that none of his men might forget their promise. He ordered a gallows to be erected on an elevated spot outside the town. When the outposts brought Sandoval information that 6 Spaniards were approaching the town, he retired into his own house to await their arrival. For he was determined not to go out to receive these guests, and had also issued orders to his men not to quit their quarters, nor exchange a single word with the strangers. When, therefore, the priest Guevara and his companions arrived in the town, they only saw some Indians, who were working at the fortifications, but not a Spaniard to speak to. They walked straightway into the church to pray, and then repaired to Sandoval's house, which they recognized from its being the largest one in the town. After the first greetings had passed between them, the priest began his discourse by stating to Sandoval what large sums of money Velázquez had expended on the armament which went out under the command of Cortés, who, with the whole of the men, had turned traitors to the governor. And concluded by saying, that he came to summon him in the name of Narvaez, whom Velázquez had appointed captain general, to deliver up the town to him. When Sandoval heard this, and the expressions which reflected dishonor on Cortés, he could scarcely speak, from downright vexation. At length he replied, "Venerable sir, you are wrong to term men traitors who have proved themselves better servants to our emperor than Velázquez has, or your commander. And that I do not now this instant punish you for this affront, is merely owing to your being a priest. Go, therefore, in the name of God, to Mexico, there you will find Cortés, who is Captain General, and Chief Justice of New Spain. He will answer you himself. Here you had better not lose another word." At this moment the priest, with much bravado, ordered the secretary Vergara to produce the appointment of Narvaez, and read it to Sandoval, and the others present. Sandoval, however, desired the secretary to leave his papers quietly where they were, as it was impossible for him to say whether the appointment was a lawful one or not. But as the secretary still persisted in producing his papers, Sandoval cried out to him, "Mind what you are about, Vergara. I have already told you to keep your papers in your pocket, go with them to Mexico. I promise you, the moment you proceed to read a single syllable from them, 100 good lashes on the spot. How can I tell whether you are a royal secretary or not? First show me your appointment, and if I find you are, I will listen to your papers. But, even then, who can prove to me whether your papers are true or false?" The priest, who was a very haughty man, then cried out, why do you stand upon any ceremony with these traitors? Pull out your papers, and read the contents to them. To which Sandoval answered, You lie, you infamous priest, and ordered his men immediately to seize those gentlemen, and carry them off to Mexico. He had hardly spoken, when they were seized by a number of Indians employed at the fortifications, bound hand and foot, and thrown upon the backs of porters. In this way they were transported to Mexico, where they arrived in the space of 4 days. The Indian porters being constantly relieved by others on the road. These gentlemen were not a little surprised at this rough treatment. But the deeper they advanced into the country, the more astonished they grew, at the sight of the large towns and villages, where they stopped to take refreshment. They were, it is said, very doubtful within themselves whether all was not enchantment, or merely a dream. Sandoval had sent Pedro de Solis, Orduna's son-in-law, as alguacil, to accompany the escort. And he likewise informed Cortés, by letter, of everything that was going on at the coast, and of the name of the captain who commanded the flotilla. The letter even arrived before the prisoners in Mexico. So that Cortés was apprised of their approach when they were still at some distance from the town. He immediately dispatched some men with a quantity of the best provisions, and 3 horses, for the most distinguished of the prisoners, with orders that they should be immediately released from their fetters. He likewise wrote them a letter, in which he expressed his regret that they should have met with such harsh treatment from Sandoval, and that he would give them the most honorable reception. Indeed, he even went out to meet them himself, and escorted them into the town. The priest and his companions, after they became acquainted with the vast extent of Mexico, and the number of other towns built in the lake, saw the quantity of gold which every one of us possessed. And the noble and open countenance of Cortés, were quite enchanted. And they had not been above a couple of days with us before Cortés succeeded so well to tame them, by kind words, fair promises, jewels, and bars of gold, that they, who had come like furious lions, now returned back to Narvaez as harmless as lambs. And offered to render our general every service in their power. Indeed, when they had arrived in Zempoala, and given Narvaez an account of all they had seen, they spoke of nothing else to his men than of the policy to make common cause with us. I will, however, break off here, and acquaint the reader with the letter which Cortés wrote to Narvaez. Chapter CXI. How Cortés, after he had gained every information respecting the armament, wrote to Narvaez, and several of his acquaintances who had come with him, and particularly to Andrés du Duero, private secretary to Velázquez, and of other events. Cortés was a man who never allowed the smallest advantage to escape, and whatever difficulty he might be in, he managed to get out of it. But it must also be remembered, that he had the good fortune to command officers and soldiers on whom he could place every reliance under all circumstances, who not only lent a powerful arm in battle, but likewise assisted him with their prudent counsel. In this way, then, it was unanimously resolved in council, that a letter should be dispatched by Indian couriers to Narvaez, written in the most affectionate tone, with offers of our services to him, and begging of him not to excite a rebellion in the country, which would certainly be the case if the Indians observed we were at enmity with each other. This letter was to be delivered to Narvaez before the return there of Guevara. We expressly wrote in this friendly tone, as our numbers were so very small in comparison to his, and because we were first desirous of knowing how he was inclined. Besides this, we employed other means to gain friends among Narvaez's officers, which seemed no great difficulty, as Guevara had assured Cortés that the latter were not on the best terms with their commander, and that a few bars of gold, with a few chains of the same metal, would soon pave the way. In this letter Cortés informed Narvaez how both he and all his men were rejoiced at his arrival here, in particular himself, as they were old friends. He also desired he would not connive at the liberation of Moctezuma, as the consequences would be a rebellion in the city, and throughout the whole country, which would be the destruction of both his troops and ours, as we should be overwhelmed by numbers. He could not help drawing his particular attention to this circumstance, as Moctezuma of late seemed greatly changed in his behavior towards him, and the inhabitants were upon the point of rising up in arms. From the message which Moctezuma had received in Narvaez's name, But he was convinced that he was too prudent and sensible a man, and would not have sent such a dangerous message at such a critical period, if he had not been misled by the 3 scoundrels who had run over to him. To make a good finish to the letter, he begged to say that Narvaez was at liberty to dispose of his person and of his purse, and he would await his commands. Cortés at the same time wrote to Andrés de Duero and Vázquez de Ayllón, and accompanied these letters with some gold for themselves and his other friends. Ayllón, besides this, privately received some other gold bars and chains. He also dispatched Father Olmedo to Narvaez's headquarters with a good stock of these persuasive articles, consisting in various trinkets of gold and precious stones of great value. The first letter which Cortés had sent by the Indian courier reached Narvaez's quarters before Guevara had returned there. This Narvaez read aloud to his officers, and kept the whole time making merry at the expense of Cortés and all of us. One of his officers, named Salvatierra, even blamed him for reading the letter of such a traitor as Cortés was, to his men. Narvaez, continued he, should immediately march out against us, and put us all to death. He himself, he swore, would cut off Cortés' ears, broil them, and eat them up, and all such like folly. He said the letter ought not to be answered, and he did not care a snap of the fingers for us. In the meantime the priest, Guevara, and his companions, had returned, and the latter gave Narvaez a circumstantial account of Cortés, showing him what an excellent cavalier he was, and what a faithful servant he had proved himself to our emperor. He spoke about the great power of Moctezuma, and the number of towns through which he had journeyed, and that Cortés would gladly submit to him. He also added, that it was for the advantage of both to remain on friendly terms with each other. New Spain was large enough to afford room for them both, and Narvaez might choose which part of the country he would occupy with his troops. These statements, which Amaya and Guevara had accompanied by some good advice, so greatly incensed Narvaez, that he would neither see nor speak to them from that moment. The impression, however, it produced on the troops was various. For when they saw the gold these 2 men returned with, and heard so much good of Cortés and all of us, and heard them speak of the wondrous things they had seen, and the vast quantity of gold, and how we played at cards for gold only, many of them longed to join our corps. Shortly after this, Father Olmedo likewise arrived in Narvaez's quarters with bars of gold and secret instructions. When he called upon him to pay him Cortés' respects, and said how ready he was to obey Narvaez's commands, and remain on terms of peace with him, the latter grew more enraged than before. He even refused to listen to him, and called Cortés and all of us traitors, and when Olmedo denied this, and told him we were the most faithful of the emperor's servants, he grossly insulted him. All this, however, did not deter Olmedo from fulfilling his secret mission, and distributing the bars of gold and golden chains among those for whom Cortés had destined them. And he strove in every way to draw over Narvaez's principal officers to our side. Chapter CXII. The high words which arose between the auditor Vázquez de Ayllón and Narvaez, who orders him to be seized and sent back prisoner to Spain. The auditor Ayllón, as I have before mentioned, was most favorably inclined towards Cortés, and had purposely come to New Spain with instructions from the royal court of audience at Asti. Domingo and the Hieronymite brothers, who were aware of the great and important services we had rendered to God and the emperor, to promote our cause in every possible manner. After he had carefully perused Cortés' letters, and received the bars of gold, he no longer made a secret of his sentiments, but spoke without any reserve of the scandalous piece of injustice which had been perpetrated in fitting out this armament against such well-deserving men as we had proved ourselves. And was so eloquent in the praise of Cortés and his companions in arms, that the feeling in our favor became almost universal in Narvaez's headquarters. The meanness of the latter's disposition served to increase this feeling, who retained all the presents sent by Moctezuma entirely to himself, without offering any part of them either to his officers or men. Indeed, he even said haughtily to his steward, "Mind that not the smallest matter is taken away from these things, every article has been carefully noted down." When this conduct was compared with that pursued by Cortés towards his soldiers, his men almost broke out into open insurrection. Narvaez looked upon the auditor as the cause of all this bad feeling, and brought it so sensibly home to him that no one durst give him or his adherents the smallest morsel of the provisions which were sent by Moctezuma. This circumstance of itself caused a good deal of quarreling among the troops. But when Narvaez's principal adherents, Salvatierra, whom I have above mentioned, and a certain Juan Bono, from Biscay, with a certain Gamarra, continually added fuel to the flame, he, relying on the mighty support of Fonseca, lost sight of every consideration, imprisoned the auditor, with his secretary and all his attendants, threw them on board a vessel, and so sent them off either to Spain or Cuba. His behavior towards Gonzalo de Blanco, a cavalier and a scholar, was even more severe, when the latter boldly told him to his face that Cortés had proved himself a faithful servant to the emperor, that we all had merited a reward from his majesty, and that it was scandalous to brand us with the name of traitors, and great presumption to imprison one of his majesty's auditors. Narvaez instantly threw him into chains, and Blanco, who was a high-spirited soul, was so hurt at this ill treatment, that he died within the space of 4 days. 2 other soldiers were thrown into prison merely because they had spoken well of Cortés, one of whom was Sancho de Barahona, who afterwards settled down in Guatemala. But to return to the auditor, who was to be sent prisoner to Spain. He was scarcely at sea, when he prevailed upon the captain and pilot, by means of good words, or threats to hang them immediately on their arrival in Spain, instead of paying them for the passage, to steer for St. Domingo. As soon as the auditor had arrived at St. Domingo, and the royal court of audience and viceroys there were informed of Narvaez's scandalous and presumptuous ill-treatment of the licentiate Lucas Vazquez, they considered it in the light of an insult offered to themselves, and made heavy complaints to the Supreme Council of Castile. But as the Bishop Fonseca was still president of that council, and, during his Majesty's continued absence in Flanders, ruled affairs as he thought proper, no justice could be expected from Spain. The bishop had even the shamelessness openly to express his joy when he supposed that Narvaez had already subdued us. The bishop, himself, however, suffered from the consequences which ensued from this affair. For, when our agents in Flanders received intelligence of Velázquez's expedition, and found that it had been fitted out without His Majesty's permission, and merely by authority of Fonseca, they drew great advantage from this illegal mode of proceeding during the investigation which was shortly after set on foot respecting Cortés and all of us. The harsh treatment which the auditor Lucas Vazquez was subjected to had a bad effect upon Narvaez's troops, and many of his friends and relatives whom he regarded with a mistrustful eye, went over to Sandoval, lest they should experience similar treatment with Blanco. Sandoval, as may well be imagined, received them with open arms, and learnt from them all that had passed in Narvaez's quarters, likewise that he contemplated sending men to Vera Cruz to take him prisoner. Chapter CXIV. Narvaez marches, with the whole of his troops, to Zempoala, his proceedings there, and how we in Mexico determined to march against him. After Narvaez had sent off the auditor prisoner, he marched with the whole of his men, the baggage, and the cannon, to Zempoala, and quartered himself in that town, which was then very thickly populated. His first act there was to take away from the fat cazique, as we termed him, the cotton stuffs, gold trinkets, and other fancy articles he possessed. He likewise took the Indian females forcibly away who had been presented to us by the caziques of Zempoala, and whom we had left behind with their parents and relatives, as they were daughters of distinguished personages, and much too delicate to bear the fatigues of a campaign. The fat cazique had often warned Narvaez not to touch the women, or anything which Cortés had left behind in the shape of gold or cotton stuffs, as he would certainly be greatly incensed, hasten from Mexico, and not only cut off Narvaez, but also him, for suffering his property to be touched. All the complaints this cazique might make respecting the depredations committed by Narvaez's troops in Zempoala were equally fruitless. And it was of no avail for him to repeat that Malinche and his men had never taken the smallest thing from them, and had proved themselves altogether kind-hearted tullies. Narvaez and Salvatierra, whose conduct in general was the most heartless, merely mocked at the cazique, the latter often repeating to Narvaez and the other officers, "Only just imagine in what fear these caziques stand of that paltry little fellow Cortés." May the good reader learn from this how wrong it is to speak evil of honest folks. For I am ready to swear that this very Salvatierra behaved in the most pitiable and cowardly manner when the battle was fought between Narvaez and us, and yet his build and bones were powerful enough to have defended himself right well. However, he was a mere braggadocio, and I believe he was a native of Burgos. We must now, however, return to Cortés, and acquaint the reader that Narvaez dispatched his secretary, Alonso Meta, who subsequently settled in Puebla, with 3 other great personages, to Mexico, commanding us and our general. By virtue of the copies of his appointment by Velázquez, to submit to him. Cortés, who received daily intelligence of what was going on in Narvaez's headquarters and at Vera Cruz, was duly informed by Sandoval how Narvaez had thrown Vázquez de Ayllón into chains, and sent him to Spain or Cuba, and that, owing to such violent proceedings, 5 of his principal officers had come over to him, who feared, since so little respect had been paid to the person of a royal auditor, they, as Ayllón's relatives, might expect worse treatment. From them Sandoval learnt everything that was passing in Narvaez's headquarters, and that it was his intention to march shortly in person to Mexico to take us all prisoners. Cortés, on receiving this intelligence, assembled his officers and all those whom he was accustomed to consult in matters of great moment, and were men entirely devoted to him. In this council it was determined we should anticipate Narvaez, and immediately march out against him. Pedro de Alvarado was to remain in Mexico, with all those who were not over-anxious to make this campaign, to guard the person of Moctezuma. And we likewise took care to leave all those behind who, as partisans of Velázquez, were not altogether to be trusted. Cortés had fortunately ordered a quantity of maize from Tlaxcala previous to the arrival of Narvaez, for the harvest had altogether failed about Mexico, owing to a continued drought. We, indeed, required a great quantity of provisions for the numbers of Naborias and Tlaxcalan troops we had with us. This and other necessaries of life, consisting in fowls, fruits, and arrived at the time appointed, and were given in charge of Alvarado. We likewise took the precaution of fortifying our quarters. We mounted 4 pieces of heavy cannon on the most commanding point, and left Alvarado a few falconets and all the powder we could spare, with 10 crossbowmen, 14 musketeers, and 7 horse soldiers. The latter were, indeed, more than he required, as the cavalry was of little use in the courtyards attached to our quarters. The number of soldiers we left behind in Mexico was altogether 83. Moctezuma easily conjectured what our designs were against Narvaez, yet, though Cortés daily called upon him, he was equally upon his guard as Cortés was in not throwing out any hints of his, Moctezuma's, sending Narvaez gold and provisions. It was only at the very last that the monarch made some inquiries respecting our intended movements, which will be found in the chapter following. Chapter CXV. How the powerful Moctezuma inquires of Cortés whether it was really his intention to march out against Narvaez, though the latter's troops were double the number of ours. The monarch, one day discoursing as usual with Cortés, spoke to him as follows: Malinche, I have for some time past observed all your officers and soldiers going up and down in great uneasiness, even you yourself do not visit me so frequently as you were wont. And the page Orteguilla informs me that you are about to march against your brothers who have just arrived, and that you are going to leave Tonatiuh, so Alvarado was termed by the Mexicans, behind, to guard my person. Do tell me if there is any truth in all this? For if, in any way, I can be of service to you in this matter, it will be a great pleasure to me. I have great fears of your success, for your Tullies are too few in numbers in comparison to those just arrived. They have 5 times the number of troops you have. They also, as well as yourself, maintain to be Christians, and subjects of your emperor. They pay homage to the same image and cross, read the Mass as you do, and everywhere spread the rumor that you have fled away from Spain from your emperor, and that he has sent them to take you back again, or put you to death. Really I scarcely know what to think of all this. One thing, however, I must tell you, to use great circumspection in what you are about to do. In reply to this, Cortés told the monarch, with the most cheerful countenance in the world, that he had studiously avoided mentioning anything of all this up to the present moment, from his great affection towards him. to spare him the anxiety he would feel on our account. It was very true, the newly arrived Tullies were also subjects of our emperor, and Christians, but it was a falsehood to assert that we had fled away from the territory of our emperor. On the contrary, our great monarch had expressly sent us out to visit him, Moctezuma, and make those disclosures to him, in his imperial name, which Moctezuma had heard. With regard to the numbers of those just arrived, we felt quite unconcerned, however great they might be in comparison to ours, as our Lord Jesus Christ and his blessed Mother would lend us strength and clothe us with superior power to those bad men who came with such evil designs. His emperor, continued Cortés, swayed the scepter over so many countries and kingdoms, that the people who inhabited them were of various kinds, and differed in courage and manly spirit. We were born in the heart of Spain, which was termed Old Castile, and therefore bore the additional name of Castilians. Those, on the other hand, who were now quartered at Zempoala, came from another province called Biscay, where the inhabitants spoke a perfectly spurious language, in the same way as the Otomis do in Mexico. He need be in no apprehension about us, but might depend upon it we should very soon manage those fellows, and speedily return victorious to his metropolis. At present we merely begged of him to remain on terms of friendship with Tenochtitlan, who would remain behind in Mexico with 80 men, and to prevent any insurrection from breaking out, and not to allow his generals and papas to disturb the peace. For, in case they did, he should be compelled to put them all to death on his return. He also desired he would furnish those who remained behind with the necessary provisions. After this explanation, Moctezuma and Cortés embraced each other twice successively, while the sly Dona Marina observed to the monarch that he ought to show some signs of grief at our departure, upon which he again commenced speaking, and offered to comply with any wish Cortés might express, and promised to give him 5,000 of his troops to accompany us on our march. Cortés, who well knew they would not have been forthcoming, thanked him for his kind offer, and assured him we stood in no need of his assistance, as we found our true support in the Lord our God, but begged of him to see that the image of the Holy Virgin and the cross were constantly decorated with green boughs, that the church was kept clean, and wax lights burning night and day on the altar, and not to allow his papas to sacrifice any human beings. And in his compliance with these things we should best be able to convince ourselves of the sincerity of his friendship. After this Cortés told the monarch he must excuse him for breaking off the discourse now, as he had many things to regulate before commencing his march. He then once more embraced the monarch, and so they parted from each other. Cortés now ordered Alvarado and all those who were to remain behind in Mexico into his presence. He desired them to observe the utmost vigilance, and not to give Moctezuma a chance of escaping out of their hands, and commanded the soldiers to pay the most implicit obedience to Alvarado, promising, if God were willing, to enrich them all. Among those who stayed with Alvarado was the priest Juan Diaz, and many others whom we suspected of ill will towards Cortés, whose names I do not choose to mention. We nevertheless embraced each other on leaving, and then marched out without any females or servants, with as little baggage as possible, and took the road to Colula. From this town Cortés sent to our friend Xicotencatl, Maxixcotzin, and the other caciques of Tlaxcala, desiring them to send us immediately 4,000 of their troops. To which they returned the answer, that if we were going to war with Indians as they were, they would gladly send us the required troops and many more. But if we intended fighting against Tullies, like unto ourselves, against cannon and horses, we were not to think ill of them if they refused our request. This answer was accompanied by as many fowls as 20 men could carry. Cortés then sent a courier with a letter to Sandoval, desiring the latter to join him as speedily as possible with all his men. We intended to march to within 48 miles of Zempoala, in the neighborhood of the provinces of Tampinicita and Mitalaguita, which are at present comprehended in the commandery of Pedro Moreno Mediana, who resides at Puebla. He particularly cautioned him to keep out of the way of Narvaez, and carefully to avoid coming to any engagement with any part of his troops. We ourselves marched forward with every military precaution, and were ready for action at a moment's notice. Two of our most trustworthy men who were remarkably swift of foot and unwearied pedestrians, were constantly a couple of days' march in advance, and lurked along the byways, where the cavalry could not penetrate, to gain information of the Indians respecting Narvaez. Besides these we had always immediately in advance of us a small detachment of sharpshooters, to seize any of the men who strolled from Narvaez's camp, and if possible the latter himself. It was not long before they came up with a certain Alonso Mata, who termed himself a royal secretary, and was commissioned, he said, by Narvaez, to show us the copy of his appointment. This Mata was accompanied by 4 others, who were to act as witnesses on this occasion. When these people had arrived near enough they greeted Cortés and all of us in the most humble manner possible, and our general dismounted when he learnt who they were. Alonso Mata began immediately to read his documents to us, but Cortés interrupted him, and asked him whether he was a royal secretary, and he replying in the affirmative, Cortés desired him to produce his appointment. If this was all regular, he added, he was at liberty to fulfill his commission, and he should know himself what was due from him as a servant of the emperor. But, if it was not, it was useless for him to read his papers. Besides which, it was requisite the papers should contain the original appointment signed by the emperor himself, if he wished him to acknowledge his authority. Mata was not a little staggered at being thus addressed, for he himself was well aware that he was no royal secretary. He was therefore unable to utter a single word, and those who accompanied him remained equally mute. Cortés excused their embarrassment, and desired some victuals to be set before them. And we halted for a few moments, when Cortés informed them we were marching to the township of Tampanicida, in the vicinity of Narvaez's headquarters, where, if the latter had any further communications to make, he was to be found. During the whole of this discourse Cortés showed such self-command, that he never so much as uttered a single reproachful word against Narvaez. He had also a private discourse with them, and thrust a few pieces of gold into their hands. So that they left us highly delighted, and on their return to Narvaez they could scarcely say sufficient in praise of Cortés and of us all. While these men were still with us, many of our soldiers, for the sake of ostentation, had decorated themselves with gold chains and jewels, which spread a vast idea of our splendor. All this produced such a favorable impression in Narvaez's headquarters, that many of his chief officers desired that peace might be brought about between both generals. In the meantime we continued our march, and arrived in Tampanicida, where Sandoval the day following likewise appeared with his small detachment, consisting of 60 men. The old and infirm of the garrison, as I have above mentioned, having been previously quartered among our allies, the Papilote Indians. He likewise brought along with him the 5 friends and relatives of Ayllón, who had deserted from Narvaez, and had long desired to pay their respects to Cortés, who gave them the most friendly reception. And then entered into a private conversation with Sandoval, who related to him all the particulars respecting the affair with the furious priest Guevara and his companion Vergara. Sandoval likewise told him how he had sent 2 Spanish soldiers into Narvaez's headquarters disguised as Indians. They had the exact appearance of natives, took each a basket of cherries with them, and did as if they were desirous of selling them. They soon met with a purchaser, in the person of the braggadocio Salvatierra, who gave them a string of glass beads for their fruit, and fully believing they were Indians, sent them to cut some grass for his horse. It was about the hour of Ave Maria, when they returned with a load of grass, and carried it to the shed, where the horse was tied up. They then cowered down, after the fashion of Indians, near Salvatierra's quarters, and overheard a discourse between him and several others of Narvaez's officers. Among other things they heard Salvatierra exclaim, "Oh! At what a fortunate time we have arrived in this country, just as the traitor Cortés has collected above 700,000 pesos. We shall all become wealthy, for his officers and soldiers altogether cannot have a much less sum than that in their pockets." They listened to many similar fine speeches till a late hour at night, when they stole off silently to the shed where Salvatierra's horse was fastened up, which they very quietly saddled and bridled, and so rode off with it. In the same way they managed to capture a second horse on their road home, and brought them both safely to Sandoval. Cortés was very desirous to see those horses, but Sandoval told him he had left them with the invalid soldiers in Papelote, as he had marched along a very steep and rugged road over the mountains, where horses could not pass. Which he had done that he might not fall in with Narvaez's troops. Cortés was vastly pleased with the trick which had been played off upon Salvatierra, and the manner in which he had lost his horse, and exclaimed, "He will now threaten us with more vengeance than ever." The following morning, we were told, when he found the two Indians, who sold him the cherries had decamped with his horse, saddle, and bridle, he threw out language really laughable. Particularly when he discovered they had been disguised Spaniards belonging to Cortés' troops. Chapter CXVI. How we determined once more to dispatch Father Olmedo to Narvaez's headquarters, and what we commissioned him to say. As soon as all our troops had arrived at Tampanissita, we determined to dispatch Father Olmedo, who was a remarkably shrewd man, to Narvaez with a letter, which, after expressing the usual courtesies, ran nearly as follows. We all rejoiced at his arrival in this country, as we were confident that, in conjunction with such a valiant captain as he was, we should be able to render important services to God and to our Emperor. It was true he had not only neglected to answer our previous letter, but had even branded us, His Majesty's faithful subjects, with the name of traitors. And, by means of the message he had conveyed to Moctezuma, the whole country was about to burst out into open insurrection. We hereby begged of him to select that province which he fancied most for himself and troops. We were very willing to make room for him, and to act in every respect as beseemed faithful servants of the Emperor. We had likewise requested him to forward us the original papers of his appointment, if he possessed any such, that we might convince ourselves they were signed by His Majesty. However, he had not even listened to this request, but had thrown out abusive language against us, and incited the inhabitants of the country to revolt. We now again begged of him, in the name of God, and the Emperor our master, to forward us his papers within the space of 3 days by a royal secretary, that he might read them to us. As we were ready, and also promised to act up strictly to His Majesty's commands, if his documents were correct. For this purpose we had expressly come to Tampanissita, to be near his person. If he was unable to produce any such appointment direct from His Majesty, and he was again desirous of returning to Cuba, he was at liberty to do so. We merely desired him to desist from stirring up the inhabitants into open insurrection, or we should consider ourselves bound to treat him as an enemy, take him prisoner, and send him in chains to the Emperor. Without whose authority he had commenced war upon us, and revolutionized all the towns of the country. Every drop of blood that was spilt, all destruction of property which would ensue from fire or otherwise, he would himself have to answer for. Our reason for communicating these things to him by letter only was, because no royal secretary durst venture to convey them in person, fearing he might share a similar fate with the auditor Aylin. And we were astonished how he durst presume to act so daringly. Cortés considered himself bound in honor and justice to His Majesty not to allow such a heavy offense to pass by unpunished. And he hereby summoned him, by virtue of his office as Captain General and Chief Justice of New Spain, to appear before him and answer the charge preferred against him of criminis laesae majestatis. Lastly, he earnestly begged of him to return the cotton stuffs and gold trinkets he had forcibly taken away from the fat cazique, to deliver up to their parents again the Indian females who had been presented to us. And to command his men in no way to touch the property of the inhabitants. This letter, which closed with the usual courteous expressions, was signed by Cortés, the officers, and other soldiers, among whom was myself. With this letter Father Olmedo, accompanied by one of our men, named Bartolomé de Usager, who had a brother serving in Narvaez's artillery, went off to the latter's headquarters. What kind of reception they met with will be found in the chapter following. Chapter CXVIII. How Father Olmedo arrived in Narvaez's headquarters at Sempoala, and what he did there. As soon as Father Olmedo had arrived at Narvaez's headquarters, he began to fulfill the orders which Cortés had given him. He made secret disclosures in Cortés' name to a number of cavaliers in Narvaez's corps, also to the artillerymen Rodrigo, Mino, and Usager, and gave them the bars of gold which our general had destined for them. He likewise proposed to Andreas de Duero to pay a visit to our camp, and then called upon Narvaez himself. Although Olmedo comported himself particularly humble in presence of Narvaez, yet the latter's confidants had their suspicions, and advised their general to throw the father into prison, which was just about being carried into effect, when Duero, private secretary to Velázquez, was secretly apprised of it. Duero was a native of Tudela, on the Duero, and Narvaez came from the neighborhood of Valladolid, or from the town itself, and they were not only countrymen, but also related to each other. This Duero had vast influence, stood high in the estimation of the men, and durst take more upon himself than others. He therefore called upon Narvaez, and told him he had been informed of his intention to imprison Father Olmedo. And he considered himself called upon to observe, that no good could flow from such a step, for though there might be sufficient grounds for supposing he was intriguing for Cortés, yet, as a messenger from him, he ought not to be ill-treated. The more so, because Cortés had honorably received all those whom Narvaez had dispatched to him, and dismissed them with presents. Ever since Father Olmedo had been here, he had himself frequently discoursed with him. But from all he had uttered could only conclude that Cortés, with the whole of his officers, was desirous of being on friendly terms with Narvaez. He ought likewise to remember that Cortés took every opportunity of speaking in his praise. Indeed Cortés, as well as all his men, never pronounced the name of Narvaez but with profound respect, and it would be a small piece of heroism to seize upon the person of a priest. And the other man, who had come with him, was brother to the artilleryman Usager. It would be therefore better in every respect if they received polite treatment. And he would advise him to ask the father to dinner, when he could himself fish out from him what the views of Cortés were. With these and such like kind words, Duero succeeded in softening down Narvaez's anger. Upon which the former immediately communicated to Father Olmedo all that had transpired. Narvaez then sent for the father to dine with him, and received him most courteously. Father Olmedo, who was a remarkably judicious and shrewd man, requested Narvaez, with a pleasing smile, to grant him a private interview. And they walked up and down together in the courtyard, when Olmedo addressed him to the following effect: "I am well aware that your excellency had the intention to take me prisoner. Though I can assure you there is not a person belonging to your staff more devoted to you than I am. I am likewise convinced that several cavaliers and officers in Cortés' troops would gladly see the latter in your power. Indeed, I am altogether convinced that we shall all soon stand under your commands. In order to make the necessary preparations for such a step, they have written you a letter full of extravagant expressions, and got it signed by several of our men. This letter I was ordered to hand over to your excellency, but, on account of its contents, I could not make up my mind to do so, but felt more inclined to throw it into the river." Narvaez then expressed a desire to see this letter, and Father Olmedo told him he had left it in his room, but would go for it, and left Narvaez for that purpose. In the meantime Salvatierra, the braggadocio, had come up to the ladder. While Olmedo hastened to Duero, requesting him to be present when he handed over the letter to Narvaez, and bring with him as many other soldiers as possible, that its contents might be made known to all. Olmedo now returned to Narvaez, and presented him Cortés' letter, with these words: "Your Excellency must not feel astonished if in this letter you find Cortés speaking out a little at random. However, notwithstanding all this, I can assure you, if you express yourself in kind terms to him, he will submit to you, with the whole of his troops." All the bystanders now pressed Narvaez to read the letter. Some were greatly annoyed, but Narvaez and Salvatierra merely laughed, and made game of the contents. Duero, however, said, "Really I am unable to make anything out of all this. The Reverend Father has assured me, that Cortés and the whole of his men are ready to join our standard, and yet they presume to write such nonsense to our general." Agustin Bermudez, who was a captain and alguacil major of Narvaez's camp, followed in the same strain and said, "Father Olmedo has likewise assured me privately, that it merely required some little mediation between them. And Cortés would himself wait upon our general and join his standard with the whole of his men. As he is encamped not far from here, we could certainly do no better than dispatch Señor Salvatierra and Señor Duero thither, and I will accompany them myself." This Bermudez merely said to see what Salvatierra would say, who immediately declared that he felt no inclination to visit a traitor. "Do not speak quite so rashly, Señor Salvatierra," said Father Olmedo. "For by showing a little more moderation you will be able, in a few days, to have him in your power." However, it was resolved that Duero should be dispatched to Cortés, and Narvaez held a private conference with him and 3 other officers, desiring them to try and persuade Cortés to meet him at an Indian village on the road between the 2 encampments, where they might come to an understanding with each other respecting the division of the country and the boundaries of their respective territories. Narvaez was quite earnest in this matter, and had expressed himself to that effect to about 20 of his men, who were particularly devoted to him. This circumstance soon came to the ears of Father Olmedo and Duero, who immediately apprised Cortés of it. We must now, for a time, leave Father Olmedo in Narvaez's camp, where he soon became very intimate with Salvatierra, as the latter was a native of Burgos and he himself of Olmedo, and he dined with him every day. In the meantime we will likewise allow Duero to make preparations for his journey, on which he was accompanied by Usager, that Narvaez might not fish anything out of him. We must now see what took place in our own camp during this interval. Chapter CXVIII. How Cortés reviews the whole of his troops, and we are supplied with 250 very long new lances, by the Chinintecs. As soon as Cortés was apprised of Narvaez's arrival in New Spain, and had received every information respecting the magnitude of his armament, he dispatched a soldier who had served in the Italian campaigns, and who possessed an extensive knowledge of weapons and of the best method of fixing points to lances, into the province of the Chinintecs, where some of our men had gone in search of gold mines. The Chinintecs were deadly enemies to the Mexicans, and had only a few days previously made an alliance with us. This people used a species of lance, which was much longer than our Spanish lances, and furnished with a sharp double-edged point made of flint. Cortés had heard of this weapon, and sent word to the Chinintecs to forward him 300 of such lances, from which however he desired they would take off the flint points and substitute a double one of metal, as they had abundance of copper in their country. The soldier who was dispatched with these orders took a pattern of the point required with him. Cortés' wishes were readily complied with, and as the inhabitants of every township of that province set diligently to work, the lances were soon finished and they turned out most satisfactory. Besides this, Cortés desired the soldier Tavilla to ask the Chinintecs to send 2,000 of their warriors, all armed with similar lances, on Easter Day, into the district of Penguinequita, and there make inquiries for our camp. The caciques willingly complied with our request, and they also gave Tavilla above 200 of their warriors, all armed with the same lances, to accompany him now on his return to our camp. The rest were to follow with another of our men, called Barrientos, who had been dispatched into their country in search of mines, and he may have been from 40 to 48 miles further inland. The lances which Tavilla brought with him proved most excellent, and he immediately taught us how to use them, particularly against the cavalry. Upon this Cortés reviewed the whole of his troops, and we found, including all the officers, drummers and pipers, without Father Olmedo, our numbers amounted to 260 men, among whom were 5 cavalrymen, a few crossbowmen, less musketeers, and 2 artillerymen. Considering the smallness of our numbers we reposed our greatest hopes in the use we intended making of our lances, in which fortunately we were not disappointed, as will afterwards be seen. Chapter CXIX. How Duero, with the soldier Usager and 2 of his Indian servants from Cuba arrived in our camp, who this Duero was, and the reason of his visit, and I must now trouble the reader to turn back to the first part of this history where I explained how Cortés obtained the appointment of commander-in-chief through the instrumentality of Duero and Amador de Lares, both of whom were on the most confidential terms with Diego Velázquez. The former as his private secretary, the second as royal treasurer. They had by their joint exertions procured Cortés the appointment, who, on his part, again promised to divide with them all the gold, silver, and jewels which should fall to his share. When Duero arrived in our camp he was convinced, from what he saw, of the vast riches and power of Cortés, and he came not merely to bring about a good understanding between both generals, but also to take possession of his share of the acquired riches. As Amador de Lares had died, Cortés, who was a cunning and far-sighted man, promised Duero not only vast treasures but a command, which would give him the same importance with himself, and he would bestow a vast extent of territory upon him. In consideration of which the latter was to engage to gain Agustin Bermudez, and other chief officers, whose names I will not mention, who were to swear upon their life and honor to oppose Narvaez in every way, and thwart him in all his designs upon us. If Narvaez was killed or taken prisoner, and his army defeated, all the gold and the townships of New Spain were to be divided among the three. To this Bermudez was to be bound down by affixing his signature to these conditions. In order, however, to strengthen the number of their party, Duero took along with him as much gold as 2 men could carry, besides a quantity of other valuable things, for Bermudez, the 2 priests, Guevara and Juan de Leon, and other chief personages who were to be let into the secret. Cortés and Duero then carefully talked over how the matter was to be carried out. Duero arrived in our quarters on the eve of Easter Day, and stayed until the evening following. During this time he had several private conversations with Cortés, and before mounting his horse he again called upon the latter, who was heard to say on taking leave of him, "Well, Señor Duero, may God bless you. Remember to abide by all you have promised. Before 3 days have passed I shall be with my troops in your headquarters. If, however, I find you have not remained true to your word, upon my conscience," an oath he often used, "you will be the first my lance shall pierce." To which Duero answered smilingly, "You need be under no apprehension, I assure you. Nothing shall be omitted on my part to further your ends." Duero then mounted his horse and returned to Narvaez with the most satisfactory accounts, and assured him that Cortés and all of us desired nothing more ardently than to stand under his command. As soon as Duero had left, Cortés sent for Juan Velázquez de Leon, one of his chief officers, a man who had great authority, and although a near relative to the governor of Cuba, was entirely devoted to Cortés. Cortés had also gained him over to his interest by valuable presents and promises of an important command in New Spain, even to raise him as high in command as himself. And, indeed, Velázquez always evinced the most honest attachment to our general, and was unremitting in his services to him, as will sufficiently be seen hereafter. When Velázquez de Leon came into Cortés' presence, and inquired his commands, the latter said to him with a pleasing smile on his countenance, "I have sent for you, Velázquez, because Duero had assured me it is rumored among Narvaez's officers that you and I have quarreled, and that you intend siding with their party. I am, therefore, resolved that you shall ride on your powerful grey mare to Narvaez's headquarters, taking with you all your gold, besides your fanfarona," so Velázquez termed a heavy gold chain he possessed. "And other valuable matters I shall give you, among which there will be a fanfarona double the weight of yours. When there, you must try to fish out what Narvaez's intentions are. After you, Ordaz shall likewise repair thither, as if he came to pay his respects to Narvaez in his capacity of house steward to the governor of Cuba." To this Juan Velázquez answered, that he would gladly fulfill his commands, but must refuse either to take his gold or his chain with him. If he were desirous of furnishing him with any valuable trinkets for some other persons, he would promise to deliver them safely. Where he went himself, he thought, he would be better able to serve him by his proper wits than with all the gold and jewels put together. "Of this," replied Cortés, "I am also fully convinced, which is the reason I made choice of you. But if you refuse to take all your gold and valuables with you, you had much better remain here." Juan Velázquez still refused to comply for some time, when Cortés took him aside, and spoke a few words to him in private. Velázquez then yielded to his request, and set out on his journey, accompanied by Juan del Rio, one of Cortés' servants. As soon as Velázquez, whom Cortés had merely dispatched to Narvaez to annoy the latter, had departed, he issued orders to the drummer Canillas, and our piper Benito, to sound their instruments, and desired Sandoval to draw up the troops in marching order, and we moved briskly forward to Sempoala. On our road we killed 2 musk swine, which our soldiers construed into a token of victory. The night following, we encamped on the slope of a hill near to a brook, made, as was our custom, bolsters of large stones, carefully posted our sentinels, and ordered the patrols. The next morning we marched forward in a straight line, and arrived towards midday at that river on whose banks the town of Vera Cruz at present stands, and goods are landed which arrive from Spain. At that time we found merely a few Indian huts and straggling trees there, under which we rested ourselves for a considerable time, as we found the heat very oppressive. We must now return to Juan Velasquez, and see what befell him in Narvaez's camp. Chapter CXX. How Juan Velasquez arrives in Narvaez's headquarters, and what took place there. Juan Velasquez traveled so fast that he arrived at Sempoala towards daybreak. He alighted at the house of the fat cacique. As the servant whom Cortés had sent with him had no horse, he therefore walked on foot to Narvaez's quarters. The Indians of Sempoala all recognized him, and were highly pleased to see and converse with him again. When, however, some of Narvaez's men, who were quartered in the cacique's house, heard the Indians say that it was Velasquez de Leon, one of Malinche's officers, they hastened to Narvaez, and told him they brought a piece of news for which they might expect a reward. And before Leon had arrived at the latter's quarters, Narvaez, who was highly delighted to hear of his arrival, hastened out, accompanied by several of his officers, to meet him, and received him with a hearty embrace. After they had entered his abode, he requested Velasquez to take a chair, for in this expedition they had even furnished themselves with such things, and reproached him in a friendly tone for not having alighted at his quarters. And immediately sent some of his men for his horse and baggage, as he would not hear of his staying in any house but his own. Velasquez, however, observed, that he could not stay long, as he had merely come to pay his respects to him and his officers, and try if peace and friendship could not be brought about between his Excellency and Cortés. Narvaez's blood rose to his cheeks at this expression, and he asked Velasquez how he could talk of peace and friendship with a man who had, like a traitor, run away with the whole armament of his own cousin, the governor of Cuba. Juan Velasquez replied, in an equally sharp tone of voice, that Cortés was not a traitor, but a faithful servant to his emperor. That such services as he had rendered to the crown could not be termed the actions of a traitor, and he must beg of him not again to make use of such expressions in his presence. Upon this Narvaez assumed a different tone, and made Velasquez vast promises if he would remain with him. Even promised him, and sealed it with an oath, that he would elevate him to second in command to himself, if he would manage to induce Cortés' troops to join his standard of their own free will. Velasquez, however, assured him he should consider himself the vilest of traitors if he deserted a general to whom he had sworn fidelity, and of whom he was convinced that everything he had done in New Spain was for the emperor's best interest. On the contrary, he was determined to remain as faithful and true to Cortés as to the emperor himself, and he earnestly begged of him not to touch upon that string again. During this conversation, Narvaez's chief officers had, by degrees, all arrived to pay their respects to Velasquez, which they did with every show of courtesy, as Velasquez was a man of elegant carriage and powerful stature, and had a winning countenance. His beard looked majestic, a heavy gold chain hung from his shoulder in graceful folds, and sat well on this courageous and spirited officer. After this discourse with Narvaez, Velasquez turned to the other officers, and entered into private conversation with Father Olmedo, Duero, and Bermudez. Narvaez's party, however, were of a different opinion with respect to Velasquez, and some of the officers, among whom were Gamarra, Juan Yuste, Juan Bono de Quexo, and the braggadocio Salvadierra, pressed Narvaez very hard to throw him into chains, as he was secretly striving to gain over his men in favor of Cortés. This Narvaez was very willing to do, and had already issued orders to that purpose, when Bermudez, Duero, and several others who favored our general, received intimation thereof, and remonstrated with Narvaez as to the policy of such a step, and the benefit he would derive from it, as Cortés, though he had an additional 100 officers such as Velasquez, would be unable to cope with him. He should also bear in mind how Cortés had received all those who visited his camp. How well he had treated every one, and presented them so plentifully with jewels and other matters, that every one, up to the present moment, had left him laden like bees returning to their hives. It was equally in Cortés' power to have detained Duero, the priest Guevara, and others. This, however, he had not done, but, on the contrary, had shown them every possible respect. It would certainly be more to Narvaez's advantage to behave courteously to Velázquez in return, and invite him to dinner on the following day. Narvaez was fully convinced of the truth of these arguments, and requested Velázquez, in the kindest terms, to become mediator between Cortés and himself, and try if he could not succeed to induce the former and his troops to join his standard. And then invited him to dinner on the next day. Velázquez promised to make the attempt, but, at the same time, stated that he entertained few hopes of success, as Cortés was very determined on that head. The best method of settling the matter, in his opinion, was, by a division of the provinces between both generals, and Cortés would gladly leave the choice to him. Velázquez, however, merely made this observation to make Narvaez a little more tractable. During this discourse, Father Olmedo stepped up, and, as one of Narvaez's confidential friends and advisers, for thus far he had succeeded with him, proposed, that he should draw out the whole of his troops, with the cavalry and artillery, before Velázquez and his servant Juan, to show them the powerful army he commanded, and that they might relate what they had seen to Cortés, which would certainly produce the desired effect, and convince him he could not do better than submit to him. Narvaez followed this counsel, which Olmedo had merely advised to vex all his cavaliers and soldiers. The alarm was accordingly sounded, and the whole of the troops were thus obliged to march out before Velázquez, his servant Juan, and Father Olmedo. After Velázquez had gazed upon the troops for some time, he said to Narvaez, "Certainly, your Excellency's power is considerable, and may God grant you a further increase of it." "Well," replied Narvaez, "are you now not fully convinced that it would merely cost me a day's march to overthrow Cortés and the whole of you?" "I will not say anything about that," said Velázquez. "But you may depend upon it we should not sell our lives cheaply." The following day Velázquez was to dine with Narvaez. At table he likewise met a nephew of the governor of Cuba, who bore the same name, and had the command of a company. During dinner time, the conversation turned upon Cortés' obstinacy, and the letter he had written to Narvaez. And, one word leading to another, Diego Velázquez asserted, at length, that Cortés and all those who sided with him were traitors for not submitting to Narvaez. At this expression, Juan Velázquez rose up from his seat, and said, with much warmth, "General Narvaez, I have once previously begged of you not to allow such language in my presence against Cortés or any man of his troops. It is really scandalous to speak ill of us who have served His Majesty so faithfully." "And I," interrupted Diego Velázquez, in an angry tone, "maintain that I have merely spoken the truth in calling you traitors. You are a traitor, and all the rest of you, and you are unworthy the name of Velázquez which you bear." Leon now laid hand on his sword, and called Diego a liar, swearing he was a better nobleman than he or his uncle, and that the house of Velázquez to which he belonged was a very different one to Diego's or his uncle's. Of this he would give instant proof if General Narvaez would allow him. As many of Narvaez's officers and a few of Cortés were present during this scene, they interfered and prevented any open violence, as Leon was just about to draw his sword against his opponent. The other officers now advised Narvaez to order Juan Velázquez, his servant, and Father Olmedo to quit their camp without any further ceremony, as their stay there would only cause worse blood. Orders to this effect were accordingly issued, and our men delayed not an instant to hasten their departure. Leon was seated on his fine mare, and clad in his coat of mail, which he scarcely ever put off, and had his helmet on, when he once more called upon Narvaez to take leave. Young Diego Velázquez was standing next to the latter at the time, and when Leon inquired of Narvaez if he had any message to Cortés, he replied, in great ill humor, "I beg of you to leave this instant. And it would have been much better if you had stayed away altogether." Young Velázquez then opened his mouth, and threw out most abusive language against him. Leon, in return, assured him his insolence would meet with its due reward, and a few days would show whether the bravery of his arm corresponded with the boldness of his tongue. As they were continually growing more bitter in their expressions, 5 or 6 of Cortés' adherents among Narvaez's officers, who intended to escort Leon, came up, and told him, rather harshly, it was time to be moving. And no longer to spend his breath in useless words. They merely assumed this tone to get him as quickly out of the way as possible, for they afterwards told him that Narvaez had already issued orders for seizing his person. Indeed, he had every reason to make haste, for a numerous body of cavalry was already hard at his heels when he arrived at the river above mentioned. We were just taking our midday's nap when our outpost brought information that 2 or 3 men on horseback were approaching our camp, and we immediately concluded it must be Leon, his servant Juan, and Father Olmedo. Cortés and all of us were delighted to see them safely returned. Leon then related what the reader has just heard, and how he had secretly distributed the presents as Cortés had desired. We were particularly amused with what Father Olmedo related as to the manner in which he had flattered Narvaez, and in mockery advised him to sound an alarm and sally out with his heavy guns. And also with the cunning he had employed to introduce Cortés' letter. But when he came to Salvatierra, and drew a picture of what had taken place between the latter and himself, how he had made out that they were relations, and the intimate friendship which grew up between them. And the bold language Salvatierra had presumed to throw out when he spoke of taking Cortés and all of us prisoners, and how he swore to revenge himself upon the soldiers who had run off with his and another officer's horse. We really laughed and rejoiced as if nothing but mirth and pleasure awaited us, and we no longer gave it a thought we should have to fight a battle next day, and measure our strength with 5 times our numbers. No other choice being left us but victory or death. When the heat of the day had somewhat cooled, we continued our march to Sempoala, and encamped for the night near a brook about 4 miles from the town, at a spot where, at that time, there was a bridge, and, at present, a farmhouse is built. I must again, however, return to Narvaez's headquarters, and relate what happened there after the departure of Leon and Father Olmedo. Chapter CXXI. What took place in Narvaez's quarters after the return to our camp of the ambassadors we had sent there. The effect of Leon's and Father Olmedo's visit to Narvaez's camp soon showed itself. Several of the officers who had got some hints of the valuable presents which Cortés had sent to be distributed among some of them, found that a party was forming in his favor, and advised that the utmost vigilance should be observed. Orders were therefore issued that both foot and horse should always hold themselves ready for action. The fat cazique whom I have so often mentioned was in great fear for having delivered up to Narvaez the women, cotton stuffs, and gold of which we had given him charge. For this reason only, therefore, he would have acted as a spy upon our movements had Narvaez even not strictly commanded him to do so. When his spies brought him intelligence that we were advancing towards Sempoala, he said to Narvaez, "How can you remain so quiet and careless? Do you imagine that Malinche and his tullies are people like yourselves? I assure you, if you don't keep a sharp look-out, he will some time or other fall upon you unawares, and destroy you all." Narvaez and his partisans, though they could not help laughing at these warnings of the fat cazique, nevertheless thought it necessary to adopt some decisive step. He first formally declared open war against us with fire and sword. This we learnt from a soldier named Galagillo, who had deserted to us from Narvaez during the night, or perhaps had been secretly sent to apprise us of it by Duero. Narvaez then encamped with the whole of his troops, taking the cannon and all with him, at about a mile from Sempoala, in order the better to watch our movements and not to allow any of our men to pass without killing or taking them prisoners. But as it rained heavily just about this time, his men soon got tired of standing in the water to await our arrival, and Narvaez's officers, who were neither accustomed to dampness nor the fatigues of war in general, and imagined it would be an easy matter to overcome us, advised him to return with the troops to their former quarters. They likewise pretended it would be a reproach to them if they all marched out against a handful of men as we were, and considered it sufficient if they placed their artillery, which consisted of 18 heavy guns, in front of their camp. 40 of the cavalry would be sufficient at night to guard the road leading to Sempoala, along which we should be compelled to advance, besides which pickets of cavalry and light-armed foot could watch the spot where we should have to pass the river, to give notice of our approach. And another 20 of the cavalry were always to stand in readiness during night time in the courtyard adjoining Narvaez's quarters. All this his officers merely advised to return to their former comfortable quarters again. Do you, then, continued they to Narvaez, stand in such awe of Cortés as to believe, on the assertion of the fat cazique, that he will dare to push forward to our very quarters with his paltry numbers? Only let him come, we will give him the reception he merits. Narvaez allowed himself to be convinced by these arguments, and returned with the whole of his troops to the former quarters. He then made known that he who brought him Cortés or Sandoval dead or alive, should receive the reward of 2,000 pesos. The command of the small detachment at the river he gave to a certain Hurtado and Gonzalo Carrasco, who is now living at Puebla. The watchword of Narvaez's men, during the battle, was to be Santa Maria. Santa Maria. It was also regulated that a strong body of men should be posted in his quarters during night time, and like divisions in those of Salvatierra, Gamarra, and Juan Bono. These were Narvaez's preparations. We must now see what was going on in our camp. Chapter CXII. The order of our march against Narvaez, the speech Cortés made to us, and our reply to it. After we had arrived at the above-mentioned brook, about 4 miles from Sempoala, we halted in a beautiful meadow by which it was skirted, and posted our sentinels, consisting entirely of men on whom we could place implicit reliance. Cortés, seated on horseback, ordered all the officers and men to assemble around him. He then craved a few moments' silence, and addressed us in a speech replete with flattering expressions and vast promises. He began with our departure from Cuba, mentioned all the fatigues we had undergone up to that moment, and then continued, "You are perfectly aware, gentlemen, that the governor of Cuba did appoint me Captain General of the armament. Though many cavaliers among you were equally deserving of it. You must also remember that you left Cuba with the supposition you were going to found a colony in this country. It was under this pretense that the public were invited to join the expedition, and yet it afterwards appeared that the armament was merely fitted out for commercial speculation. I was preparing to act up to the instructions I had received, and was ready to return to Cuba, in order to render Diego Velázquez a full account of all our proceedings, when you desired me, yes, you compelled me, to form a settlement here in the name of our emperor, in which we, with God's assistance, have indeed so far succeeded. You then elected me Captain General and Chief Justice of New Spain, to continue vested with such power until we should know His Majesty's pleasure on that head. Once, subsequently, there indeed again arose a dispute respecting the necessity of returning to Cuba, but this I need not mention, as it is still fresh in everyone's memory. However, it became afterwards our universal conviction, that the determination we had come to remain in this country, had met with grace in the sight of God, and He has blessed all our endeavors in His holy cause, and granted us success in our undertakings in the Emperor's service. Above all, however, I must put you in mind of the promise we made the Emperor when we forwarded him a full account of our great deeds, with a description of the country. We begged His Majesty not to confer the government of this country on any one before our agents had obtained a hearing, as we had all reason to fear that the powerful Bishop of Burgos would strive to obtain that appointment for Diego Velázquez, or for one of his friends or relatives. We assured His Majesty that this country was of such vast extent as to merit being governed by an infante or grandee of his empire, and that we were only awaiting his most gracious commands which we should obey with the deepest veneration, and would not acknowledge any appointment unless it came from His Majesty himself. With this account we sent our monarch all the gold, silver, jewels, and other valuable things we had collected. These had been, up to that time, our only remuneration for the many fatigues we had undergone. And how often had not death stood before our eyes in the battles we had fought? What various kinds of hardships we have suffered! We have slept on the bare ground both in the rain and snow, and never lay our arms aside. When we reflect on all these hardships, it really sends a thrill through the heart. In the several battles we have fought, we have lost above 50 of our men, and we are all covered with wounds, and many a one still suffers severely from them. First we had to brave all the dangers of the sea, then followed the battles of Tabasco, Almeria, Singapasinga, with the ambushes which were laid for us in the mountains, defile, and the villages. How nigh we were being totally worsted in the battles of Tlaxcala. We had scarcely time allowed us to take breath, when the affair at Colula awaited us, where the pot stood ready in which our flesh was to be cooked for the inhabitants to feast on. None of us can ever forget our march through the mountain passes, where Moctezuma had posted the whole of his troops, and blocked up the road by a heavy fall of trees, intending that none of us should escape death. Notwithstanding all this, we march into Mexico, and quarter ourselves in the very heart of that city, but how oft there again has death not stood before our eyes. Really no human being could have imagined such a series of dangers. And yet there are many among us who have even experienced additional fatigues, those I mean who have twice before visited these coasts, under Córdoba and Grijalva. In these voyages of discovery they suffered hardships of various natures, lost numbers of their companions, were themselves covered with wounds, and lost everything they possessed. But it would be impossible to enumerate all the miseries that have been suffered, nor have I any time, if I could, for night is fast approaching. And now, after we have undergone all this, Pánfilo Narvaez comes tearing along, like a mad dog, to destroy us all, calls us villains and traitors, and makes disclosures to Moctezuma, not like a prudent general, but with the spirit of a rebel. He has even presumed to throw one of the emperor's auditors into chains, of itself a criminal act, and to sum up, has declared a war of extermination against us, just as if we had been a troop of Moors. Upon this Cortés launched out in praise of the courage we had shown in every battle. Up to this moment, he continued, we have fought to defend our lives, but now we shall have to fight valiantly for our lives and our honor. Our enemies have nothing less in contemplation than to take us all prisoners, and rob us of our property. No one could tell whether Narvaez was commissioned by the emperor himself. All this was merely done at the instigation of our most deadly enemy, the Bishop of Burgos. If we were subdued by Narvaez, which God forbid, all the services we had rendered to the Almighty and our emperor would be construed into as many crimes. An investigation would be set on foot against us, and we should be accused of murder, of rapine, and of having revolutionized the country, though the real guilty person would be Narvaez. And the things which would be considered meritorious in him would be construed as criminal in us. As all this must be evident to you, said Cortés, in conclusion, and we, as honest cavaliers, are bound to defend the honor of His Imperial Majesty, as well as our own, and all our property, I have marched out from Mexico, reposing my trust in God and your assistance, to bid defiance to such injustice. Several of our officers and soldiers then answered, in the name of the rest, that he might rely upon our determination either to conquer or to die. Cortés was excessively rejoiced at our reply, and said he had not expected less. We should find no cause for regret, as wealth and honor would be the reward of our courage and our valor. He then once more begged our attention, and reminded us that, in battle and time of war, prudence and experience accomplished more than the utmost bravery. He was well aware of our great courage, and how every man among us strove who should be the first to dash among the enemy's ranks. At present the first object must be to capture the 18 pieces of ordnance which Narvaez had arranged in front of his camp. For this purpose he selected 60 of our youngest men, of which number I also was, and placed them under the command of Pizarro, who at that time was a daring young fellow, but in those days as little known to the world as Peru itself. As soon as we should have captured these cannon, we were to storm Narvaez's quarters, which were on the summit of a very high temple. Sandoval, with other 60 men, was ordered to seize Narvaez's person, and his commands were exactly as follow: Gonzalo de Sandoval, Alguacil Major of New Spain, I hereby command you to seize the person of Pánfilo Narvaez, and to kill him in case he will not surrender. This we are called upon to do as faithful servants of God and the Emperor, and in revenge for the ill treatment he, the said Narvaez, presumed to exercise against one of His Majesty's auditors. Given at our headquarters. Signed, Hernando Cortés. And countersigned, Pedro Hernandez, Secretary. Cortés at the same time promised a reward of 3,000 pesos to the first man who should lay hands on Narvaez, 2,000 to the second, and 1,000 to the third. Leon likewise received the command of 60 men, with instructions to seize the person of Diego Velázquez, with whom he had had such high words. Cortés himself retained 20 men around his person, to render assistance wherever it might be most required. His principal object, however, was to get the persons of Narvaez and Salvatierra into his power. After Cortés had issued these commands in writing to his principal officers, he said, "I am fully aware that Narvaez has 4 times the men we have, but most of them are not accustomed to arms. A great number are adverse to their general, many are sick, and we shall fall upon them unawares. All opposition on their part will be fruitless, and I am fully confident the Almighty will grant us the victory. Narvaez's men also know they will lose nothing by the change, and would fare better in every respect by being with us than with him. Thus, gentlemen, after God, our lives and honor entirely depend upon the valor of our arms. The praise of future generations lies in our hands, and it is more honorable to die on the field of battle than to lead a life of dishonor." With this Cortés ended, as it was beginning to rain and getting late. I have often subsequently, when thinking of this speech of Cortés, wondered that he did not mention a single word of the secret understanding he had with some of Narvaez's officers, but merely impressed upon our minds the necessity of employing our utmost courage. By degrees, however, it became obvious to me that by that very circumstance he had shown the prudence of a great general, for by making us believe that our only hope was in God and our own bravery, he compelled us to exercise the utmost of our power. The most dangerous part of the work was assigned to us, who were to capture the cannon. Under the command of Pizarro, we had to commence the attack and storm up against the cannons' mouths. Pizarro, therefore, gave us very strict commands, and showed us how we were to push forward with our lances lowered, and fight on boldly until we had taken the cannon, when the artillerymen, Mesa and Aimna, were immediately to load the guns with the balls at hand, and fire away at Salvatierra's quarters. We were altogether in want of defensive armor, and on that night many of us would have given all we possessed for a cuirass, helmet, or steel gorget. Our watchword was, Espiritu Santo. Espiritu Santo. For such words in time of war are given to soldiers in secret, in order that the men may recognize each other. That of Narvaez's men was, Santa Maria. Santa Maria. As I stood in great favor with Sandoval, he begged of me, when we had captured the cannon, should my life be spared, instantly to repair to him and not leave his side, which I promised and fulfilled, as will be seen. We remained in our camp during the first part of the night, and spent our time in making preparations, and thinking on the arduous task which awaited us, for it was useless to think of any supper, as we had not a morsel of food with us. We sent out the pickets and posted our sentinels, of which I happened to be one. I had not stood long when one of our outposts came up and asked me whether I had not heard a noise. To which I answered no, and immediately after one of our corporals approached and told me that Galagillo, who had deserted from Narvaez to us, was nowhere to be found, and that he must have been a spy. And as it was certain he had by this time betrayed our approach to the enemy, Cortés had given orders for our immediate advance upon Zempoala. An instant after I heard the drum and pipe, and we all marched forward. Galagillo, however, was found a few minutes after fast asleep under some cloaks he had thrown over him, as damp and cold were 2 things to which the poor devil was wholly unaccustomed. Cortés now ordered the drum and pipe to be silenced, and we marched steadily forward, until we arrived at the river where, as I have above mentioned, Carrasco and Hurtado were posted with a detachment of the enemy. This, our sudden visit, was the last thing they could have thought of, and we succeeded in capturing the former, but the other escaped and ran to give the alarm. I shall never forget our crossing this river, how it was swollen by the rain, and the difficulty we experienced in passing over the stones which had become loosened and were very slippery. While, at the same time, we were greatly incommoded by our weapons which we had slung to our backs. I well remember Carrasco, when he was taken prisoner, crying out aloud, "Mind what you are about, Señor Cortés, for Narvaez has marched out with all his troops to receive you." As Hurtado had already ran off to give the alarm, it mattered very little whether Carrasco thus strove to inform his general of our approach by his loud cries. Cortés gave him in charge of his secretary Hernandez, and commanded us to the attack. We immediately lowered the points of our lances and made so violent a rush at the cannon, that the artillerymen had scarcely sufficient time to fire off 4 pieces, every ball of which passed over our heads, excepting one, which killed 3 of our men. At the same moment our respective officers, with their men, forced their way up under the sound of our drum and pipe. Several of Narvaez's cavalry certainly offered some resistance, but for a short time only, while 6 or 7 of their number lay stretched on the field of battle. We, under Pizarro, had the good fortune to capture all the cannon, but durst not leave them in charge of our artillerymen alone, as Narvaez continued to shower down arrows and musket balls upon us from the top of the temple. Sandoval now likewise came up with his detachment, and though Narvaez bid a powerful resistance, he nevertheless continued advancing up the steps of the building, and broke through the pikes and lances of his opponents. Seeing this, and that the enemy had given up all attempts to recover the cannon, we gave them in charge of our artillerymen, and flew under the command of Pizarro to Sandoval's assistance. We just arrived at the moment when Narvaez had beaten him back down 5 or 6 of the steps. Our arrival turned the scale against the enemy, and Sandoval now pushed forward again with renewed vigor. Indeed we had some hard work to do with our long lances before we could clear our way through the enemy's ranks. All at once I heard someone, and it must have been Narvaez, cry out in a loud voice, "Assist me, O blessed Virgin! I am a dead man. One of my eyes has been thrust out." At the same moment we all cried out, "Victory! Victory! For those of the watchword Espiritu Santo! Narvaez is fallen." Yet we were unable for some time to gain entire possession of the temple, not until Martin Lopez, who built the brigantines, hit upon the thought of setting fire to the straw that lay on the top of the temple, which he immediately set about with his gaunt figure. Narvaez's men now came rolling down the steps one after the other, and he himself was taken prisoner. A certain Pedro Sanchez Farsan was the first to lay hold of him, and I mentioned this to Sandoval and several of Narvaez's officers, who were standing by at the time. In an instant 1,000 voices filled the air with cries of, "Long live the Emperor and General Cortés, in his imperial name! Victory, victory! Narvaez is dead!" The battle, however, was still continued at various points, as several of Narvaez's officers maintained their positions on the tops of other temples. Cortés, however, with his accustomed forethought, sent round a herald to summons Narvaez's men, under pain of death, immediately to join the imperial standard. This, with the firing of the cannon, our harangue, and the belief that Narvaez was dead, had the desired effect, and only the troops of young Diego Velázquez and of Salvatierra, who had taken up a position with the troops under their command on the summit of a very high temple, where it was difficult to get at them, refused to submit. Sandoval, however, was not to be deterred by their advantageous position. He took the half of his men with him, while the rest remained below, and we attacked them so vigorously with our swords, that at last they surrendered, and we took Salvatierra and Diego Velázquez prisoners. In the hurry of the moment we had merely fastened fetters around Narvaez's legs, but Sandoval now ordered him to be better secured. Cortés happened to come up at the time, when Leon, with Ordaz, brought in Salvatierra, Diego Velázquez, and other chief officers prisoners. He was still in full armor, and had heated himself to such a degree by riding up and down, the weather besides being very hot, that the perspiration literally dropped from him, and he could scarcely breathe from overexertion. He twice said to Sandoval, who was unable to catch his words at first, "Where is Narvaez? Where is Narvaez?" "Here he is. Here he is," cried Sandoval, "and quite safe." "That is all right, my son Sandoval," said Cortés in a voice still somewhat feeble, "do not leave this spot for the present, nor suffer any of your men to stir away, and keep a strong guard over the officers you have taken prisoners. I will see now how the battle is going on at the other points." With these words Cortés rode off, and as he still found Narvaez's men offered resistance, he again sent round a herald to summon them to surrender, and to deliver up their arms to the alguacil. All this took place during night time, and it rained at intervals. When we first forced our way into the town it was as dark as pitch, and it rained heavily. The moon did not rise until some time after. But even the darkness itself favored us, for in the midst of darkness numbers of shining beetles kept continually flying about, which Narvaez's men mistook for the lighted matches of our firearms. And this gave them a vast idea of the number of our matchlocks. Narvaez having lost an eye and being otherwise dangerously wounded, he begged of Sandoval to allow the surgeon he had brought with him to dress his and the other officers' wounds. This the latter unhesitatingly complied with, and while the surgeon was dressing Narvaez's wounds, Cortés stepped up, as he imagined unknown, to see what was going forward. Someone, however, remarked to Narvaez that Cortés was standing near. When the former turned round and said, "Indeed, General, you have reason to be proud of this victory, and of my being taken prisoner." "I am," replied Cortés, "every way thankful to God for it, and likewise for the brave companions he has given me. But I can assure you that this victory is the least brilliant we have yet gained in New Spain." With this Cortés broke off the conversation, and again cautioned Sandoval to guard the prisoners well. As I have above remarked, we had merely thrown fetters about Narvaez's legs, but we now secured him better, and placed a strong guard over him. I was among the latter, and Sandoval gave me secret orders not to allow any of his men to see him until next morning, when Cortés would make further arrangements respecting his person. We did not feel quite safe yet. For the reader will remember that Narvaez had detached 40 of his cavalry to oppose our crossing the river. This body was still hovering about, and we feared would fall upon us unawares and release both Narvaez and the other officers again. We therefore kept a sharp look-out, while Cortés dispatched Ali and Ordaz to persuade them, by enticing promises, to surrender quietly. For this purpose these officers were obliged to take a couple of horses of Narvaez's troops, as ours had been left at the back of a rising ground near Sempoala. When Ali and Ordaz came up with them, they said so many fine things, and made such vast promises in Cortés' name, that they speedily came to terms, and surrendered themselves. Daylight in the meantime had broken forth, when this detachment reached our camp again. And the drummers and pipers of Narvaez's corps, without instructions from Cortés or from any one else, suddenly sounded their instruments, and cried out, "Long live these brave Romans, who, though small in numbers, have gained the victory over Narvaez and his troops." And another merrymaking fellow, called Gadella, a negro, cried out at the top of his voice, "Hark ye! The Romans themselves could never boast of so brilliant a victory as this." Whatever we might say, we were unable to stop their hurrahing or their instruments, until Cortés had ordered one of the drummers, named Tipia, who was half mad, to be seized. At this moment Ali and Diego de Ordaz made their appearance with the detachment of cavalry, accompanied by Duero, Bermudez, and several other friends of our general. These now all came in a body to pay their respects to Cortés, who had taken off his armor, and was seated in an armchair, dressed in a wide orange-colored surtout. It was really a most interesting sight to behold the serenity and joy which sat upon his countenance as he welcomed each, and amusing to hear the fine things he told them. He had indeed every reason to be proud of the power and the greatness he had so suddenly acquired. After these officers had thus paid their respects to him, they repaired to their respective quarters. And now we must look over the list of the dead and wounded on both sides. Among the former was Narvaez's standard-bearer, named Fuentes, of a noble family of Seville. And 3 of his chief officers, one of whom was named Rojas, a native of Old Castile. One of the 3 soldiers, named Carretero, who deserted to the enemy, was likewise killed, and the number of their wounded was very great. On our side we lost 4 killed, and had several wounded, the fat cacique himself being of this number, who, when he heard that we were in the vicinity of Sempoala, had fled to Narvaez's quarters, and was wounded there. Cortés ordered his wound to be dressed, then sent him home, and desired that no one should molest him. Cervantes and Escalona, who had deserted to Narvaez, derived very little benefit from their treachery. The latter had been dangerously wounded, and the other Cortés ordered to be well whipped. Here I must also not forget the braggadocio Salvatierra, whose cowardice his own men declared was beyond all belief. They all swore never in the course of their lives to have witnessed such extreme fear as he evinced when he first heard the clashing of our arms at a distance, and when he heard the cry of victory. Victory! Narvaez is fallen. He became quite ill, and threw down his arms. Diego Velázquez had almost escaped my memory. He was also wounded, and, as had been previously settled, was taken prisoner by Leon, with whom he had quarrelled at Narvaez's dinner table. The victor, however, acted magnanimously. He took him to his own quarters, had his wounds dressed, and treated him with great respect. Such is the history of our battle with Narvaez, and now we must see what further took place. Chapter CXII. How the 2,000 Indians of Chinantla, whom Cortés had demanded of the caziques there, arrived at Zempoala after Narvaez's defeat. Late in the evening of the same day on which we had gained the victory over Narvaez, the 2,000 Indian troops arrived which Cortés had requested the caziques of Chinantla to send us. They came under the command of their caziques, and one of our soldiers named Barrientos, and marched into Zempoala in the best military order possible, 2 abreast. They were all tall and powerful men, armed with their immense-sized lances and huge shields. Every lancer was followed by a bowman. In this manner, under the sound of drums and trumpets, they marched in, with their feathers waving on their head and their colors flying, and continually cried out, "Long live the Emperor! Long live Cortés!" They made such a grand show, that though they were only 2,000 in number, one would have thought at first sight there had been 3,000. Narvaez's men were not a little astonished when they beheld these men, and remarked to each other that they would have fared worse if they had had to encounter these people, or if they had joined us in the attack. Cortés received the Chinantlan chiefs most kindly, thanked them for the trouble they had put themselves to, and desired them to return to their homes, after presenting them with various things of Spanish manufacture. Barrientos likewise returned with them, and Cortés particularly admonished him not to allow these Indians to commit any depredations in the townships they passed through. Chapter CXIV. How Cortés dispatches Francisco de Lugo, with 2 men who had formerly been shipbuilders, to the harbor where Narvaez's flotilla lay, to bring all the captains and pilots of the vessels to Zempoala. After the whole of Narvaez's troops had been disarmed, Cortés dispatched Francisco de Lugo to the harbor where the flotilla lay, in order to bring all the captains and pilots of the 18 vessels to Zempoala. He was likewise to convey on shore all the sails, rudders, and compasses, so as to render it impossible for the governor of Cuba to gain any information respecting the fate of his armament. Whoever refused to submit to Lugo was immediately to be thrown into chains. Cortés likewise ordered the latter to bring along with him a certain Sancho de Barahona, whom Narvaez had imprisoned along with some other soldiers. This Barahona was a man of great wealth, and had settled in Guatemala. He was in very ill health when he arrived in Cortés' quarters, who desired that every attention should be paid him. When the captains and pilots of the several vessels appeared in Cortés' presence, he made them take a solemn oath to obey his commands in all matters. A certain Pedro Caballero, captain of one of Narvaez's vessels, he appointed admiral of the flotilla. This man, it was rumored, had been bribed with some bars of gold to favor Cortés' party. Caballero received instructions not to allow any vessel to leave the harbor. And if any others should arrive there from Cuba, for Cortés had received information that there were 2 other ships fitting out there for this harbor, he was to seize them, send their sails, rudders, compasses on shore, and await further orders. This, as we shall afterward see, Caballero punctually obeyed. In our headquarters the following important arrangements were made. Leon was to be sent to subdue the province of Panuco, and to make a settlement there. For which purpose 120 men were placed under his command, of whom 100 were of Narvaez's troops, the rest being made up of our own, who were better acquainted with the mode of warfare in this country. To this detachment were likewise added 2 vessels, in order more thoroughly to explore the coast and the river Panuco. A similar commission, with an equal number of troops, composed as the former, and also to be accompanied by 2 vessels, was given to Diego de Ordaz, to form a settlement on the river Guacazualco. He was likewise to dispatch some of his men to the island of Jamaica to purchase cows, horses, pigs, goats, sheep, and Spanish fowls, for breeding, the province of Guacazualco being particularly adapted for the breed of cattle. Cortés now ordered all Narvaez's officers and soldiers to be liberated, with the exception of Salvatierra, who feigned to be taken suddenly ill during the late battle. When their arms were to be returned to them, it occasioned a good deal of ill blood, for many of our men had taken possession of their horses, swords, and other matters, and no one felt inclined to return what he had once taken. When Cortés, therefore, issued orders that every one was to receive his own again, it caused great discontent among our troops. For we maintained we were justified in retaining what we had taken, as Narvaez had declared a war of extermination against us, had literally come with the intention to destroy us, and rob us of all our property. Besides that, we, the well-deserving servants of the emperor, had been branded by him with the name of traitors. Cortés, however, was determined upon this point, and as we had elected him our captain general, we could not do less than obey him. I myself had taken possession of 2 swords, 3 daggers, and a target, all of which I had to return. Alonso de Avila, who was a captain, and one who durst speak out boldly to Cortés, privately reproached him, in conjunction with Father Olmedo, for acting thus. And remarked to him, that he was performing the part of Alexander the Macedonian, who, whenever he gained a splendid victory, rewarded and honored the vanquished instead of the officers and soldiers who had procured him the victory. They had every reason to make this observation, as we had to look quietly on and see Cortés give all the provisions and valuable matters, which the Indians of the surrounding country brought in as presents, to the officers of the vanquished general, and leave us unnoticed. This they maintained was not acting justly, and had every appearance of ingratitude towards them, who by their valor had raised him to the proud position in which he then stood. Cortés, who was never wanting for an answer, replied, that for all he possessed he was indebted to us, but under existing circumstances he could not act otherwise. It was for the advantage of all to gain the troops of Narvaez by fair words, presents, and promises. Their numbers were too great in comparison to ours, and if they were once to rise up in anger, they might easily put us all to the sword. To this Avila replied in a very haughty manner, which obliged Cortés to exclaim, "Those who do not feel inclined to obey are at liberty to leave my standard. Spanish women bring forth sufficient children into the world, and every son is a soldier in Spain." "That is very true," answered Avila, rather disrespectfully. "And among these sons there are also numbers of generals and governors as well as soldiers." As matters then stood, Cortés was compelled to put on the best countenance he could to this reproof, and to silence this open-hearted man by promises and presents. For the determined and bold character of Avila was too well known to him, and he feared his resentment. He therefore suppressed his injured feelings, and from that moment took every opportunity of sending him to some distance on one or other important commission, so he dispatched him some after to St. Domingo, and subsequently to Spain, to present the garderobe and the treasure of Moctezuma to the emperor. This latter voyage, however, terminated very unfortunately, for Avila, with the whole of those treasures, was captured by the redoubt French pirate Jean Florin, as we shall see in the proper place. But to return to Narvaez. He happened to have a negro servant with him ill with the smallpox, through whom this terrific disease, which, according to the accounts of the inhabitants, was previously unknown in the country, spread itself through New Spain, where it created the greater devastation, from the poor Indians, in their ignorance, solely applying cold water as a remedy, with which they constantly bathed themselves. So that vast numbers were cut off before they had the blessing of being received into the bosom of the Christian Church. It was also about this time that the garrison of Vera Cruz demanded the portion of the gold which fell to their share in the division at Mexico. These men maintained, that, though they had not made the campaign of Mexico with us, they had shown themselves no less deserving in the cause of God and the Emperor than ourselves, as they had guarded the coast and built a fortress. And that many of them who had fought at the Battle of Almeria were still suffering from their wounds, while others again had been taken prisoners by Narvaez, who had treated them with great severity. They concluded, therefore, they were justly entitled to a share of the treasure found in Mexico. Cortés acknowledged the justness of their claim, and requested them to dispatch 2 of the principal men from among them to take charge of their respective share, and, if I am not mistaken, he added that it had been deposited for safekeeping in Tlaxcala. At least, they immediately after sent 2 of their numbers there to take possession of it, of whom Juan de Alcántara the elder was one. We shall, however, soon see what became of Alcántara with all the gold, how quickly the wheel of fortune turned against us, and trouble and sorrow followed peace and joy. For we received intelligence that all Mexico had risen up in arms, that Alvarado was besieged in his quarters, and that the Mexicans were attempting to set fire to the new fortifications at every point. 7 of our men had already been killed, many were wounded, and immediate assistance was required. This information was first brought us by 2 Tlaxcalans, and that without any letter from Alvarado. Soon after, however, 2 other Tlaxcalans arrived with a letter from him confirmatory of this bad news. God knows how shocked we were at this intelligence. We immediately resolved to hasten to Mexico by forced marches. Narvaez and Salvatierra were sent under escort to Vera Cruz, where Rodrigo Rangel, whom Cortés had just appointed commandant of that place, was made responsible for the safe custody of their persons. Besides these, Rangel took along with him several of Narvaez's men, who were suffering from ill health. Just as we were about to commence our march to Mexico, 4 distinguished personages arrived from that town, who had been sent by Moctezuma to complain to our general of the conduct of Alvarado. They told us, with tears in their eyes, that he had, without any provocation, sallied out with the whole of his troops, and fallen unawares upon their chiefs and caciques while they were celebrating a feast in honor of their gods Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca, Alvarado himself having previously given his consent to the celebration of that feast. Many of their chief personages had been killed and wounded, so that, at last, they were compelled to defend themselves, and 6 Spaniards were killed in the affray. To this and other complaints against Alvarado, Cortés told them, with a dark frown on his brow, that he would repair immediately in person to Mexico, and look into the matter. With this message the Indians returned to their monarch, who, it is said, was anything but pleased with it. Cortés, at the same time, wrote word to Alvarado that we were advancing by forced marches upon Mexico, and particularly cautioned him not to let Moctezuma escape out of his hands. He likewise informed him of the victory we had gained over Narvaez, though he had no doubt already been apprised of this, for it was known to Moctezuma. Chapter CXXV. How we all, including Narvaez's troops, hastened to Mexico by forced marches. On receiving the intelligence that Mexico was in rebellion, and Alvarado besieged in his quarters, the plan of forming settlements in Panuco and Guacacualco was for the present abandoned, and Leon and Ordaz were again ordered to join the main body. Cortés soon found that Narvaez's troops were very unwilling to join us in the Mexican campaign. But he desired them, in a most kind manner, to forget the old enmity which had existed between Narvaez and himself, and assured them that their only way to wealth and eminence was to join us in this campaign. By so doing they would enter into a country where they would be able to render services unto God and the Emperor, and this, too, was an opportunity which perhaps would not so readily present itself again. In short, he told them so many fine things, that they one and all agreed to accompany us. If, however, they had had any idea of Mexico's vast power, not one of them would have been so ready to join us. We now broke up our quarters, and marched forward with all expedition. In Tlaxcala, we were informed that the Mexicans had continued their hostilities against Alvarado as long as Moctezuma and his generals believed we were at war with Narvaez. They had killed 7 of our men and burned down a portion of our quarters there, and had not stayed hostilities until they heard of the recent victory we had gained. They still, however, refused to supply Alvarado with either water or food. This information was received in Tlaxcala the moment we arrived there. Cortés now reviewed the whole of his troops, which amounted to 1,300 men, 96 horses, 80 crossbowmen, and a like number of musketeers. This body of troops Cortés considered sufficiently strong to venture fearlessly into Mexico with, particularly as the caciques of Tlaxcala had furnished us with 2,000 of their warriors. We now continued our march with the same briskness until we came to Tezcuco. It was in this large town we began to discover the ill feeling that was abroad against us. Not the slightest mark of respect was shown us here, nor did any of the chiefs call upon us. It was on St. John's Day, in the month of June of the year 1520, we, for the second time, entered the city of Mexico. No cacique, none of the principal officers, none of our Mexican friends made their appearance, and the houses were deserted. It was not until we had arrived in front of our quarters that Moctezuma came out into the courtyard to welcome Cortés, and congratulate him on his victory over Narvaez. Our general, however, was flushed with the recent victory, and would not listen to him, so that the monarch returned pensive and sad to his apartments. We soldiers again took possession of our old quarters, and Narvaez's men were provided with similar ones. Alvarado's men and ours, who had just arrived, now began to relate what had taken place during this interval of separation. The former related how they had been attacked by the Mexicans, and the terrible resistance they had been forced to make. Then we followed, and related how we had defeated Narvaez's troops, and taken him prisoner. The next thing Cortés did was to inquire into the real cause of the insurrection of the Mexicans. Several soldiers, who were displeased with Alvarado, affirmed that Moctezuma had evinced excessive grief on account of these troubles. And they were quite confident that not a single one of the men under Alvarado would have been spared alive if Moctezuma had been in secret understanding with his subjects. On the contrary, he continually strove to quiet them, and to put down the insurrection. Alvarado, on his part, represented all this to our general in a very different light. According to his assurances, the Mexicans had risen up in arms to liberate their monarch, and to take revenge upon us, by the express command of their god Huitzilopochtli. For our having erected a cross and the image of the Holy Virgin on his temple. Several Mexicans, he added, had tried to remove the holy image from the altar on which it is raised, but they had not been able to do so. Even the inhabitants themselves had looked upon this circumstance as a great wonder, and had mentioned it to Moctezuma, who then issued orders that it should not be touched. It was, however, not true, continued Alvarado, that Narvaez had sent word to the monarch he was coming to release him from his confinement, and lead us all away in chains. On the contrary. After Moctezuma found that though we were in possession of a sufficient number of vessels, but made no preparation for embarking, he well foresaw we never intended to leave the country again, but that more of us would continually arrive. And that we should return to Mexico accompanied by Narvaez's troops. Upon this it was resolved they should put Alvarado with the whole of his men to the sword, and liberate the monarch. The less doubt they had entertained of Narvaez's being able to defeat us, the more sure they made of carrying out their plan successfully. This Alvarado considered sufficient to justify the conduct he had pursued. Cortés then wished to know why he had fallen upon the Mexican chiefs while they were celebrating a feast. Because, replied Alvarado, he had been assured by two of the principal men of the town, by one of the papas, and by other of the inhabitants, that the Mexicans intended falling upon him immediately after the feast had ended. But the Mexicans, interrupted Cortés, maintain that they had asked your permission to celebrate the feast, and that you granted their request. Alvarado could certainly not deny this, but assured him he had selected that opportunity to punish them that it might come the more unexpectedly, and strike the greater terror among them, and to anticipate them in their premeditated attack upon him. These statements were by no means satisfactory to Cortés, and he told Alvarado, rather sharply, that he saw very little truth in all this, but a good deal of irregularity hurtful to the Spanish cause, for it is very certain, added Cortés. If the Almighty did not allow Moctezuma to regain his liberty, it was because his idols might not construe it into their own merit. Herewith Cortés turned his back upon him, and desired him to say nothing further on the subject. Besides this, Alvarado related many other things which happened during the interval we had been absent from Mexico. One time, for instance, when he sallied out upon the Mexicans, who were rushing forward in vast numbers to set fire to his quarters, he ordered a cannon, heavily laden with ball and small shot, to be fired against them. This piece, however, did not go off until he had fought his way into the thickest of the enemy, who were forcing him back to his quarters again. It then went off of itself, and committed terrible havoc among the advancing foe. Alvarado assured us, that, without this wonderful assistance, he would certainly have been cut to pieces with all his men. As it was, he lost only 2 of his soldiers, whom the Mexicans carried off alive. This and many other circumstances were related by Alvarado. The following, however, was told me by several of his men. At one time they were entirely without any water to drink. They dug a well in the yard adjoining their quarters, and behold, they found sweet water, whereas in every other place where wells had been sunk in Mexico, nothing but salt water was to be found. The hand of Providence was certainly often stretched out to our aid. Yet I must observe, in behalf of truth, that there was another well in the town, which often, and, indeed, almost always, contained fresh water. For the rest, there were men who asserted that Alvarado merely made this murderous attack upon the Mexicans from avaricious motives, to possess himself of the splendid garments, the gold, and the jewels which they wore at such festivals. This I do not believe, nor did I ever hear such a thing mentioned at the time, although this and many other circumstances were asserted by the Bishop de Las Casas, in which, however, there is not a syllable of truth. For myself, I am convinced that Alvarado merely struck this blow to terrify the Mexicans, and to follow up the old saying, he who attacks first gains the victory. The consequences were certainly different to what he had expected, and bad became worse. We have, however, obtained satisfactory proof that no guilt can be imputed to Moctezuma respecting the hostilities which subsequently burst out. On the contrary, he commanded the Mexicans not to attack Alvarado. But they replied that they could no longer endure to see him kept in confinement, and their countrymen murdered in the midst of their festivities. They were determined to set him at liberty, and to kill every Tully who resisted them. These and many other facts I learnt from credible persons who were present with Alvarado all the time. I have now, however, to speak of the terrible battles which we fought in this city. Chapter CXVIII. How the Mexicans made war upon us, and the battles we fought with them. Cortés, on his march to Mexico, had often bragged to his officers of the great authority and power he then possessed. They should see how the inhabitants would come out from all parts to meet him, and receive him with every splendor. That he was now complete master of Mexico, and Moctezuma and his grandees would not dare to dispute his commands henceforth, but would bring him gold in abundance. But when Cortés found how the aspect of affairs had changed at Tezcuco, that no one stirred a foot to give the splendid reception he had boasted of, that none of the principal personages showed themselves, that even the worst of provisions were brought him with great reluctance, and found this ill feeling towards us show itself even more strongly in Mexico, and that although he had returned with additional troops, the inhabitants no longer furnished him with provisions, his pride turned into moroseness and anger, so much so that when Moctezuma sent 2 of his grandees to announce that he was desirous of paying Cortés a visit, as he had something to communicate to him, he said, he might go to the devil, since he would not allow any weekly markets to be held, nor any provisions to be sent us. When our other chief officers, Leon, Ali, Avila, and Lugo heard this, they said to him, "Moderate your anger, General, and remember what great honors this monarch has heaped upon us, the kindnesses we have received from him, and how amiable his disposition is, for, had he not existed, the Mexicans would long ago have feasted on our bodies. Nor ought you to forget that he has sought your alliance by offering you his daughter in marriage." These words carried with them the idea of a reproach, and, consequently, only served the more to embitter his feelings, and he burst out as follows: "Why should I stand upon any further ceremony with this dog? Did he not secretly connive with Narvaez, and now refuses us provisions? Our opinion is," returned the other officers, "that he does nothing more than his present situation would prompt him to do, and that he acts most prudently." Cortés, however, relied upon the strength of his troops, and would not allow his anger to be pacified in any way, but commissioned the 2 Mexican grandees to tell their master that he must issue immediate orders for the reopening of the markets. Otherwise he should find himself obliged to take other steps. Both these Mexicans had understood the reviling language used by Cortés against their monarch, and also how our other officers had remonstrated with him on that account. They knew these officers well. For they had by turns been captains of the guard which was placed over their monarch's person, and knew they were greatly attached to him. They therefore repaired, either in the bitterness of their hearts, or because the attack upon us had already been determined upon, and related to Moctezuma what they had heard. And scarcely a quarter of an hour had elapsed before one of our men came running up heavily wounded. He had been at Tlaxcala, a town near Mexico, to fetch thence some women belonging to Cortés' household, and the daughter of Moctezuma, whom Cortés had given in charge of the king of Tlaxcala, her relative, when we marched against Narvaez. This man also related that he had found the town of Tlaxcala and the high road filled with warriors. They took the women away and wounded him in 2 different places. If he had not escaped out of their hands, they would have thrown him into a canoe, and have sacrificed him to their gods. They had also destroyed one of the bridges over the causeway. When Cortés and some of us soldiers heard this, we began to look very serious, for those among us who had been several times engaged with the Indians knew, from experience, with what vast crowds they always entered the field of battle, and although our numbers had been greatly augmented, and that there was little doubt but we should defend ourselves courageously, yet we were well aware of our dangerous position. We soldiers also knew that we should run great risk of losing our lives either from hunger or from the advantages which the enemy would have over us in such a strongly fortified city. Cortés, after questioning the man who had come from Tlaxcala, dispatched Ordaz with 400 men, mostly armed with crossbows and muskets, and a few horse, to see what truth there was in his statement. He recommended him, however, to avoid, if possible, all hostilities, and to settle the affair amicably. Ordaz had scarcely reached halfway down the causeway when he was met by a vast body of Mexicans, who, with those posted on the tops of the houses, attacked him so furiously that 8 of his men were killed at the first onset, and most of them wounded, Ordaz himself in 3 several places. He found it impossible to move on any further, and he therefore gradually retreated to our quarters. On his retreat he lost another excellent soldier named Lescano, who had done wonders with his broadsword. If the body of warriors was vast which had fallen upon Ordaz, that which at the same instant attacked our quarters was by far more so. And so vigorously did they assail us with lances, arrows, and stones, that, in an instant, 40 of our men were wounded, 12 of whom subsequently died. The numbers who attacked us in front, from behind, and from the tops of the houses, were so vast that Ordaz was unable, for a length of time, to cut his way through. Our cannon, muskets, crossbows, and lances, did, certainly, great havoc among the enemy's ranks, who, in fact, rushed in upon our weapons. Yet they continued the combat with the same fury, and closed their ranks more firmly, nor could we drive them back a single inch. It was only after a good deal of hard fighting that Diego and his men were able to regain our quarters, though with 23 soldiers less than when he had left it, and the rest all wounded, add to which the enemy's numbers were every moment increasing. Nor did they spare abusive language, calling us old women, ragged scoundrels, and such like beautiful names. But the loss we sustained at present was nothing to what we subsequently suffered. They even carried their audacity so far as to throw fire into our quarters, while one body attacked us in front and another from behind. So that we should soon have been suffocated by the flames and smoke if we had not succeeded in putting out the fire by throwing quantities of earth on it, and by pulling down the apartments from which the fire was spreading. The combat continued the whole day until late at night, during which time they continued to throw such quantities of stones and lances into our quarters, that the place was literally covered with them. In the meantime we had to dress our wounds, to repair the damage done to our buildings, and get some rest till the next morning. As soon as day began to dawn, Cortés determined to sally out with the whole of his troops, including those of Narvaez and the cannon, either to beat the enemy out of the field altogether, or at least to give them a greater proof of our power than we had been able to do on the previous day. The Mexicans, it seemed, had also determined to do their utmost, and they not only fought with uncommon bravery but came in overwhelming numbers, so that every instant they poured in fresh men to the attack. Indeed 10,000 Trojan Hectors, and as many Rolands, would in vain have tried to break through the enemy's ranks. At this moment even, that battle is fresh in my memory, but no words can describe the unyielding stubbornness of the foe. All the volleys from our heavy guns and muskets were to no purpose. It was in vain we rushed forward upon them, and killed from 30 to 40 of their numbers at a time. Their ranks still remained firmly closed, while their courage seemed to increase with every loss. Whenever we did drive them back into the streets to some distance, they had merely retreated in order that we should follow them, and by so doing be drawn further away from our quarters, when they hoped more easily to surround us, and so render our escape impossible. And sure enough, by these retrograde movements they invariably made the greatest destruction among our ranks. Neither did it avail us anything whenever we set fire to any of the houses. For, as I have above mentioned, it was only possible to pass from one house to another by means of wooden drawbridges. If the latter were drawn up we had to wade through deep water to gain another house. But our men suffered most from those of the enemy's troops who pelted them with stones and lances from the housetops. Indeed, I cannot imagine how I thus coolly relate all that passed. 3 or 4 of our men who had previously served in the Italian wars, swore over and over again that they had never witnessed such furious fighting, neither in the wars with the King of France, nor even in those with the Grand Turk himself. Indeed, it was no easy matter for us to retreat to our headquarters, so desperately did they assail us under the most horrible sound of drums, pipes and trumpets, accompanied by the most obscene and abusive language. This day we lost 10 or 12 men, and none of us escaped without a wound. We passed the night in deliberations and in preparing for another attack. We now resolved that after the lapse of 2 days as many of us as were healthy should sally out with 2 moving towers. These we had strongly put together of wood, and were so constructed, that under each of them 25 of our men could stand to move them along. These towers contained loopholes, from which our heavy guns could be fired. Besides that there was space enough for a number of musketeers and crossbowmen. At the side of these towers marched a strong body of musketeers and crossbowmen, as also the whole of our horse, who were from time to charge the enemy at full gallop. The construction of these towers and the repairing of several small breaches which the enemy had made in our quarters, occupied us the whole of the following day, so that we could not sally out till the next. The enemy, however, continued their attacks upon our quarters, not merely from 10 or 12, but from 20 different points at once. So that what with the constructing of the towers, repairing the breaches, and beating off our assailants who had fixed ladders to our quarters, we had enough to do. The whole of us, they cried out, were to be sacrificed to their gods, our hearts were to be torn from our bodies, the blood was to be drawn from our veins, and our arms and legs were to be eaten up at their festivals. The remaining parts of our bodies would be thrown to the tigers, lions and serpents, which they kept in cages. These had not been fed for these 2 days, in order that they might devour our flesh the more greedily. Our gold and other things would be their booty, and they told the Tlaxcalans they should be locked up in cages where they fattened people for their sacrifices. Only deliver us up our monarch Moctezuma, added they with great vehemence. While their noise and their attacks continued through the whole night. As soon as day had fully broken forth, we commended ourselves to the Almighty, and sallied out with our war towers. This time again we killed a great number of the enemy. But with all our fighting we could not force them to yield ground, and if they had fought courageously the 2 previous days, they stood the more firm this time, and fought desperately. We however determined, if it were even to cost us all our lives, to push forward to the great temple of Huitzilopochtli. I will not detail the severe struggle we had against one house in particular, which was very strongly fortified, nor the critical position our horse were placed in. For whenever our cavalry galloped in upon the enemy's ranks, our horses were assailed by so many arrows, stones and lances, that they were immediately covered with wounds. While their riders, however courageously they fought, could make but little impression upon the foe. If they pushed further on, the Mexicans either jumped into the canals or into the lake, where the cavalry could not follow them. And where a whole forest of lances stared them in the face, equally fruitless were all our attempts to set fire to their houses, or pull them down, as they stood, in the midst of the water, and were connected to each other by drawbridges only. If at times we did succeed in firing a house, it took a whole day in burning down, nor did the fire spread, from the buildings being at too great distance from each other, and their being surrounded by water. So that all our efforts that way completely failed. At last we succeeded in fighting our way up to the foot of the great temple, but at that instant a body of above 4,000 of the enemy rushed up the steps for its defense. Besides that, other troops were already stationed on the top of this building, armed with long lances, stones and arrows. For a length of time the guns of our towers and the attacks of our cavalry could make no impression on the enemy, while our horses were scarcely able to step firmly on the smooth pavement of the courtyards. But every moment slipped out and fell down. Though our cannon mowed down 10 or 15 of the enemy at a time, and a great many others were cut down by our sabres, yet their numbers were so vast that we could not beat them back. We therefore now determined to quit our towers, which were almost broken into pieces. And leaving them at the foot of the temple, we began fighting our way up the steps of the building. Here Cortés displayed astonishing courage, though this, I may say, was never wanting in him. What a bloody and terrific conflict was this! The reader should have seen how we were covered with blood and wounds. Above 40 of our men lay dead at our feet, but at last, with the aid of Providence, we succeeded in reaching the point where we had erected the image of the Holy Virgin. It was, however, no longer there, for Moctezuma, as we subsequently learnt, had either, out of veneration or fear, taken it away, and put it carefully by. We now set fire to the Mexican idols, and part of the chapel was on this occasion burnt down, with Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca. While we were occupied with this work, the battle on the platform continued without intermission. For here stood a number of priests, and more than 3,000 or 4,000 of the principal Mexicans, who fell upon us with great fury, and even beat us back again down the steps of the temple. Nor was it these alone who here set upon us. But numbers of warriors also annoyed us from the landings and battlements of this building, so that we scarcely knew which way to turn our arms. We had now made every possible exertion, and undergone the greatest perils. Our towers were smashed to pieces, the whole of us were covered with wounds, and 46 of our men had been killed. We therefore determined to retreat to our quarters in the best way we could. But our position for the moment was not bettered by this step, for the Mexicans now fell upon us in terrific crowds both in our rear and in our flanks. It is impossible to imagine the sight unless one had seen it. Neither have I at all mentioned the numbers who attacked our quarters after we had sallied out, and the difficulty our men had who were left behind to prevent the enemy from setting fire to them. In this battle we took 2 chief papas prisoners, whom Cortés ordered to be kept in close custody. I have seen many pictures among the Mexicans and Tlaxcalans which represented our storming this great temple. In their eye it was considered a piece of astonishing heroism. In these pictures they had not omitted to depict our killed, and how great numbers of us were wounded, with the blood streaming from our bodies. And indeed it was no trifling matter, after our towers had been destroyed, to storm this great building, and set fire to the idols, considering that it was defended so vigorously by large bodies of the enemy, both from the platform and from the landings, and by those who were stationed in the open space below. The retreat to our quarters was no less perilous, and if the multitude through which we had to cut our way was vast, that in front of our quarters was no less so. We just arrived in time, for the enemy had already made breaches in the walls, and a good many had forced their way through them into the rooms. Our arrival certainly put a stop to their dangerous progress, but they did not discontinue, during the rest of the day and all night, to annoy us with their lances, stones, and arrows, under the most terrible yells. Notwithstanding all this, we had during the night to assist our wounded, to bury our dead, repair the breaches, and take repose for the next day's battle. We also held a council of war, to deliberate what mode of attack we should next adopt, that we might not sustain so great a loss of men, but every plan that was proposed seemed insufficient. To all our calamities was added the bad disposition of Narvaez's soldiers, who cursed Cortés, and even the governor of Cuba in every possible manner, who they said had torn them away from the delightful repose and security which they enjoyed on their respective farms, to be harassed to death in this country. These fellows seemed altogether to have lost their senses, and they lent a deaf ear to everything that was said to them. After lengthened deliberations, we came to the determination of suing the Mexicans for peace, and asking their permission to quit the city. But daylight had scarcely broken forth when our quarters were again attacked at all points by innumerable bodies of the enemy. Their excessive fury in attack, their stubborn firmness, their desperate thrusts and yells, were all more terrific than on the previous days, while our cannon and other firearms seemed to make no impression on them. In this moment of danger Cortés determined that Moctezuma should address the infuriated multitude from the top of the building, and desire them to stay hostilities, as we had determined to leave the city. When this offer was made known to Moctezuma in the name of Cortés, he is said to have exclaimed, in the height of grief, "Why does Malinche now turn to me? To me, who am tired of life, and who could wish never again to hear his name mentioned, for it is he who has plunged me into all this misery." Moctezuma obstinately refused to comply with Cortés' request, and is said to have further exclaimed, "I will neither see nor hear anything more of this man. I put no longer any faith in his deceitful words, his promises, and his specious lies." Upon this Father Olmedo and Ali went and spoke to him in the most affectionate terms, to persuade him to alter his determination. "Alas," replied the monarch, "for all this, it is now too late. I am convinced that the Mexicans, whatever my wishes might be, will not grant any cessation of arms. They have already raised another cacique to the throne, and are fully determined that none of you shall leave this place alive. For myself, I am convinced you will every one of you meet with your death in this city." In the end, however, Moctezuma was prevailed upon to accompany them. Under cover of a strong division of our troops he advanced to the battlements of our quarters, and began to address the Mexicans in the most affectionate manner, desiring them to put a stop to their hostilities. For the Tullies were going to leave the city. The instant the Mexican generals recognized their king they ordered their men to cease firing. 4 of them advanced to a spot where they could easily discourse with the monarch, and thus, with tears in their eyes, they addressed him, "Alas! Great king, your own misfortune, and that of your children and your relatives, afflicts us sorely. But we dare not hide from you that we have raised one of your cousins to the throne of this country." Here they named the new monarch. It was the king of Iztapalapan, Cuitlahuatzin, and not Cuauhtémoc, for he did not ascend the throne until 2 months after. They were forced, continued they, to prosecute the war, for they had promised their gods to do so, and had sworn to them not to desist until every one of the Tullies was killed. They had daily in vain prayed to their gods Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca to deliver him out of the enemy's power, and they would hold him in greater veneration than before, and they hoped he would pardon their present conduct. Several of our men had covered Moctezuma with their shields while he was addressing the enemy, but as the attack was now momentarily suspended, they were not so very particular in shielding his person. Unfortunately, the hostilities immediately again commenced, and before it could be prevented he was struck by an arrow, and 3 stones from a sling, by which he was wounded in the arm, leg, and in his head. So that the unhappy monarch was forced to be carried back to his apartment. We were immediately going to bandage up his wounds, and begged of him to take something strengthening. But he refused everything, and, contrary to all expectation, we soon heard that he had expired. Cortés, his officers, and all of us, shed tears for this unfortunate monarch. Indeed many of our men, who had been in constant attendance on him, mourned for him as if they had lost a parent. Even Father Olmedo himself, who never for a moment left his side, and who, notwithstanding all his efforts, had not been able to convert him to Christianity, could not refrain from shedding tears. And no one will feel surprised at this who knew what a very kind-hearted person Moctezuma was. He was said to have reigned 17 years up to the day of his death. Mexico never had a better monarch. And, with regard to his personal courage, he had fought 3 several duels respecting some disputed territory, and had each time come off victorious. Chapter CXVIII. Cortés determines to announce Moctezuma's death to the Mexican generals and chiefs who are at war with us. After various deliberations on our present critical position, Cortés determined that one of the distinguished Mexicans and one of the papas whom we had taken prisoners should be dispatched to the cacique of Cuitlahuatzin. whom the Mexicans had raised to the throne, to announce to him and his officers the death of Moctezuma, and explain to them the manner in which it had taken place. They were to assure them that they themselves had not only witnessed his death, but that his own subjects were guilty of it, and that we were deeply distressed at the melancholy circumstance. We also desired they would take charge of his body, to pay it the last honors, and to place the crown on the head of that cousin of Moctezuma who was staying with us, and who was entitled to it by right of inheritance. Or to elect one of his sons, as the prince they had raised to the throne had no real claim to it. For the rest, we were ready to make a treaty of peace with them, and quit Mexico. They should not allow this opportunity of concluding peace with us to pass by, for, up to the present moment, we had refrained from destroying the city merely from our love and respect of the deceased monarch. If, however, they compelled us to the combat, we would burn down all their houses and cause no end of destruction. Upon this we handed over the corpse of Moctezuma to 6 other Mexican chiefs and a large body of papas whom we had taken prisoners. All these men had been present when the monarch expired, and they informed Cuitlahuatzin faithfully of every circumstance connected with it, how the Mexicans themselves had caused his death by the shot of an arrow and 3 stones from a sling. As soon as the Mexicans espied the dead body of their monarch, they broke out into loud lamentations, and moaned bitterly, but still continued the attack upon us, and that with increased fury. Now, they hollowed out, "We will make you pay dearly for the death of our monarch, and the insult you have offered to our gods. Is it now you beg peace of us? Only come out, and we will show you what terms we mean to make with you." Many such like insulting speeches they threw out against us, and added, that they had now selected a monarch whose heart was placed in the right spot, and whom we should not so easily deceive with our lies as we had the good-natured Moctezuma. "Don't trouble yourselves," continued they, "about his burial, but think of your own graves, for, in a couple of days, not a single one of you will be left alive." Under such like threats, and vehement yells, they attempted to fire our quarters at various points. As it was very evident to us that we could not hold out much longer, it was determined, in a council of war, that we should abandon the metropolis, and continue the war outside on the main land, where we could destroy the plantations. In this our proposed retreat, the cavalry was to form the vanguard, and at all stakes to break through the enemy's ranks, or drive them into the lake, even if we were to sacrifice all our horses in the attempt. Previous to taking this step, we determined on making such dreadful havoc among the Mexican troops, that they might allow us to depart in peace from the fear of still greater losses. This resolve was carried out the day following with unshaken bravery. We mowed down great numbers of the enemy, set fire to about 20 houses, and had fought our way almost up to the main land. But though we suffered much, and purchased this partial success with above 20 killed, it availed us nothing, for we could not gain possession of any of the bridges, which, besides being half burnt down, were defended by strong bodies of the enemy. Even those places where the horse might have found a way through the water, the enemy had now rendered impassable by sharp stakes which they had driven in. Thus we were beset on all sides by perils of various natures. In this last sally of our cavalry, which happened on a Thursday, there were, besides Sandoval, Laras, Dominguez, Leon, Morla, and other brave cavalry officers, many of Narvaez's horse, who, however, showed the utmost fear. As they had not yet experienced, as we old soldiers of Cortés had, what it was to fight against Indians. Chapter CXVIII. How we come to the determination of leaving Mexico secretly at night, and what further happened. In this way our strength daily diminished, while that of the enemy increased. Several of our men had been killed, and most of us were wounded. Our courage was of no avail against such vast crowds, who kept up a constant attack upon us both during day and night time. Our powder was fast diminishing, and provisions and water were beginning to fail. Moctezuma was gone, and the peace we solicited was refused. All the bridges on the causeways, along which we had to make good our retreat, had been destroyed by the enemy. In short, death was staring at us on every hand. It was, therefore, at last determined, in a council of war, that we should leave the city, and choose the night time to effect our purpose, when the enemy was generally less vigilant. To make more sure, we resolved to dispatch one of the chief papas we had taken with many other prisoners, to the Mexicans on the evening preceding the night we contemplated making our retreat. To request of them to allow us to march quietly out of the city within the space of 8 days, as we intended to leave them all the gold we possessed. On this our determination one of the soldiers named Botelho had had great influence. This man was an Italian by birth, and was remarkable for his honesty and great intelligence. He had been at Rome, and many believed he could conjure up the dead. Some said he had a spiritus familiaris, and many of us commonly called him the astrologer. Botelho had, for days previously, announced, that, by means of his secret art, he had discovered that every one of us would be killed if we did not leave Mexico on a certain night. He had likewise prophesied of Cortés that great misfortunes awaited him, he would lose his property and honor, but again rise to eminence and riches. Similar horoscopes drawn by him were frequently mentioned by our men. As we shall again have to mention this Botelho, we must now see what preparations were going on for our retreat. The first and most important of which was, the construction of a movable bridge, out of strong beams, which was to serve in passing the canals where the former bridges had been burnt down by the enemy. 400 Tlaxcalans, assisted by 150 of our men, were to take charge of this bridge. Were to fix it in the proper place each time it was required, then remove it again, and so on, until the whole of us with our baggage and cannon had passed the several openings. The transport of our heavy guns was entrusted to 250 Tlaxcalans and 50 of our men. Sandoval, Lugo, Ordaz, and Tapia formed the vanguard. These were to clear the streets of the enemy, and for that purpose were reinforced by 8 or 10 of Narvaez's officers, whose names I will not mention, and 100 of our strongest and most nimble young soldiers. Cortés himself was to take his station, supported by Ali, Avila, Bernardino de Tapia, besides other officers and 50 soldiers, between the baggage, our Indian female servants and the prisoners, in order to render assistance wherever it was most required. The rear guard was to be commanded by Leon and Alvarado, consisting of the main body of the cavalry, 100 foot, and the greater part of Narvaez's troops. Dona Marina and Dona Luisa, with the prisoners, were to be guarded by 300 Tlaxcalans and 30 Spaniards. After these arrangements had been made, and night was fast approaching, Cortés ordered his chamberlain Cristobal de Guzman to see that all the gold, silver, and other valuable matters were brought together in one apartment. The royal treasurers, Alonso Avila and Gonzalo Mejia, were then desired to deduct the emperor's portion, and load 8 of our wounded horses and 80 Tlaxcalans with it. The greater part of the treasure consisted of broad bars of gold, with which the horses and men were as heavily laden as possible. Cortés then called his private secretary Pedro Hernandez, and the other royal secretaries, and spoke to them as follows: "Put down in writing and bear witness that I have done all which lay in my power to save this treasure, which is valued at 700,000 pesos. You see it is impossible to load any more of it on the Indian porters and the 8 horses. I will, therefore, allow the soldiers to take as much away with them as they can conveniently carry, that this treasure may not fall into the hands of these Mexican dogs." As soon as Narvaez's men and many of our old soldiers heard this, they stowed away as much as they could. For myself, whose failing had never been to covet gold, I took 4 Calchahuas stones out of a small box, and secreted them between my cuirass. Cortés soon after gave this box in safe keeping to his steward, and I do think he would have demanded the said 4 Calchahuas stones back again of me if I had not quickly secreted them. This small treasure proved afterwards of the greatest value to me towards the curing of my wounds, and in procuring myself food. All matters being now properly ordered, and the mode of our retreat settled, we began to move forward. It was about the hour of midnight, and rather dark, a thin mist hung over the town, and a gentle rain was falling. The moment we began to move forward in the above-mentioned order, the rearguard being already in motion, and our movable bridge fixed, and Sandoval, with his body of horse, and Cortés, with those under his command, and many other soldiers, had passed across, the wild war music and loud yells of the Mexicans suddenly burst forth. "Up, up, Tlatelolco," they cried, out with your canoes. The Tulis are running away, cut off their retreat over the bridges. And before we had time to look about us, we were attacked by vast bodies of the enemy, and the whole lake was instantly covered with canoes, so that we were unable to move on any further. Although many of our men had already passed the movable bridge. Now the most obstinate conflict ensued for the possession of this, and, as misfortunes never come singly, it happened that two of our horses should slide out on the wet planks, become unmanageable, and roll over into the lake. This caused the bridge itself to overbalance and fall down. A number of Mexicans that instant fell furiously on us, and, though we exerted ourselves to the utmost, and cut down numbers of the enemy, we were unable to recover the bridge. As, however, those behind, kept continually pushing on those in front, the opening in the canal was speedily filled up with dead horses and their riders, who were inevitably lost if they were unable to swim. The unmerciful enemy now attacked us from all sides. A number of Tlaxcalans and our Indian female servants were carried off, with the baggage and cannon. Numbers of our men were drowned, and no less a number, who were trying to save themselves by swimming, were taken prisoners by those in the canoes. It was heartrending to behold this scene of misery, and to hear the moans and pitiful cries for assistance. "Help! Help! I am drowning," cried one here. "Help me, they are killing me," cried another there. Here one called upon the name of the Virgin Mary for assistance, and there another upon Santiago de Compostela. Here another, who had managed to get to the water's edge, implored us to lift him out. Yonder, again, was another clambering over the dead bodies. Many, when they had reached the high road, imagined themselves safe, but here they only met with denser crowds of the foe. Does any believe that there was a man amongst us who still observed the order of retreat as it was first regulated? That man would, indeed, have been a fool who had thought of anything else but of his own safety. Cortés, with the officers and soldiers who were with him, acted similarly, and dashed away, unmindful of the men, at full gallop, over the bridge, and strove to gain the main land, besides which, it must be acknowledged that our cavalry was quite useless here. Exposed on every side to the enemy's arrows and lances, pelted with stones from the housetops, they had also to encounter a forest of our own swords, which the enemy had captured and fixed to their long lances. So that it was a wonder each time a horse with its rider escaped. Neither could we defend ourselves in the water, as the wet had rendered our muskets and crossbows totally useless, while the darkness of the night made every movement uncertain. All our attempts to keep together were fruitless. What did it avail us if, at times, 30 or 40 of us managed to make a stand, and boldly faced about? By this means we certainly advanced forward a little, yet none of us would have escaped alive, if, in the end, every one had not strove to save his own life. Thus sadly did we fare in that night, and had it been day we should have fared much worse. Indeed, if the Almighty had not lent us extraordinary powers, every man of us would have been killed. It was really terrific to see the immense crowds which fell upon us from all sides, and the number of canoes which were merely waiting for the moment to carry off the prisoners, all of whom were destined to be sacrificed to their gods. It was a fearful sight indeed. I shall never forget how at one time about 50 of us had got together, and the Mexicans, while they fell upon us, constantly cried out, "Oh, oh, Lolones," meaning thereby, "You wish to live, do you, you varlets?" It was only by dint of heavy blows and hard fighting we were able to cut our way through. At last, as we were approaching the main land near Tlaquepa, where the vanguard, under Sandoval, with a large body of the cavalry and of our foot had arrived, we recognized the voices of Ali, Morla, and Sandoval, who were thus addressing Cortés. "Only consider for a moment, General, we are here indeed on safe ground, but there are still such numbers of our men in the streets behind the bridges, who will be inevitably lost unless we hurry back to their assistance. Up to this moment but few have been able to cut their way through, and these are all covered with wounds." To which Cortés gave the sorrowful answer, that it was a real wonder every time one of us escaped. If, however, they turned back to the bridges, they would certainly be lost with horses and all. Nevertheless Cortés, Ali, Avila, Sandoval, Morla, and Dominguez, turned back and took with them 6 or 7 of the cavalry and a few of the foot who had escaped without a wound. They had not advanced far before they came up with Alvarado. He had lost his brown mare and was coming on limping with one foot, heavily wounded, with lance in hand, having only 7 of his Spanish soldiers and 8 Tlaxcalans left, all dripping with blood. Cortés and those who had accompanied him now returned, and we took up a position close to Tlaquepa. But even here the Mexicans had by this time arrived, and were stirring up the inhabitants of this town, of Escapuzalco, and of Tenochtitlán against us. Here again the Mexicans, who had fastened on our swords to their long pikes, set hard upon us, and we had enough to do to maintain our ground. When Cortés came up with Alvarado and his few followers, and learnt the fate of those left behind, tears flowed from his eyes, for Alvarado and Leon had had above 20 horse and more than 100 foot with them in the rearguard. All these, with nearly the whole of the cavalry, and above 150 other men of the old and new troops, had perished with Leon. Alvarado related, that after he and his men had all lost their horses, he managed to get together about 80 men, and with these he succeeded in passing over the first opening by clambering over the baggage, dead men and horses. Although I am not sure whether he said that he passed the opening by stepping over the dead bodies, I know that at this bridge more than 200 men, with Leon at their head, were cut to pieces by the enemy. Notwithstanding all their courageous fighting. At the second bridge again, it was merely through God's mercy that Alvarado had saved himself, as all the canals and streets were crowded by the enemy. It was also at this bridge of sorrows that the well-known leap of Alvarado was said to have taken place. At that time, indeed, none of us took notice whether he leaped well or not. For every one had enough to do to escape from the hands of the merciless enemy. I am, however, inclined to believe that this leap was nothing more than what Alvarado told Cortés himself, how he had made his bridge over the canal by clambering over the baggage, dead bodies, and drowned horses. For the water was too deep in that place for him to have swung across the opening by means of his lance, and the width of the canal too great, however nimble Alvarado may have been, for him to have leaped across. It would have been an impossibility, I am sure, to have crossed it by means of his lance or by leaping. I myself can speak for my witness. For the following year when we marched against Mexico, and surrounded the town on all sides, I often came in contact with the enemy at that bridge which now bears the name of Alvarado's Leap. At that time the Mexicans had blocked up the passage with palisade and breastwork, and I very frequently spoke with my fellow soldiers about the circumstance, but none of them ever thought such a leap possible. What people thought of it at the time itself the reader will see from the following anecdote. Among Garay's troops there was a certain Ocampo who came to Mexico. This man possessed much wit and was always writing pasquils, or libeling some one or other. Among other things he wrote a good deal of scandal and falsehood respecting our officers, and accused Alvarado, that he had left Leon with upwards of 200 men and the whole of our cavalry which composed the rearguard, in the lurch. And that in order to save his own life he had taken the Alvarado's leap indeed, in accordance with the old proverb, leap and save your life. As I have above mentioned, we had certainly reached Tlaquepa, but had not escaped all danger there, for here again great numbers of Mexicans, with the troops of Tlaquepa, Escapuzalco, Tenochtitlán, and of the surrounding districts, continually assailed us. But it was from the maize plantations they did us most injury, and here we lost 3 more of our men, who had been previously wounded. The best thing we could therefore do was to quit this terrible neighborhood as soon as possible. Some few of the Tlaxcalans knew a by-road to Tlaxcala, and they safely conducted us to a row of houses which stood on a rising ground, and here we quartered ourselves in a temple, which had also the appearance of a fortress. During the whole of this march the Mexicans continually harassed our troops, and greatly annoyed us with their arrows, slings, and lances. The reader must not be displeased if I am forced to depict the same miserable scenes over again. It was not until we had reached this temple that we were able to defend ourselves successfully. Here we lighted several fires, and dressed our wounds. After the conquest of Mexico, we turned this building into a church, and dedicated it to Our Dear Lady de los Remedios. This church in course of time became very celebrated, and to this day numerous people make pilgrimages to that place, particularly females, from Mexico. We found, however, nothing to eat here, and it was grievous indeed to see with what miserable rags we were obliged to dress our wounds, which had become chilled by the cold, and this increased their severity. But what grieved us most was the great loss of horses, and of so many of our brave companions. Of our old troops there were missing Leon, Salcedo, Morla, the brave Lancer Laras, and several others. And yet I merely mention these few. For if I wished to mention the names of all those whom we had to mourn, I should not finish so easily. Most of Narvaez's men met with their death at the bridges, from the weight of the gold with which they had overburdened themselves. The Tlaxcalans, who had charge of the crown treasures, shared a similar fate. The astrologer Botelho found no protection in all his art, and perished with many others. Even Moctezuma's sons, and other princes we had taken prisoners, met with their deaths in that dreadful night. Before coming to any determination as to what our next step should be, we proceeded to consider our present condition. The whole of us were wounded, and only 23 horses had escaped alive, our cannon were all lost, and we had not a grain of powder left. There were but few crossbows remaining, though these, with the arrows, might speedily be replaced. Besides all this, the enemy were day and night at our heels, and we no longer knew on what footing we stood with our friends of Tlaxcala. Nevertheless, we resolved to continue our march towards that country, and we set out at midnight. Our guides, with the Tlaxcalans, marched in advance. Those who were more severely wounded, and obliged to use the support of a stick, were placed in the center. And those who were not capable of moving at all were bound fast to the horses of those who were unable to fight. All who could bear arms were stationed in the flanks, and had some of the cavalry to support them, while the rear guard was composed of the remaining horse. The Tlaxcalans who were wounded likewise marched in the center, and those who were still capable of defending themselves joined our ranks, that we might be ready to receive an attack at any point, as the Mexicans were still close at our heels, yelling most hideously, and crying out from time to time, "Go on! Go on! Not one of you will escape alive." At that moment we did not exactly understand what they meant, but soon after we discovered it, as we shall presently see. I must not, however, forget to mention how greatly rejoiced we were to find that Dona Marina and Dona Luisa, who had left Mexico with the vanguard, were quite safe. But the greater part of our other Indian females, who had been presented to us by the Mexicans and Tlaxcalans, had not been so fortunate. Almost the whole of these perished at the bridges. On this day's march we arrived at a considerable township, named Cuautitlan, once the property of Alonso de Avila. There likewise we were received with reviling language, stones, and arrows, all of which we patiently endured. We fared no better in the numerous other small villages we passed through, while the pursuing Mexicans were continually increasing in numbers. They strove to lock us in on all sides, and sent forth so many stones, arrows, and lances upon us, while we were passing through a narrow defile, that 2 more of our men were killed who had been dangerously wounded in the last conflict. And also one of our horses. Besides that, numbers of us were wounded. We certainly destroyed some of the enemy in return, but the number was small. This night we quartered ourselves in a few straggling houses, and supped off the horse which had been killed. The next morning early we continued our route, and marched in closer order than on the day previous, the half of our cavalry being always in advance. We had marched to the distance of about 4 miles along an open plain, where we considered ourselves in safety, when 3 of our horse came galloping up to inform us that the fields were covered with Mexicans, who were lying in wait for us. We were not a little dismayed at this intelligence. However, our courage did not flag so far as to prevent us from making immediate preparations for battle, and we determined to defend ourselves to the last. We halted for a few moments, and Cortés gave instructions for the cavalry to dash in a body full gallop upon the enemy, to aim at the face, and break their line. Our infantry were to direct their blows and thrusts at the enemy's lower quarters. In this way it was said we should be certain to revenge our dead and wounded, if it pleased the Almighty to spare our lives in the approaching battle. We then commended ourselves to God and the Holy Virgin, and boldly rushed forth upon the enemy, under the cry of Santiago! Santiago! Our cavalry charged the enemy's line 5 abreast, and broke it, we rushing in after them close at their heels. What a terrific battle and remarkable victory was this! How we fought man to man! And those dogs like the very Furies themselves. And many of our men did they kill and wound with their pikes and huge broadswords. The level ground, however, was uncommonly favorable for the maneuvers of our horse, which every now and then galloped at full speed in upon the enemy, and then retired, to watch another favorable opportunity. Although both horse and rider were severely wounded, yet they continued to fight most valiantly. It seemed as if we who formed the cavalry had double our usual strength. For, though we were covered with wounds, and each moment received fresh ones, yet we never gave them thought, but kept dashing in upon the foe without intermission. Cortés, Ali, Alvarado, who had borrowed a horse from one of Narvaez's men, and Sandoval, though all covered with wounds, were always present where the danger was greatest. Neither did Cortés omit to cheer us on by the most animating words, and to bring under our notice what a fine booty we should make of the enemy's rich apparel and ornamental weapons. But it was above all glorious to hear the brave and spirited Sandoval cry out, "On, my fellow soldiers! This day the victory must be ours. Our trust is in God. We shall not lose our lives here, for God has destined us for better things." In this way we continued fighting courageously, for God and the Blessed Virgin strengthened us, and Saint Santiago de Compostela certainly came to our assistance. And one of Cuauhtémoc's chief officers, who was present at the battle, beheld him with his own eyes, as he afterwards affirmed. At this moment it pleased the Almighty that Cortés' attention should be drawn to that part of the enemy's troops where the Mexican general-in-chief was stationed with the flying standard, clothed in the richest armor, shining with gold, and a pennake of large white feathers on his head. As soon as Cortés espied him among his glittering retinue, he cried out to Alvarado, Sandoval, Ali, Avila, and many other officers, "Follow me, my brave companions, these are the men we must attack." The words were scarcely out of his mouth, when they commended themselves to God, and galloped among the enemy. Cortés poised his lance, and made a rush at the Mexican commander-in-chief, who dropped the standard. Our other officers at the same moment cutting down the other chiefs, by whom he was immediately surrounded. The Mexican generalissimo was about to snatch up the standard again and flee. But Juan de Salamanca, a native of Ontiveros, galloped after him on his splendid horse, and brought him to the ground, wrested the standard from his hand, and the rich bunch of feathers from his head, and presented both to Cortés, who had made the first run at the chief. Salamanca was subsequently rewarded for this piece of heroism, for a few years afterwards the emperor allowed him to assume a bunch of feathers in his coat of arms, which his descendants bear to this day. After the Mexican chief had fallen and the royal standard was lost, and numbers of the enemy killed, they began to give way, and then fled. Our cavalry, however, kept close at their heels, and punished them severely. Now, indeed, we no longer felt our wounds, nor hunger, nor thirst, and it appeared to us all as if we were beginning the attack with renewed vigor. Our friends of Tlaxcala had likewise changed into real lions, and hacked in furiously among the enemy with the broad swords they had captured. After our cavalry had returned from the pursuit, we offered up thanks unto the Almighty for this victory, and our escape from the hands of so numerous an enemy. For the Spaniards had never before in India encountered so vast an army as on this occasion. It was composed of the flower of the joint armies of Mexico, Tezcuco, and of Xaltecan. While every Indian had entered the battle with the determination that not a soul of us should escape alive. It was also evident, from the richness of their arms and apparel, that a greater portion were officers and men of distinction. Near to the place where this terrible and bloody battle was fought lay the township of Otumpan, by which name this battle will be known through all times to come. The Mexicans and Tlaxcalans have given a faithful representation of it in their numerous paintings of the battles we fought up to the conquest of Mexico. For memory's sake, I must here note down that we marched into Mexico on the 24th of June, 1520, to Alvarado's assistance, with an army of nearly 1,400 men, among which there were 79 horse, 80 crossbowmen, And a like number of musketeers, with above 2,000 Tlaxcalan troops, and a fine park of artillery. On the 10th of July following we commenced our retreat, and on the 14th we fought the Battle of Otumpan. I must now likewise recount the loss we sustained in that time. In 5 days, including the Battle of Otumpan, we lost and killed, and those who were taken prisoners, above 870 of our troops, and above 1,200 Tlaxcalans. To which must be added 72 men and 5 Spanish females, all of Narvaez's division, whom the Mexicans put to death in Tuxtepec. About the same time the Mexicans likewise murdered old Juan de Alcantara, and 3 others, who were on their road from Vera Cruz to Mexico to receive their share of the gold. Thus these persons not only lost their gold, but their lives also. Indeed, if it be well considered, it will be found that none of us derived any blessings from the gold the Indians gave us. The reason why Narvaez's troops suffered more at the bridges than those of Cortés, was from their having overloaded themselves with gold, the weight of which prevented them from swimming, and otherwise encumbered their movements. After this splendid victory, we dined off some gourds which grew in the fields, and joyfully continued our march to Tlaxcala. We carefully avoided passing through any villages, as our enemies still continued at a distance to fly their arrows at us, and to pour out abusive language. It was not until the approach of evening that we resolved to enter a Mexican township, because it contained a temple and a large building, in which we could fortify ourselves. Here we quartered our troops for the night, dressed our wounds, and enjoyed a little repose. The Mexicans had certainly followed us, but without venturing too nigh, and it was visible in their countenances what they would say, "A good journey to you, you will now quickly have passed our boundaries." Soon after we had left this place, the range of hills near Tlaxcala came into view, and we felt equal joy at beholding these as if our native country had been there. Yet we could not tell what the present feeling of that people towards us might be, or whether they had remained faithful. And we were also quite ignorant as to how matters stood at Vera Cruz, where the enemy might also have cut the garrison to pieces. Our whole strength now merely consisted in 440 men, 20 horses, 12 crossbows, and 7 muskets. Besides that, we were all excessively weak, and covered with wounds, our cannon, with our store of powder lost. We were at present, therefore, doubly vigilant, and returned fervent thanks to God for having so miraculously rescued us out of the enemy's hand. Our troops, Cortés said, were now dwindled down again to the same number of men with which we had first set sail from Cuba, and entered the city of Mexico. We should therefore be particularly cautious not to give the Tlaxcalans any reason of complaint. This was especially intended for Narvaez's men, who were not so accustomed to subordination as we were. For the rest, continued Cortés, he hoped to God we should find the Tlaxcalans as faithful and true to us as before. If, however, they should have turned against us, we were not therefore to lose courage, but to trust in our strong arm, which had the power to overcome any foe. We now continued our march with every military precaution, and arrived at a fountain on the slope of a hill, near to which were standing the walls and enclosures of ancient temples. These the Tlaxcalans said formed the boundaries between their territory and the Mexican Empire. Here therefore we felt in greater safety, washed ourselves, and ate some little food. After we had sufficiently rested from our fatigues, we again marched forward, and arrived at a township called Gueliapar, situated in the Tlaxcalan territory, where the inhabitants allowed us to quarter, and furnished us with food. But we were obliged to give them small pieces of gold or calchahuas in exchange. In this spot we remained a whole day, to dress our wounds and those of our horses. When the news of our arrival was received in the metropolis of Tlaxcala, Maxixquetzin, the old Xicotencatl, and Chiquimeclatecatl, accompanied by the principal inhabitants of that town, and those of Huexinco, immediately set out to welcome us. They gave us the most hearty reception, and several of the chiefs wept aloud. Alas! Malinche, Malinche, cried they, how deeply we take your misfortune to heart, and lament the death of so many of your brothers, and of our countrymen, who have perished with them. How oft have we not warned you not to trust to the Mexicans, and told you they would certainly, one time or other, fall suddenly upon you, but you would not believe us. However, what has happened cannot be recalled. The only thing you must think of at present is, to cure your wounds and strengthen yourselves with good food. Do, therefore, just as if you were at home in your own country. Rest yourselves a little and then proceed to our town, where we will find you quarters. For the rest, Malinche, you may look upon it as no small piece of heroism that you fought your way out of that strong city after the bridges had been destroyed. And if we previously looked upon you as men of extraordinary courage, we do so now in a much wider sense. We are well aware that numbers of men and women of this country have to mourn the loss of their sons, their husbands, and their brothers, but let not this be matter of too much grief to you. You have likewise great reason to be thankful to your gods who have conducted you here in safety, and who gave you power to gain the victory over that vast army, which we were well aware had been lying 4 days in wait for you at Otumpan. It was our intention to have come to your assistance with 30,000 men, but we were unable to collect such a body of troops in sufficient time. Cortés, with the whole of the officers and soldiers, embraced these excellent men in the most affectionate manner, and we made them a present in gold and jewels, to which every man among us was glad to contribute his mite. They were also extremely rejoiced to find that Dona Marina and Dona Luisa had escaped the carnage, but their joy soon turned into lamentations when they discovered what numbers of their countrymen were missing. And CXIX evinced excessive grief at the loss of Dona Elvira his daughter, and of Leon, to whom he had presented her. We now, in company of all the caziques, marched into the metropolis of Tlaxcala. Cortés was quartered in the house of CXIX, and Alvarado in that of Xicotencatl. We dressed our wounds with great care, and patiently awaited their cure. 4 of our men, however, soon after died, and many others suffered for a length of time before they were completely restored. Chapter VI. How we quartered ourselves in the metropolis of Tlaxcala, and what we did there. I have already mentioned that we rested a day at Gualiapar, where we were visited by the caziques of Tlaxcala, who kindly offered us every assistance. Which was the more praiseworthy in them when we take the time and circumstances into consideration. As soon as we had arrived in the Tlaxcalan metropolis, Cortés made inquiries respecting the 40,000 pesos worth of gold which he had forwarded to the latter place for the garrison of Vera Cruz. When CXIX, Xicotencatl, and one of our soldiers who had remained behind in Tlaxcala on account of ill health, informed him that a certain Wandal Contra, with 2 others of the garrison lying in Vera Cruz, had arrived there and taken all the gold with them, as they had produced a written permission to that effect signed by Cortés, which he, CXIX, had carefully saved. Upon being questioned as to the time they had left with the gold, we found it must have been during the days we had the severe engagements with the Mexicans. Subsequently we learnt that Alcontra and his companions had been murdered and robbed of their treasure on their road to Vera Cruz. Cortés was sorely grieved at this loss, and was most anxious to know how matters stood in the latter place. He therefore dispatched 3 Tlaxcalans to that town with a letter, in which he gave a full account of all that had transpired at Mexico, but very wisely omitted to mention the number of men we had lost there. He likewise admonished the garrison to observe the utmost vigilance, and to keep Salvatierra and Narvaez close prisoners. They were desired to send their sick to Tlaxcala with all their store of powder and crossbows. He at the same time wrote to Caballero, and particularly cautioned him not to allow any vessel to depart for Cuba, and to see that Narvaez did not escape. If he considered the 2 vessels of Narvaez which lay in the harbor there unfit for use, he was to run them on shore, and immediately send him the sailors and as many arms as he could spare. These 3 messengers made all haste and soon returned with an answer from Vera Cruz, which gave us the good news that they had enjoyed the profoundest peace there, but had been apprised of our misfortune at Mexico by the fat cazique of Sempoala. They also informed us that Wanda Alcontra and his companions had been murdered on their return. Pedro Caballero sent word that all Cortés' commands should be attended to. One of the 2 vessels was still in good condition, but with the other he would act as he had been ordered and send the men to us, though he had not over sufficient hands, as many of the sailors were sick and several had died. All the reinforcement we received, on this occasion, consisted in 7 men, of whom 3 were sailors. They arrived in Tlaxcala under the command of a certain Lancero, to whom the tavern belonged, known to this day by the name of Venta de Lancero. Every one of these men were in bad health. 5 of them were covered with sore swellings, and the 2 others limped helplessly about with their bellies enormously swollen, so that the succors brought by Lancero became quite a byword among us. I must now, however, relate something of a more serious nature. The reader cannot have forgotten the younger Xicotencatl, who commanded the whole armed power of Tlaxcala against us, and who had always shown his hatred of us. This feeling was again aroused in him when the news of our flight from Mexico, and of the number of troops we had lost arrived in Tlaxcala, and how we were marching towards the latter place to seek protection and assistance. Xicotencatl now, therefore, assembled his relations and friends, with all those whom he thought would enter into his views, and proposed that they should select some favorable opportunity, either in the day or night time, to fall upon us unawares and destroy us all. He would, he said, form a friendly alliance with the Mexican monarch, for which the present moment was particularly favorable, as the Mexicans had just elected a new monarch in the person of Cuitlahuatzin. We had, he continued, left quantities of cotton stuffs and gold behind us in Tlaxcala, and had brought an additional quantity with us, and they would all become wealthy personages by such a booty. When the elder Xicotencatl received information of this rebellious movement, he grew excessively angry, and commanded his son to banish all such thoughts from his mind. Such a step as that, he said, would be altogether unjustifiable, and he might be sure, if Maxixquetzin and Chiquimeclatecatl got intelligence of it, they would certainly order him to be put to death, to which he himself would give his consent. Old Xicotencatl, however, might say what he liked, his son remained firm to his purpose, and set earnestly about to make the necessary preparations, when Chiquimeclatecatl, who was at enmity with the younger Xicotencatl, got secret information of his intentions, which he instantly communicated to Maxixquetzin, and both determined to call a meeting of the chief personages of the town, with the elder Xicotencatl and the caziques of Huexinco, and commanded the younger Xicotencatl to appear before them. After all had been assembled, Maxixquetzin addressed the meeting as follows: I ask you, do you yourselves think, or have you ever heard others say that such riches or so much prosperity was ever known for the last 100 years in the land of Tlaxcala as since the time these Tullies have appeared among us? Were we ever so much respected by all our neighbors? It is only since their arrival we possess abundance of gold and cotton stuffs, it is since that time only we eat salt again, of which we have been deprived for such a length of time. Wherever our troops have shown themselves with these Tullies, they have been treated with the utmost respect, and if many of our countrymen have lately perished in Mexico, they certainly fared no worse than the Tullies themselves. All of you must likewise bear in mind the ancient tradition handed down to us by our forefathers, that, at some period or other, a people would come from where the sun rises, to whom the dominion of these countries was destined. How dare Xicotencatl, taking all this into consideration, contemplate this horrible treachery, from which nothing can flow but war and our destruction? Is this not a crime which ought not to be pardoned? Is it not exactly in accordance with the evil designs with which this man's head always runs full? Now that misfortune has led these Tullies to us for protection, and that we may assist them with our troops to renew the war with Mexico, are we to act treacherously to these our friends? To these reproaches, in which his own blind father joined, the younger Xicotencatl replied, that he persevered in his opinion that, under the present circumstances, it would be most politic to form an alliance with the Mexicans, and allowed himself many other impudent expressions, which so enraged the old chiefs that Maxixquetzin, Chiquimeclatecatl, and the elder Xicotencatl, notwithstanding his blindness, rose up from their seats, then fell upon the young man, and pushed him down the steps of the building, under the most abusive language. He would certainly have been killed on the spot, if respect for his aged father had not withheld them. In the meantime they imprisoned all those who had sided with him. To punish Xicotencatl himself, this was not exactly the time, and Cortés refused in any way to meddle in the matter. I have mentioned this circumstance to convince the reader how loyal and honest the Tlaxcalans were towards us, and how much we were indebted to them, particularly to the elder Xicotencatl, who, it is even said, had given orders for his son to be put to death, as soon as he had been informed of all his intrigues and treacherous designs. We had now rested 22 days, and had patiently awaited the cure of our wounds. And Cortés now determined upon making an incursion into the neighboring province of Tepica, where several of Narvaez's men and some of ours had been killed on their march to Mexico. He accordingly told our officers what his plan was. But when Narvaez's men heard of a new campaign, they became quite low-spirited. The latter were not accustomed to war, and had had a sufficient taste of it in our overthrow at Mexico, the carnage at the bridges, and in the battle of Otumpan. And were very clamorous in their requests to our general to return to their commanderies and their gold mines in Cuba. They peremptorily refused to obey him any longer, and declared they would take no further part in his conquests. And Duera, who, from the very beginning, had been in secret understanding with Cortés, protested most loudly against this contemplated invasion of Tepica. They cursed the gold Cortés had given them, which had all been lost again in their flight from Mexico, and assured him they were glad enough to have escaped with their lives from that terrific battle. They were unanimously determined to return to Cuba, and said they were not desirous of suffering any further losses than they already had in this expedition. Cortés, however, did not so soon give up all hopes of persuading them to join him in this campaign. He spoke to them in a very quiet and kind manner, and made many very excellent remarks, but all to no purpose. And when they found that Cortés persevered in his determination, they desired one of the royal secretaries to draw up a formal protest, in which they gave a circumstantial account of our present position, how we were in want of horses, muskets, crossbows, and even cords for the latter. In short, of everything necessary to carry on a war. They further went on to say, that the whole of us were covered with wounds, and that only 440 men remained of the united troops of Narvaez and Cortés. The Mexicans occupied every pass and every mountain, and the vessels would rot away with the worm if they lay any longer in the harbor, and so on. After they had presented this protest in form to our general, he altogether objected to it, and we others of his old troops begged of him most earnestly not to allow any of Narvaez's men to return to Cuba, as it would every way prove injurious to the cause of God and the interest of our emperor. When they found that all the steps they had taken were fruitless, and that we maintained they were imperatively called upon to remain, both for the service of God and of our emperor, they at last consented to stay, and declared their willingness to join us in the contemplated campaign. But Cortés was obliged to promise that he would allow them to depart for Cuba as soon as ever circumstances would permit. This, however, did not put an end to their murmurs. We heard nothing but complaints against Cortés and his conquests, how dearly they had paid for all this, left comfortable homes, and peace and security, to serve in a country where they lived in constant danger of losing their lives. They likewise considered it would be unpardonable in us to commence a second war with the Mexicans, with whom we should never be able to cope in the open field for any length of time. After what we had seen of their vast power both in Mexico and at Otumpan. Cortés, they continued, would not relinquish his purpose as long as his ambition to command was satisfied, and we others merely stuck to him because we had nothing to lose but our lives. Many similar reproaches did they throw out against Cortés, who, under the present circumstances, thought it was best to leave them unnoticed, and he was glad, a few months after, to send them home, as will be related in the proper place. Here again I am bound to notice a number of errors in Gomera's history. In order, however, not to go too much into detail, I will confine myself to the following remarks. Respecting the above-mentioned protest against the projected campaign of Tepica, Gomera does not exactly state with which party it originated, whether from Cortés' old troops or those of Narvaez. Everything he relates concerning this matter merely goes to raise Cortés to the skies and to cast the rest of us in the shade. We, the true conquistadores, on reading his work, soon discovered that Gomera had been bribed by presents to relate the circumstances in that way. Were we not the very men who supported Cortés in all the battles, and in every other matter? And yet Gomera has the impudence to consider this as nothing, and affirms that we protested against the further conquest of New Spain. Gomera likewise commits a terrible blunder when he makes Cortés say, in answer to this protest, in order to inspire us with courage, that he would recall Leon and Ordaz, of whom one, he says, was engaged forming a settlement with 300 men in Panuco, and that the other, with a like detachment, had been sent for a similar purpose to the river Guacasualco. Every word of this is false, for, when we marched to Alvarado's assistance in Mexico, those projected settlements were relinquished, as I have above mentioned, and both these officers went along with us to Mexico. Leon even met with his death at one of the bridges, as we saw, and Ordaz was severely wounded in 3 several places. What a great pity it is that Gomera does not write with equal veracity as he does beauty. I was likewise amazed to read what he says of the Battle of Otumpan. He boldly asserts that we should have been defeated if Cortés had not been present, for he alone decided the fate of the day by his attack upon the Mexican commander-in-chief, who carried the royal standard. I should indeed be loath to do Cortés an injustice, and, as an excellent and brave general, I have the highest esteem for him. But certainly we have, above all, to thank the Almighty, who mercifully protected us in all the dangers we encountered, and who put under Cortés' commands such courageous officers and soldiers. The second praise is certainly due to us, whose valiant arms overcame every obstacle. We it were who firmly withstood the enemy's attack, who broke their line, and who punctually obeyed the commands of our general and his officers. And yet Cortés is said to have done all himself at the Battle of Otumpan. Why does this Gomera not mention as well the heroic deeds of the officers and soldiers in that battle? But it is quite evident that all he relates in his book is intended for the praise of Cortés only, otherwise he could not have passed by all the rest of us in silence. He should have asked how often the brave Cristobal de Olea had saved Cortés' life, until he met with his death in a similar attempt during the subsequent siege of Mexico. I had nearly forgotten to mention the battle near Xochimilco, where Olea again saved Cortés' life, but which had nearly cost him his own, for he was severely wounded. In order not to confound names, I must observe that we had among our troops a Cristobal de Olea and a Cristobal de Ali. Gomera is right when he says that Cortés made a run at the Mexican commander-in-chief, which caused the latter to drop the standard from his hands. But then it is also a fact that Juan Salamanca, of Ontiveros, who became alcalde mayor of Guacasualco after the fall of Mexico, killed that chief with a thrust of his lance, tore away the splendid crest of plumes which adorned his head, and presented it to Cortés. For which reason he was subsequently permitted to add a bunch of feathers to his armorial bearings. I do not mention these things to diminish Cortés' glory, for the praise and merit of all the victories we gained, and of the battles we fought, down to the total conquest of New Spain, are due to him. And he has deserved those honors with which the Castilians were wont to crown their generals after some splendid victories, and the triumphs which the Romans decreed to Pompey, Julius Caesar, and the Scipios. Cortés, indeed, has merited greater honors than all these Romans. Gomera further relates that Cortés ordered the younger Xicotencatl to be secretly executed in Tlaxcala as punishment for his treacherous designs against us. But this likewise is an untruth, for Cortés ordered him to be hung in a village near Tezcuco, as will be seen hereafter. In the same way Gomera sends so many thousands of Indians with us into the field of battle, that there is neither sense nor meaning in what he says. And he likewise gives a very exaggerated account of the numbers of cities, towns, and villages, of which not 1/5 part ever existed. And if we sum up what he says of the population, we shall find there are more millions than there are villages in Spain. Wherever he speaks of 80,000, we must really write down 1,000. Everything certainly sounds very fine in his work, because he never at any time relates all that happened. When, therefore, the reader compares his account with mine, he must not allow himself to be blinded by the ornaments of his beautiful style, for mine is plain and rude, but truth supplies the place of art and eloquence. How much it is to be regretted that Dr. Illescas and Paul Jovio should have copied him so closely. I must, however, return to my history on the campaign of Topeka. Chapter CXXX. How we marched into the province of Topeka, what we did there, and of other things which happened. Cortés had desired the caciques of Tlaxcala to furnish him with 5,000 men to join him on his march into the province of Topeka, whose inhabitants he was going to punish for the murder of several Spaniards. It was the township of Topeka, Coahuila, and Tecalco, which lay from 24 to 28 miles from Tlaxcala, against which our arms were particularly bent. If our desire to be revenged upon them was great, that of Maxixquetzin and the elder Xicotencatl was more so, as the inhabitants of those places had done great damage to their plantations. 4,000 Tlaxcalan warriors, therefore, stood ready equipped to join us. All the provinces, however, which we intended to invade were quite prepared to receive us. For when the inhabitants there learnt that we had met with a kind reception in Tlaxcala after our overthrow in Mexico, they did not doubt for an instant that, after we had recruited our strength a little, we should invade their territories in conjunction with the armed force of the former republic. Mexican troops were therefore stationed everywhere on the confines, and Topeka itself was strongly garrisoned. Maxixquetzin and the elder Xicotencatl were well aware of this, and, consequently, not without their fears. Notwithstanding all this, we commenced our march thither, but without either cannon or matchlocks, for we had lost all these in our flight from Mexico, though we had saved a few of the latter. We could make no use of them as we had not a grain of powder left. Our small army now consisted of 17 horse, 6 crossbowmen, and 420 Spaniards, most of whom were only armed with swords and shields, and 4,000 Tlaxcalans. We merely took a single day's provision with us, as the provinces we were going to invade were very populous, and contained quantities of maize, fowls, and musk swine. We observed our usual good custom of sending out a few scouts in advance, and we quartered ourselves for the first night about 12 miles from Topeka. The inhabitants, upon the news of our approach, had everywhere fled away, and carried off everything they could with them, so that we only found 6 men and 4 women in a small settlement near Topeka. Cortés, who always observed the strictest justice and order in all matters, questioned these prisoners respecting the 18 Spaniards who had been murdered without any cause, and for what reason such vast numbers of Mexican troops had arrived, and why the property of our friends the Tlaxcalans had been destroyed. He desired these prisoners whom he sent to Topeka to ask the inhabitants there these same questions, and they were to signify to them that they should send away the Mexicans who were there, and conclude a treaty with us. Otherwise we should look upon them as rebels, murderers, and robbers, desolate their country with fire and sword, and carry off all the inhabitants into slavery. These prisoners fulfilled their commission faithfully, and returned with 2 Mexicans. If we had sent a haughty message to our enemies, they returned answer in a still haughtier tone. The 2 Mexicans came with perfect confidence, as they well knew it was our custom to treat all ambassadors with great courtesy, and even make them presents. In this they had certainly not deceived themselves. And, still puffed up with the recent victory, they spoke with terrible assurance. Cortés, after they had done speaking, presented each with a mantle, and sent them back with offers of peace, adding, at the same time, he was well aware they could not return him his Spaniards alive. But if they would sue for peace, he would pardon the past. With this message he likewise sent a letter containing the same offers, though we very well knew they could not read it, yet by this time they had learnt so much as to know it contained some command. And Cortés desired the ambassadors to return with an answer. This they speedily brought, and was to the following effect: we were to return to where we had come from. And if we refused to do so immediately, they would fall upon us the next day, and procure themselves a more abundant repast from the flesh of our bodies than they had done at the bridges of Mexico and in the battle of Otumpan. On receiving this declaration Cortés called a council of war, in which the whole of these circumstances were taken down in writing by a royal secretary. And it was further resolved that whichsoever of the allies of the Mexicans had been found guilty of murdering Spaniards should be turned into slaves, since, after swearing allegiance to His Majesty, they had rebelled, and caused us so great a loss of men and horses. This determination was likewise made known to the enemy, and they were again admonished to make peace with us, but we met with nothing but defiance in return, and if we did not quit the province they would march against us and put us all to death. Both sides thus made preparations for war, and a severe battle ensued the day after. But as the level ground, which consisted entirely of maize and maguey plantations, was particularly favorable for our maneuvers, the bravery of our enemies availed them very little, and our few horse soon put them to the rout. The rest of us likewise fell vigorously upon them, and our friends of Tlaxcala behaved most valiantly, and pursued the enemy with great loss. Considerable numbers of Tepecans and Mexicans were killed, while on our side we lost only 3 Tlaxcalans. 12 Spaniards were slightly wounded, and one of our horses so severely that it died soon after. The consequence of this victory was, that numbers of women and children were brought in prisoners to us, for the men we turned over to the Tlaxcalans, who made slaves of them all. The Tepecans, seeing that the Mexican garrison was no protection to them, and that they would only become the victims of any further opposition, without so much as consulting the Mexicans, now sent messengers of peace to us, who were very kindly received by Cortés. These Tepecans then, for the second time, took the oath of allegiance to our emperor, and sent off the Mexicans. We now, therefore, entered Topeka, and founded a town there, to which we gave the name of Villa de Segura de la Frontera, from its lying on the road to Vera Cruz, in a populous district, very productive of maize. And because it was covered by the close neighborhood of Tlaxcala. Alcaldes and regidors were appointed, and a regular government introduced. We likewise visited all the districts where Spaniards had been murdered, and we cast an iron mark, with the letter G, meaning guerra, war, with which those were to be branded whom we turned into slaves. In this way we severally visited the townships Coahuicola, Tecalco, Las Guayavas, and others whose names I have forgotten. In the former place alone, 15 Spaniards had been murdered in their quarters. We therefore spared this township least of all, and turned a vast number of its inhabitants into slaves. About this time another king had been raised to the throne of Mexico, as the former, who beat us out of the town, had died of the smallpox. The new monarch was a nephew, or, at least, a very near relative of Moctezuma, and was called Cuauhtémoc. He was about 25 years of age, and a very well-bred man for an Indian. He was likewise a person of great courage, and soon made himself so greatly feared among his people that they trembled in his presence. His wife was one of Moctezuma's daughters, and passed for a great beauty among her countrywomen. When this new king received intelligence of the overthrow of his troops at Topeka, and of the consequent submission of that province to the Emperor Charles V, he began to fear for his other provinces. He therefore dispatched messengers to every township, commanding the inhabitants to hold themselves ready for action. And in order that he might make sure of their obedience to his commands, he sent one cazique a present, and another he freed from paying tribute. His most able generals were dispatched with troops to protect the boundaries, and he admonished them to behave better than they had done at Topeka. That the reader may not confound the two names, I must take the opportunity to acquaint him that there was a Cacula and Guacachula. I must, however, defer for the present what I have to say about the last mentioned place, to relate the news we received from Vera Cruz. Chapter CXII. How a vessel, which had been sent by Diego Velázquez from Cuba, arrived at Vera Cruz, commanded by the Captain Pedro Barba, and the manner in which Caballero captured her. We had scarcely punished these Topecans for the murder of our 18 companions, and restored peace to the country, when letters arrived from Vera Cruz with the information that a vessel had run in there, commanded by a good friend of Cortés named Pedro Barba, who had been sub-governor of the Havana under Velázquez. He had brought along with him 13 soldiers and 2 horses, besides letters for Pamphilo Narvaez, whom Velázquez thought had by this time taken possession of New Spain in his name. In these letters, Velázquez desired Narvaez, if Cortés were yet alive, to transport him, with the whole of his principal officers, to Cuba, whence he would send them to Spain, for such were the commands of Don Juan Rodríguez de Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos, and Archbishop of Rosano, and President of the Council of India. As soon as Barba had entered the harbor and cast anchor, Caballero went on board to pay his respects to him. The boat he went in was well manned with sailors, and the arms they carried were carefully hidden from view. After both parties had welcomed each other, Caballero inquired after the health of the governor of Cuba, and Barba, on his side, asked after Narvaez, and what had become of Cortés. Caballero gave him the most favorable account of Narvaez, spoke about his power, wealth, and his vast authority in these countries. As for Cortés, he had escaped with 20 men, and was wandering about from place to place. Upon this, Caballero proposed to Barba that he should disembark at the next township, where he would meet with excellent quarters. This he readily agreed to, and stepped into Caballero's boat, which, by this time, had been joined by those of the other vessels, and so all went on shore. But he had scarcely set foot on land when Caballero exclaimed, "Sir, you are my prisoner, in the name of the Captain General Cortés." One can easily imagine the astonishment of Barba and his men. However, they could do no better than patiently submit. The sails, compass, and rudder were immediately taken out of the vessel, and were all sent to Cortés' headquarters at Topeka. Our joy was excessive when these succors arrived, and certainly they could not have come more opportunely, for we had not yet recovered from our wounds, or regained our usual strength. Every one of us suffered more or less from ill health, and as blood and dust had coagulated in our entrails, we consequently emitted nothing else. Add to all this, we were obliged to be under arms both night and day, and thus it may be imagined our condition was truly pitiable, and 5 of our men had died within the last fortnight of pleurisy. There likewise arrived with Barba a certain Francisco Lopez, who settled at Guatemala, and became regidor of that place. Cortés received Pedro Barba with every mark of distinction, and immediately gave him a company of crossbowmen. He likewise learnt from him that there was another smaller vessel at Cuba, which was taking in a cargo of provisions, and was also destined by the governor for New Spain. This vessel actually arrived at Vera Cruz 8 days after, and was commanded by a cavalier, named Rodrigo Morajan. She had on board 8 soldiers, a mare, 6 crossbows, and other kinds of ammunition. Morajan, with his vessel, was captured by Caballero in the same manner, and sent to Segura de la Frontera. Our joy at the arrival of these new guests was, if possible, greater than on the previous occasion. Cortés received them most kindly, gave each an appointment, and we thanked God most heartily for this reinforcement of men, arms, and horses. We must now, however, return to the Mexican troops, which lay on the confines of Coahuila. Chapter CXII. How the inhabitants of Coahuila called upon Cortés, and begged of him to drive out the Mexican troops from their town, as they were plundered and ill-used by them. The new king of Mexico had thrown strong garrisons into all the townships which lay on the boundaries, particularly into Coahuila and Ozacar, which lay about 12 miles from each other. As he was sure we should enter his territories at those points. These garrisons allowed themselves excessive liberties under their new master, and committed so many atrocities against the inhabitants, that these were determined to bear it no longer. They not only complained of being robbed of their garments, their maize, their fowls, and their gold, but that the Mexicans likewise forcibly carried off their daughters and wives, if they were pretty, and violated them in the presence of their parents and their husbands. When the Coahuilcans saw how peaceably and quiet the Cololans lived ever since they had been without a Mexican garrison, and that the same happiness and security might be enjoyed in Topeka, Tecalco, and in Coahuila, they secretly dispatched 4 distinguished personages to Cortés, begging of him to send them his tules, with their horses, to rid them of their oppressors. They themselves, with the inhabitants of the whole district, would assist us, and both together could easily overcome the Mexican troops. Cortés, on this representation, resolved to send thither, under Ali, a strong detachment, consisting of 300 men, with the greater part of our cavalry and crossbowmen, besides a numerous body of Tlaxcalans, who had greatly increased in numbers since the rich booty they had made in Topeka. Among the 300 of our own troops there were many of Narvaez's men who became quite terrified when they understood they were going to march against Indians. Besides which, they had been informed that all the fields and houses were filled with Mexican troops, and that their numbers were even greater than at the Battle of Otumpan, and that Cuauhtémoc commanded in person. They had, indeed, from the beginning showed great unwillingness to join us in this new campaign, and all their thoughts were bent upon their return to Cuba. Now again all their late misfortunes, and the perils they had undergone, came forcibly to their minds, the lamentable flight out of Mexico, the terrible struggle at the bridges, and the Battle of Otumpan. Such dangers, they said, they would not run the risk of encountering again, and they most earnestly begged of Ali to return to headquarters, as this expedition could not fail to end more seriously than all the foregoing. And every man of them would perish. It was in vain that Ali expostulated with them, and told them they were bound to march forward, and were in every way a match for the Mexicans. That a retreat would inspire the enemy with fresh courage, and that the level country was remarkably favorable for the maneuvers of the cavalry, they absolutely refused to advance another step. Cortés' old soldiers, however, were determined to march forward, saying they had braved greater dangers than this, that a merciful providence had everywhere protected them, and brought them forth victorious. But all these arguments were fruitless, and at last they succeeded in persuading Ali, by their prayers and lamentations, to turn back, and he took the road to Colula, from whence he wrote Cortés word of the state of things. When the latter received this information he was greatly vexed, and he immediately dispatched 2 crossbowmen with a letter to Ali, in which he expressed great surprise at his indetermination and weakness of mind. As on former occasions no arguments had ever been able to dissuade him from fulfilling the commands he had once received. When Ali had read this letter he became furious with chagrin, and bitterly reproached those who had advised the retreat, and thereby induced him to disobey his general's commands. He immediately issued orders for every one to join his standard, and those who refused should be sent back to our headquarters, there to be punished by Cortés as cowards and deserters. The vexation which this matter occasioned Ali had converted him into a very lion, and in this mood he marched his men onwards to Coahuila. He had scarcely arrived to within 4 miles of this place, when he was met by the caziques, who pointed out to him the best mode of attacking the Mexicans, and assured him he would be assisted by the inhabitants. They had hardly done speaking, when the Mexicans, who had received intelligence of Ali's approach, marched boldly against him. The battle now soon commenced, and the Mexicans certainly fought courageously for a considerable time, wounded several Spaniards, killed 2 horses, and wounded 8 others from out a species of fortification which they had constructed here. But after an hour's fighting they were completely beaten out of the field. The Tlaxcalans behaved with uncommon bravery, and killed many of the enemy, besides taking a great number of prisoners. And as they were joined by the inhabitants of the surrounding country, the carnage among the Mexican troops was very great. The latter now retreated, and fortified themselves in a township named Azucar, which had been garrisoned by another body of Mexicans. This place was even rendered strong by nature, and the enemy had burnt down a bridge, to prevent our cavalry from entering the town. But, as I have before stated, vexation had turned Ali into a very lion, and he was determined that nothing should obstruct his progress. He therefore marched, with all those who would follow him, immediately upon Azucar, passed the river with his new allies of Coahuila, and fell so furiously upon the Mexicans, that they soon gave way, and fled in disorder. Here again 2 horses were killed, Ali himself wounded in 2 places, and his horse very severely. He remained 2 days at Azucar, during which time the caziques of the whole surrounding country came to sue for peace, and declared themselves vassals of our emperor. After he had thus restored tranquility to the whole country he returned to Villa Segura. I myself was not present at this battle, and I therefore merely relate what I learnt from others respecting it. Cortés and the whole of us marched out to meet the returning conquerors, and the rejoicings, as may be imagined, were very great on this occasion. The retreat to Colula was now turned into matter of ridicule. Ali himself could not help laughing at it, and observed, that many of his troops thought more of their minds in Cuba than of their arms, and he swore that he would never again command any of those rich followers of Narvaez on such occasions, but only take with him a few of the poor soldiers of Cortés. On this occasion Gama relates, that Ali turned back in consequence of a mistake between the interpreters, and had feared there was some treachery on hand. This, however, is incorrect. For his return to Colula was entirely owing to the fear and anxiety of Narvaez's men, whom the Indians had crammed with all manner of fearful tales. Gama likewise says, that Cortés commanded in person on this occasion, but this is an untruth, for it was Ali. It is equally erroneous when he says that it were the Huexincancans who had alarmed Narvaez's men with the exaggerated account respecting the Mexicans, when the former passed through their town. This is a shocking blunder, for it would be equally absurd for anyone who wished to go from Topeka to Coahuila, to turn back to Huexinco, as it would be in going from Medina del Campo to Salamanca, to take the road over Valladolid. In the meantime other news had arrived from Vera Cruz, which will be found in the following chapter. Chapter CXII. How one of the vessels which Francisco de Garay had fitted out for the object of forming settlements on the river Panuco, put in at Vera Cruz, and what further happened. While we were lying at Villa Segura, Cortés was informed by letter that one of the vessels which Garay had fitted out for the object of forming settlements on the river Panuco had arrived at Vera Cruz. This vessel was commanded by a certain Camargo, and had on board above 60 soldiers, but who were all in very bad health, with their stomachs largely swelled. This Camargo related how unfortunately Garay's expedition to the river Panuco had terminated. The Indians had massacred the commander-in-chief Alvarez Pinedo, with the whole of his troops and horses, and then set fire to his vessels. Camargo alone had been fortunate enough to escape with his men on board one of the vessels, and had steered for Vera Cruz, where they arrived half-famished, for they had not been able to procure any provisions from the enemy. This Camargo, it was said, had taken the vows of the Order of the Dominicans. Camargo and his men, by degrees, all arrived at Villa Segura, which indeed took a considerable time, for they were so weakened that they could scarcely move along. When Cortés saw in what a terrible condition they were, he recommended them to our care, and showed Camargo and all his men every possible kindness. If I remember rightly, Camargo died soon after, and also several of his men. We used to call them, jokingly, verdigris bellies, from the immense size to which the latter were swollen, and the death-like appearance of the men. In order not to break the thread of my history too frequently, I will take this opportunity of enumerating the different vessels of Garay's expedition which arrived by degrees in Vera Cruz. The first which came after Camargo was commanded by a native of Aragon, named Miguel Diaz, whom Garay had sent with succors to Alvarez Pinedo, who, he imagined, had run up the river Panuco. Diaz, however, meeting nowhere with any traces of him, had soon got into a conflict with the natives, by whom he was informed of the unfortunate termination of that expedition. He then again hoisted sail and made for Vera Cruz, where he disembarked his troops, consisting of upwards of 50 men and 7 horses, with which he immediately repaired to Cortés' headquarters. These were the most valuable succors we ever received, and certainly they could not have come more opportunely. This Miguel Diaz subsequently rendered our emperor the most signal services in the conquest of New Spain. He was for some time engaged in a lawsuit respecting the possession of half Miztitan, with a brother-in-law of Cortés, named Andreas de Barrios, of Seville, whom he commonly termed the Dancer. This lawsuit terminated in his favor in this way, that he was to receive the whole of the yearly rents of that estate, amounting annually to above 2,500 pesos. But he himself was prohibited from setting foot in that district for the space of 2 years, for having there, as well as in other townships belonging to him, put several Indians to death. A few days after this vessel another arrived in Vera Cruz, which Garay had likewise dispatched for the protection of his armament in the river Panuco, where he thought all was going on prosperously. This vessel brought above 40 men, 10 horses, and various kinds of ammunition, and was commanded by an elderly man named Ramirez, whom we called the Elder to distinguish him from another Ramirez, who served in our troops. In this way Garay lost one ship after another, and no one derived any advantage from them excepting Cortés and ourselves. All these troops arrived by degrees in Topeka, and respectively obtained some by name or other from our men. Those of Diaz, who were all stout, fat fellows, were called the stiffbacks, and those of Ramirez, pack saddles, because they all wore heavy cotton cuirassas, which no arrow could pierce. The officers, as the reader may imagine, received most distinguished treatment from Cortés. I have now, however, to speak of another expedition, of which Cortés gave the command to Sandoval, and was directed against the tribes of Zalotzinco and Zacatimi. Chapter CXIV. How Cortés dispatches Sandoval with 200 men, among which were 20 horse and 12 crossbowmen, to punish the tribes of Zalotzinco and Zacatimi, for having put some Spaniards to death, and to demand restitution of the gold they had robbed us of. And also further to explore the country. After we had received these reinforcements, first the 25 men and 3 horses, which arrived in the 2 small vessels sent by Diego Velázquez, and then the 120 men, with the 17 horses which arrived in Garay's vessels. We learnt that many of Narvaez's men on their retreat from Mexico had been murdered in the townships of Zacatimi and Zalotzinco. Likewise that the inhabitants of these places had plundered and killed Juan de Alcántara and his 2 companions who were returning from Tlaxcala with the gold above mentioned. Cortés, therefore, ordered Sandoval, a remarkably bold and clever officer, to march against them with 200 men, composed for the greater part of Cortés' old soldiers, among which there were 20 horse and 12 crossbowmen. To which was added a strong body of Tlaxcalans. Sandoval, on his march thither, received intelligence that the inhabitants were all under arms, and had put these towns in a good state of defense, and were, moreover, assisted by a powerful body of Mexicans. They well foresaw that we should equally chastise them for the Spaniards they had murdered, as we had the Tepecans, Coahuilcalans, and Tecalcans. Sandoval placed his troops in the most advantageous manner, and explained to the cavalry how they were to break through the enemy's line. But previous to entering on the enemy's territory he sent messengers with offers of peace to them, and to demand the gold they had stolen, with promises that he would pardon the murder of the Spaniards. These messengers went several times to the enemy with these offers, but each time returned with the same answer, namely, that they would serve Sandoval and his soldiers in the same manner as they had those Tullies. Respecting whom he now came to make inquiries. Sandoval then sent them word that he would treat them as traitors and highwaymen, and turn them all into slaves, they might therefore prepare for a struggle for life or death. He then fell upon them from 2 several points at the same time, and though the Mexicans, as well as the inhabitants, defended themselves with great bravery, he nevertheless soon put them to flight and captured numbers of the commoner people, whom, however, he set at liberty again, for want of men to guard them. In one of the temples he found a quantity of clothes, arms, and horse trappings, among which were 2 saddles, all of which the Indians had brought as offerings to their idols. In this place Sandoval stayed 3 days, during which time the caziques of the country came to beg pardon of him, and to take the oath of allegiance to his majesty. But he informed them they must return the stolen gold before he could think of granting their request. To which the caziques answered, that the Mexicans had taken away all the gold, and presented it to their new king. Upon this Sandoval referred them to Cortés himself, and he marched back to our headquarters, with a great number of women and young men, whom he had taken prisoners, and marked with the iron. Cortés was highly delighted at beholding these troops return in so good a condition, though they had 3 horses killed and 8 men heavily wounded, among whom was Sandoval himself, who had been struck by an arrow. For myself, I was not present in this expedition, for I was suffering severely at the time from fever and spitting of blood, but thank God I recovered, after frequent bleeding. The caziques of Zalotzinco and Zacatimi, besides several other chiefs of the neighboring districts, now came to Cortés. They begged for peace, took the oath of allegiance to our emperor, and furnished us with provisions. This expedition was attended by many beneficial results, for the whole country was thereby tranquilized, while it spread a vast idea of Cortés' justice and bravery throughout the whole of New Spain. So that every one feared him, and particularly Cuauhtémoc, the new king of Mexico. Indeed Cortés' authority rose at once to so great a height, that the inhabitants came from the most distant parts to lay their disputes before him, particularly respecting the election of caziques, right of tenure, and division of property and subjects. About this time thousands of people were carried off by the smallpox, and among them numbers of caziques. And Cortés, as though he had been lord of the whole country, appointed the new caziques, but made a point of nominating those who had the best claim. Such a case happened with a near relative of Moctezuma, who was married to the sovereign of Ixtacan, by whom she had a son, who was acknowledged as nephew to Moctezuma. The point in dispute being who the heir was to that principality, this nephew, or some other grandee of the country. Cortés decided in favor of Moctezuma's nephew, and they adhered to his decision. Numerous similar disputes were brought for Cortés' arbitration, even from the most distant districts. About this time we also learnt that 9 of our countrymen had been put to death in the township Coquitlam, called by us Castel Blanco, being about 24 miles from our headquarters. Sandoval therefore was ordered thither, with 30 horse, 100 foot, 8 crossbowmen, 5 musketeers, and a strong body of Tlaxcalans, who always proved themselves faithful friends and brave warriors. Here again Sandoval sent 5 distinguished personages of Topeka to the Coquitlands with the usual offers of peace, accompanied by threats. But as there was a strong garrison of Mexicans lying in the town, they returned for answer that they had already a king in Cuauhtémoc, and wanted no other, nor did they see any reason why they should send us ambassadors. They would meet us on the field of battle, their strength was as great now as it was in Mexico, at the bridges, and the canals, and how much our valor had availed us there they had sufficiently experienced. On receiving this answer, Sandoval regulated the order of attack, in which the instructions he gave the Tlaxcalans were remarkable, namely, that they should not rush in upon the enemy at the same moment with the Spaniards. For fear of shying our horses, and lest they should expose themselves to the fire of our muskets, as had often been the case on previous occasions. They were commanded to remain stationary until the enemy was routed, and then follow in pursuit. Having made these regulations, Sandoval marched towards the township. He had not advanced far before he came up with 2 bodies of the enemy, who had taken up a position in a hollow at the back of a barricade, which had been constructed of trees cut for the purpose. For a time the enemy's troops fought with desperate courage, but Sandoval kept up so sharp a fire upon them with the crossbows and muskets, that he soon was enabled to force a passage with the horse. In this attack 4 of his men and 9 horses were wounded, one of which died soon after. Though the number of loose stones here were great obstacles to the cavalry, yet he succeeded in breaking through the enemy's ranks, and he advanced up to the town itself, in front of which stood a large building and fortification. Besides several temples, in which other detachments of the enemy were stationed. Here Sandoval encountered a momentary and desperate resistance, but the Indians were again beaten, with 7 killed. The Tlaxcalans now no longer waited the signal for pursuit, but rushed forward the more bravely, as this district lay near to their own territory. Numbers of females and people of the lower classes were taken prisoners. After this victory, Sandoval remained there 2 days, and dispatched one of the Topecan chiefs to the caziques of the district to summon them into his presence. They were not long before they made their appearance, and begged forgiveness for the murder of the Spaniards. He told them this would be granted on condition they delivered up all the property they had found on those they had put to death. They answered, however, that this was out of their power, since everything had been burnt, but owned that the greater part of the Spaniards had been eaten up by themselves, and that 5 had been sent alive to Cuauhtémoc in Mexico. They had now, they thought, received sufficient chastisement for those they had murdered by the losses they had sustained in this battle. They hoped, therefore, he would pardon them, and they would, in return, furnish us with excellent provisions, and also forward a large supply to Malinche's headquarters. Sandoval, finding that nothing further was to be got out of them, granted their request, for which they appeared very grateful, and offered to do him all manner of good services. Sandoval now returned with his troops to Topeka, and met with a most hearty reception from us all. Chapter CXXIV. How all the slaves we had taken in Topeka, Coahuila, Tecalco, and Castelblanco, were brought together in our headquarters, and branded with an iron, in His Majesty's name. After peace had thus been restored to the whole province, and the inhabitants had submitted to the scepter of His Majesty, Cortés, finding there was nothing further to be done at present, determined, with the crown officers, to mark all the slaves with the iron, and set apart the 5th of them for His Majesty. Notice was, therefore, given that every person was to come with his slaves to a certain house appointed for the purpose, that they might be marked with the red-hot iron. Every man, accordingly, brought the females and young men he had taken prisoners. For grown-up men were of no use to us, as they were so difficult to watch, and we cared not to admit them into our service, as we were well satisfied with the Tlaxcalans. After all the slaves had been brought together and severally marked with the letter G, the Emperor's 5ths and then Cortés were deducted before we were aware of it. And, besides this, on the night preceding, the finest of the Indian females had been secretly set apart, so that when it came to a division among us soldiers, we found none left but old and ugly women. This occasioned excessive murmuring against Cortés and all those who had thus picked and chosen before us. And some of Narvaez's men told Cortés to his face that they were not aware, up to the present moment, there were 2 kings in the Spanish dominions, and that 2 royal fifths could be demanded. A certain Juan Bono, who was also loud in his complaints, added, that such proceedings should not be permitted in New Spain, and that he would send information of it to His Majesty and the Council of India. Another soldier asked Cortés if the division he had made of the gold in Mexico was not a sufficient imposition. For, at first, he had merely spoken of 300,000 pesos, but when we were obliged to retreat from the city, it was estimated at 700,000 pesos. And now he was going to deprive the poor soldier, who had undergone so many hardships, and suffered from innumerable wounds, of this small remuneration, and not even allow him a pretty Indian female for a companion. When notice was given, continued he, that each person was to produce his prisoners, in order that they might be marked, it was thought they would have been valued, and that the emperor's fifths would have been deducted therefrom in money. And that no mention would have been made of fifths for Cortés. Similar and even severer speeches were in every one's mouth respecting Cortés' fifths, until the latter began to consider it high time to pacify these daring spirits. He stated, therefore, and swore upon his conscience, for this was his usual oath, that it should not happen in future, but that all the prisoners should be valued, and sold at their valuation. Which would put a stop to all further discontent on that head. This resolution was subsequently adhered to, particularly after the conquest of Tezcuco, where we took a vast number of prisoners. If this circumstance had occasioned ill blood, another of a different nature occasioned worse. The reader will remember that, on the night of sorrows, after as much of the gold had been stowed away as could be, Cortés had given what remained as prize money to the soldiers. Many of Narvaez's men and several of ours had dived deep into the gold, and most of those who had overloaded themselves with it lost their lives in the retreat. Several, however, had had the good fortune to escape with their treasures, but had paid dearly for it with severe wounds and the risk of their lives. When Cortés learnt that there were still a great many bars of gold among the men, and heavy gambling in consequence, for, according to the old saying, gold and love cannot lie long concealed, he made known, under threats of severe punishment, that every one should produce the gold he had obtained on the night of our retreat from Mexico, of which 1/3 was to be returned to him. But that any one who refused to pay this, should have the whole taken from him. Many of our men refused downright to comply with this. Yet Cortés managed to extort a good deal of it under the pretense of a loan, but, as most of the officers and crown officials had also well stocked themselves with gold on that occasion, Cortés suddenly dropped the question. And nothing further was heard of it. It is certain, however, that this circumstance injured him vastly in everyone's opinion. Chapter CXVII. How the chief officers and principal personages of Narvaez's troops request leave to return to Cuba, which Cortés grants, and they accordingly leave, also how our general sends ambassadors to Spain, St. Domingo, and Jamaica. The officers of Narvaez's troops and those who had come from Jamaica in Garay's expedition, seeing that the whole province of Topeka was now tranquilized, begged Cortés would fulfill his promise, and allow them to depart for Cuba. Who not only granted them their request, but promised them, and particularly Duera and Bermudez, that he would give them much more gold after the total conquest of New Spain and Mexico, than they had previously received. In the meantime he furnished them with provisions of the kinds we had, consisting in maize, salted dog's flesh, and fowls. He likewise gave them one of our best vessels, and sent by them letters to his wife Catalina Suarez de Mercada, and to his brother-in-law Juan Suarez, who was then staying at Cuba. These letters were accompanied by a few bars of gold and some jewels, and contained, among other things, an account of our overthrow at Mexico. All those who left New Spain on that occasion had accumulated great riches, and I will give their names, as far as my memory permits. Duera, Bermudez, Bono, Bernardino Quesada, Francisco Velázquez, with the hunchback, a relation of the governor of Cuba, Carrasco, who afterwards returned to New Spain, and now lives at Puebla, Melchior de Velasco, of Guatemala. A certain Ximenes, who lives at Quaxica, and was obliged to go to Cuba on account of his son. The accountant Leon de Cervantes, who made the same excuse to see his daughter there, for whom he concluded a most excellent match after the conquest of Mexico, Maldonado de Medellin was forced to leave on account of ill health. The other of that name, who was surnamed the Proud, and was married to a lady named Maria Arias, likewise left us. Further, a certain Vargas, of Trinidad, who, at Cuba, was commonly called the Gallant. Lastly, one of Cortés' old warriors, the pilot Cardenas, who said to one of his companions, "We soldiers may now take our repose, since New Spain has 2 kings." Cortés had presented him with 300 pesos, to induce him to return with his wife and family. Besides these men, there were many others whose names I have forgotten, which, indeed, is a good thing, for it prevents me from going too much into detail. As soon as Cortés had given them permission to leave, we asked him why he had allowed them to depart, as he knew there would be so few of us remaining. Cortés said he had done so to rid himself of their eternal complaints and solicitations. We likewise knew that many of them were not fit for service, and it was better to be alone than in bad company. Pedro de Alvarado was commissioned to see them safe on board, with orders to return immediately to headquarters after they had left. About this time Cortés also dispatched Ordaz and Alonso de Mendoza on business to Spain, but for what particular purpose he never told us. We only heard that the Bishop of Burgos told Ordaz to his face that we were all villains and traitors, and that Ordaz had boldly defended us. The latter, on this occasion, was made Comptoir of Santiago, and received permission from the Emperor to assume a burning mountain in his coat of arms. What he further did in Spain I will relate hereafter. Alonso de Avila, who was treasurer of New Spain, and Alvarez Chico, another thorough man of business, were dispatched in another vessel to St. Domingo to render an account of all we had done to the royal court of audience there, and to the Hieronymite brothers, who were appointed viceroys over the whole of the islands, to gain their approbation of our proceedings against Narvaez, and their sanction of the manner in which we had enslaved and punished the inhabitants who had murdered the Spaniards and rebelled against His Majesty, and their opinion as to whether Cortés should not similarly punish all those tribes who, as allies of the Mexicans, had been guilty of like offenses. Lastly, Cortés begged of them to inform His Majesty of all this, and of the great services we had rendered and still daily rendered to the crown, and requested them to favor our just cause against the Bishop of Burgos, who was striving to work out our ruin. A third vessel was dispatched by Cortés to Jamaica, to purchase horses there, the command of which was given to Solis, who was the son-in-law of the bachelor Ortega. Here the reader might be induced to ask whence Cortés obtained the money to do all this. In reply to which, I can only say that of the gold stowed away by Narvaez's and our own troops, particularly by the horse, a great quantity was certainly saved. Besides that, many of the 80 Tlaxcalans, who were loaded with the gold, and retreated from Mexico in the vanguard, got safely over the bridges. We poor soldiers, who had not to command but to obey, cared very little at that time whether there was plenty of gold or not, but were happy if we escaped alive and were able to cure our wounds. However, of the gold that was saved, Cortés received as much back as he could possibly lay his hands on. Our men likewise suspected that he had put into his own pocket again the 40,000 pesos, being the share of the Mexican treasure belonging to the garrison of Vera Cruz. With this money he sent persons to Spain and St. Domingo on his own private business, and others to Jamaica to purchase horses. Perfect tranquility being now again restored to the province of Topeka, Cortés marched back with his troops to Tlaxcala, and left Francisco de Orozco behind, with 20 invalid soldiers, as commandant of Villa Segura. Cortés then ordered the necessary quantity of wood to be felled for building 13 brigantines, with which another attack was to be made upon Mexico. For we were convinced we should not be able to make any impression upon that town without a small fleet, nor ever again be able to enter it by the causeways. Martin Lopez was appointed by Cortés to superintend the important business of constructing these brigantines, for he was not only a good soldier, but, upon the whole, rendered His Majesty the greatest services in all our warlike operations. On this occasion again, he set to work with his usual assiduity, and it was very fortunate that this man had been with us from the beginning. For, if we had been forced to send for a shipbuilder from Spain, we should have lost much valuable time, and we might not have found a man who suited so well. On our arrival in Tlaxcala, we found that our old friend Maxixcoatl, one of His Majesty's most faithful vassals, was no more, he having died of the smallpox. We were all sorely grieved at this loss, and Cortés himself, as he assured us, felt it as much as if he had lost his own father. We put on black cloaks in mourning for him, and paid the last honors to the remains of our departed friend, in conjunction with his sons and relations. A dispute having arisen in Tlaxcala respecting the heir to the caciquedom, Cortés pronounced in favor of the deceased son, in accordance with the last wishes of his late father. Maxixcoatl, on his deathbed, strongly advised his whole family to remain faithful to Malinche and his brothers, for they, he said, were certainly those people for whom the dominion of these countries had been predestined. However, let us leave the dead in peace, and turn to the living. The elder Xicotencatl, Chiquimeclatecatl, and the other caciques of Tlaxcala, one and all gladly offered their assistance to Cortés in cutting wood for the building of the brigantines, and generally to aid in prosecuting the war against Mexico. Cortés gave them all a hearty embrace, and thanked them for their great kindness, especially Chiquimeclatecatl and Xicotencatl, the latter of whom eventually became a convert to Christianity, and was baptized by Father Olmedo with every solemnity, and received the name of Don Lorenzo de Vargas. In the meantime the preparations for the building of our brigantines were going on very fast, the wood being soon felled and prepared for use with the assistance of the Indians. An excellent soldier named Andres Núñez, and Ramirez the elder, an old carpenter who had been lamed by a wound, rendering most efficient services. Matters being thus far advanced, Cortés sent for a quantity of ironwork, anchors, sails, and ropes, from the vessels which had been destroyed at Vera Cruz, and ordered all the smiths of that town to repair to Tlaxcala. Above 1,000 Indians were dispatched thither to transport these things. The cauldrons for boiling and preparing the tar were likewise brought from Vera Cruz, and we were now only in want of the materials for making it, the preparation of which was wholly unknown to the Indians. But here again Cortés was not at a loss, for he picked out 4 men from among the sailors who understood its preparation, and for that purpose sent them off to a forest of pine trees near Huexinco. Though it may, perhaps, be rather out of place here, I must answer a question which has been put to me by several cavaliers respecting Alonso de Avila, with whom they were well acquainted. They knew that this man, though treasurer of New Spain, was, at the same time, an excellent soldier, and felt more inclination for the life of a warrior than for business. They could not, therefore, imagine why Cortés should exactly have selected him to confer with the Hieronymite brothers at St. Domingo, and that he had not rather chosen some person of more business-like habits. As, for instance, Alonso de Grado, or Juan de Cacares, called the Wealthy, or others whose names they mentioned to me. Cortés had no other motive than to get Avila out of the way, because he spoke his mind too freely, and took every occasion to side with us soldiers if he saw we were unjustly dealt with. To this was added, that the latter had fallen out with several of our officers, from a frankness of disposition displeasing to them. And, lastly, Cortés was desirous of conferring the command of a company on Andreas de Tapia, and of appointing Alonso de Grado treasurer, both of which were only possible by removing Avila. Cortés now determined to march, with the whole of his men, to Tezcuco, as the wood for constructing the brigantines was ready prepared, and we had got rid of Narvaez's men, who made difficulties in all our expeditions, and always argued against any attempt to besiege Mexico, maintaining we were not sufficiently numerous for that purpose. By which means they infected others with their cowardice. Previous to our leaving for Tezcuco, however, various deliberations took place as to which would be the most eligible spot for launching our brigantines. Some of our men maintained that Ayotzinco, near to Chalco, on account of its canals and harbor, was better adapted for this purpose. Others, again, preferred Tezcuco, and were of opinion that, once having taken possession of that town, standing as it did in the midst of so many other populous townships, we should be better able to plan our operations against Mexico. We had scarcely decided in favor of the latter place, when 3 men arrived with the news from Vera Cruz that a large Spanish vessel had run in there from the Canaries, having on board a quantity of crossbows, muskets, powder, and other ammunition, besides 3 horses and 13 soldiers. The owner of the cargo was a certain Juan de Burgos, and the captain of the vessel was named Francisco Metal. The reader may easily imagine our joy at this news. And if we had previously felt in good spirits for our intended expedition, we now felt the more so on hearing of the arrival of these timely succors. Cortés immediately bargained with Burgos for the whole of the ammunition and cargo, who himself, with Metal and all the passengers, came to our headquarters, where they met with the kindest reception. Among the passengers there was a certain rich man, named Juan del Espina, who once lived in Guatemala. Further, a certain Segredo, from Medellin, a Biscayan, named Mongeraz, uncle of the other 2 of that name serving among us. This Mongeraz had a very beautiful daughter, who subsequently came to Mexico, and was commonly called Mongeraza. But this Mongeraz did not accompany us in any of our expeditions, as he was always suffering from ill health. It was not until we had laid regular siege to Mexico that he came to us in good health, and told us he was desirous of seeing how we carried on this war, and our mode of attacking the Mexicans, of whose bravery he entertained a very mean opinion. On this occasion he mounted to the top of an Indian temple, which was shaped like a tower. From that moment, however, we never saw him again, nor did we ever learn how the Mexicans got at him, or what became of him. Many persons who had known him on the island of St. Domingo saw the hand of God in his sudden death, for they related that he had put his own wife, a most virtuous, excellent, and beautiful woman, to death, without any cause or provocation. And that he had escaped punishment for his crime by proving, through false witnesses, she had attempted to poison him. I must, however, leave these old tales, and begin earnestly to think of our march to Tezcuco. Notes to the first volume. During the first conquests of the Spaniards in New Spain, 1/2 of the profits arising from the gold mines was paid to the crown. But the ill effects of this exorbitant demand soon began to show themselves, and it was reduced to 1/3, and then to a 5th, called the real quinto, which continued for a length of time, until it was further reduced. I must take this opportunity of observing, that the Spanish peso is equal to about 4/6 of our money. P. Bernal Díaz is thus particular in laying stress on this remarkable circumstance, because the Pope of Rome, in Spanish, is termed Papa. P. This is the celebrated Las Casas, the protector of the rights of the Indians. P. Porta de Matanza, the harbor of the massacre. P. The Sus Tajasu, Picari, or Mexican musk hog. But what our old soldier, with other writers, mistook for a navel, is an open gland on the lower part of the back, which discharges a fetid ichorous liquor. P. The author sometimes also calls this niquin, of which the garments of the poorer classes were manufactured. The maguey is the well-known agave americana, the sap of which formed the national drink of the Indians, and the Mexicans were accustomed to write most of their hieroglyphics on the cloth manufactured from the leaves. P. According to Humboldt, the word Q was imported by the Spanish into New Spain from Cuba. The Great Temple of Mexico was called by the Indians Teocalli. A word which Torquemada, Monarchia Indiana, thus explains, Kes cum decer, templo, u casas de Dios, i.e., as much as to say, a temple, or house of God. P. So those Spaniards, who made the first conquests in New Spain, termed themselves, by way of preference, which name they ever after retained as an honorary title. Even to this day in Spain it is considered very distinguishing to be descended from one of the conquistadores, and some of the first families there date all their greatness from one of these bold adventurers. P. Jardines, or the Caribbee Islands, lying along the south coast of Cuba, better known as the Windward and Leeward Islands. P. Palos, a small town of Spain, lying on the River Tinto. This port produced the best Spanish sailors during the early voyages of discovery, and here also the expedition under Columbus was fitted out. P. Alalala. What a striking similarity there is between this cry and the Turkish Allah il Allah, of which, as Byron says, in one of his notes to the Bride of Abydos, the Turks are very profuse in battle. P. This passage is very important, as it shows to what degree of civilization the inhabitants of this district had arrived, and that they were at least skillful in the working of gold. The Spanish words are, cuatro diademas, unas lagartijas, y dos como perillos, y orejeras, y cinco anades, y dos figuras de caras de indios, y dos sulas de oro, como de sus cotoras. The caras de indios, faces of Indians, were most probably shaped like masks, for similar ones, made of clay, are found to this day in the Vale of Mexico. Sulas de oro, como de sus cotoras, we have ventured to translate sandals with golden soles, particularly as Bernal Díaz, in a subsequent chapter, expressly remarks that Moctezuma wore a kind of half-boot with soles of gold. P. The bombac ceiba of Linnaeus, and one of the tallest trees growing in America. The fruit produces a very fine cotton, resembling silk, used for stuffing bolsters and chair seats. P. Cata Francia, Montesinos, and C. This is the first strophe of an old Spanish romance, in which Montesinos the father desires his son to revenge him of his mortal enemy Tamilas. Montesinos cast a glance on your lands, the soil of France. See how the Douro's sportive motion carries its waters to the ocean. P. Greater than. On this woman the Captain Catahalso, in his Cartas Marucas, passes the following encomium: Primera mujer, que no ha prejudicado en uno exercido, i.e. the first woman who ever accompanied an army without being a prejudice to it. P. These remarkable presents have all been enumerated by Torquemada, Monarchia Indiana, I. 4, c. 17, Winky Face. And we cannot do better than give his minute description of them here. The ambassador of Moctezuma ordered mats to be spread on the ground before Cortés, and over them some cotton cloths, on which he arranged the presents. Consisting of large quantities of cotton shirts and other cotton stuffs, beautifully manufactured, and interwoven with feathers of the most splendid colors. Bucklers made of the purest white staffs, decorated with feathers, gold, silver, and pearls, surpassing everything in beauty and skillfulness of workmanship that was ever seen. There was also a helmet, tastefully carved out of wood, filled with grains of gold, a casque, made of thin plates of gold, decorated with tassels and stones, resembling the smaragdus. Numerous large bunches of feathers of diversified colors, fastened in silver and gold, fans for keeping off flies, made of the rarest feathers, 1,000 lockets of gold and silver, of the most curious and beautiful workmanship. Bracelets and military decorations of gold and silver, splendidly embossed with green and bright yellow feathers, leather made of deer skin, curried and colored in the best possible manner. Shoes and sandals of the same leather, sewn with thin gold wire, and the soles made of splendid white and blue stone. There were other kinds of shoes, most tastefully manufactured of cotton. Mirrors of marcasite, globular shaped, of the size of a fist, and most ingeniously set in gold, the small frame itself being very valuable, and worthy of the acceptance of any crowned head. Coverings and curtains to beds, manufactured of various colored cotton, more glossy and of finer texture than silk, a number of other gold and silver trinkets. A necklace of gold, decorated with upwards of 100 emeralds, rubies, and various other ornaments of gold, a second necklace, consisting of numbers of large pearls and emeralds, all of the most exquisite workmanship. Numerous other gold trinkets in the shape of frogs and animals, jewels in the form of metals, the shrines being even more valuable than the precious stones they contained, a quantity of large and small grains of gold. The most valuable of these presents, however, were 2 round plates, one of gold, on which was a sun with rays and the zodiac. This weighed above 100 marks, the other was of silver, which in a similar manner represented the moon, weighing above 50 marks, both were massive, and of the thickness of the Spanish coin of 4 silver reals. And as large as a wagon wheel. Those who saw these splendid presents said that, without considering the beautiful workmanship, the value of the gold and silver alone amounted to 25,000 castellanos de oro, so that the whole together may well be estimated at 50,000 ducats. p. Calchihuitls, Bernal Díaz calls these calchuites. This stone is of a light green color, at first held in great estimation by the Spaniards, but Torquemada, contemporary of our author, remarks, Monarchia, INDI, p. 462, it is a stone on which the Indians set a high value, but not so the Spaniards. He calls it a kind of smaragdus, the polishing of which the Indians say was taught them by the god Quetzalcoatl. Bustamante, Historia de la Conquista de Mexico escrita, por Father Bernardino Sahagan, Mexico, 1829, calls it, piedra jaspe, muy verde, o c esmeralda ordinaria, i.e., a jasper of a very green color, or a common smaragdus. This stone represented among the Mexicans everything that was excellent in its kind, for which reason they put such a stone in the mouth of the distinguished chiefs who died. p. Conquistador, Bernal Díaz also adds here, y este nombre de Colua es en aquella tierra, como si dixesen los romanos halados. As this passage is rather obscure, we thought it best to insert it here. The literal translation is, and this appellation of Colua, in this country, means as much as when one would say, the merry Romans. In the 31st chapter he makes a similar remark. p. Most probably Cortés' dispatches of the 16th of July, 1519, which were lost. p. Torquemada, Mon, Indi, 4, c. 25, give some additional circumstances respecting this conspiracy. Among other things he says, that the pilot Cermeno was so remarkably nimble, that if two of the tallest men held up a lance as high as they could horizontally, he would bound over it with ease by means of another lance. Also that his sense of smelling was so acute that he could scent the land at a distance of 60 miles when at sea, but adds, aunque no olio esta muerte, yet he could not smell the nature of his death. p. It may appear astonishing to some that grape trees should have been found here, as it is well known that this tree was introduced from Europe into the West Indies. Yet it is certainly true that the Spaniards found the wild vine growing in the New World. Oviedo, in his valuable work entitled Historia General y Natural de las Indias, says, these wild vines bear good black grapes, and I have often eaten them myself. I say good, for considering the wild state in which they grow, they are really good. These grapes are found throughout the whole of the West Indies, and I do believe that all other vines have originated from these wild trees. p. Of the township of Xochitlan, Torquemada gives some further account, from which we learn more of the condition of the country at the time of the conquest. Olintecal, he says, was lord of 20,000 subjects, and he had 30 wives, who were attended upon by 100 female servants. The township contained 13 temples, full of various shaped idols made of stone, to whom were sacrificed men, women, children, pigeons, and quails. Here the Mexican monarch had a garrison of 5,000 men, and couriers were stationed at particular distances from each other all the way from the town to the city of Mexico. These nimble pedestrians were always in pairs, that all news might be conveyed to the metropolis with the utmost speed. p. Of this fortification Torquemada gives a different account. He says it was a wall of 20 feet in thickness, that it could be defended from the top. Had only one entrance, defended by other works within, and was built by a cazique of the country, whom he calls Tlaxcalans, to protect the boundaries of his country against the incursions of the Tlaxcalans. p. Agava Americana. p. This note refers to the last sentence of the chapter. To this custom of the Tlaxcalans of carrying off their killed and wounded from the field of battle, the historian de Solis partially attributes Cortés' great success in these battles. For as a great number of the enemy were constantly occupied in this work, they naturally offered a less formidable front, and considerable openings were made in their ranks. p. This is a very remarkable observation of Bernal Díaz, for the ostrich with outspread wings is also found on the ancient Persian monuments, and this bird, it is well known, is not common to the New World. If we add to this circumstance the repeated questions which were put to the Spaniards by the inhabitants of New Spain, as to whether they came from the region where the sun rises, there is reason for supposing that the tradition which came down to them from their forefathers was not altogether vague. Namely, that a people would come from the east and take possession of their country. p. During this war the Tlaxcalans frequently sent provisions to Cortés' troops. This they did partly out of pride, that it might not be said they conquered the Spaniards by famine. Partly that the latter might not become meager in body, but that their flesh might taste savory when they sacrificed them to their gods, so sure were these brave warriors of victory. p. This name Oviedo gives to the fruit of a tree, which he calls macana, growing in Cuba. Hippomane manzanella of Lin. From the same fruit, according to this historian, the inhabitants prepare the deadly poison in which they dip the points of their arrows. p. These figs, Bernal Díaz calls tuna, which is the cactus tuna of Linnaeus. p. For Marina, as appears from several passages in Torquemada and other writers, was called by the inhabitants Malinciu. p. In all the conferences which Cortés had with the Tlaxcalan chiefs, they showed an excessive hatred to the Mexicans, from which the Spaniards derived great advantages. Gamra, however, would make it appear that the Mexicans could at any time have given the Tlaxcalans a total overthrow if they had felt so inclined, but that they considered it better policy to attack them from time to time, when they wanted victims for their sacrifices. And then also the younger warriors of Mexico could have frequent opportunities of learning the art of war near to the metropolis, without marching to the distant boundaries of the empire for that purpose. This supposition of Gamra, however, is not founded on anything like fact. p. The name which the Mexicans gave to Alvarado was Tonatiuh, the sun. It may naturally be supposed that when the Spaniards first arrived in New Spain, they did not catch the true sound of names. Torquemada, who spent nearly the whole of his life in New Spain, is considered the most correct in this respect. p. Bernal Díaz writes, incorrectly, Mayscales. By this word the Mexicans denoted the country people, who formed the great mass of the population, who also tilled the ground, and paid to the landowners a third part of the produce. Landed proprietors in Greece, at the present day, are not so generous, for they take 2/3 of the produce and allow the tenant only 1. p. A small kind of cloak, a part of the old Moorish dress, still worn in Spain during festivals. p. A temple where human beings were sacrificed to idols. p. Cortés, in his dispatches to the emperor, mentions that 3,000 Cololans were killed on this occasion. But Torquemada gives double the number, which is nearer the truth, particularly as Gamra agrees with him. Respecting this massacre, Torquemada gives the following remarkable account: the Cololans, he says, expected that their god Quetzalcoatl would come to their assistance with some miracle. They believed that at any time, by removing part of the white plaster from the temple, a strong flood of water would instantly burst out. And they were therefore very particular in repairing any little damage that might happen in this way to the temple, by means of chalk mixed with the blood of children 2 and 3 years of age, killed for the purpose. It was on this temple that the Cololans defended themselves with the greatest obstinacy. But the victory soon declaring in favor of the Spaniards, the inhabitants began to loosen the plaster off the outside, firmly believing that a deluge of water would instantly burst forth, and drown the assailants. When finding themselves disappointed in their expectations, they complained bitterly to their god for not rendering them any assistance, refused, however, to capitulate. And numbers flung themselves headlong from the top of the temple, to seek death that way. p. Torquemada sometimes writes this word Tianquits, sometimes Tiangs, but we find it also written Tianquistly. By the terminating syllable most likely some particular market is meant, for it is peculiar to the Mexican language to modify the meaning of words in that manner. p. Termed by the inhabitants pulque. p. An interesting account of this remarkable building, of which considerable remains are still to be seen, is given by Humboldt, in the Atlas Pittoresque. p. It was the god Quetzalcoatl, of whom also an account will be found in the above-mentioned work of Humboldt. P. The name is correctly written Motolinia. This was the excellent brother Toribio Benavente, who so greatly exerted himself in converting the Indians to Christianity. He adopted the name of Motolinia on his arrival in New Spain, and the word means, "Oh, the poor man," which the Indians exclaimed when they first beheld the meanness of his attire. P. Respecting the castigation of the inhabitants of Colula, Las Casas, Brevissima Relation de la Destrucción de las Indias, asserts, though merely from hearsay, that Cortés, while cutting down the Indians, repeated this verse. Miró Nero de Tarpeia. Aroma como ese ardía. Gritos dan niños y viejos. Y el de nada ese dolia. A translation of these lines will be found in a subsequent note. P. It was here probably that Cortés was nigh being shot by one of his own sentinels. Late at night he visited the outposts himself, and one of the sentinels was just upon the point of firing at him, when Cortés fortunately made himself known. P. Clavigero says, that a Mexican load was equal in weight to 50 Spanish pounds, or 800 ounces, and values the gold which Moctezuma offered to Cortés on this occasion at above 3 millions of ducats. P. Torquemada, Monarch. Ind. Lib 4, gives many reasons why Moctezuma was so undecided as to whether he should allow the Spaniards to enter his metropolis. P. Other writers say, that several of the Spaniards could not be persuaded for a length of time that it was not the monarch himself. P. Bernal Díaz says, Tres piedras que se llaman margaritas. Margarita is Spanish for a pearl. Yet it is evident our old soldier is not speaking of pearls here, and most likely what he calls stones were nothing more than colored Venetian glass, which was formerly held in great estimation. For in the next chapter he further describes these stones by piedras de vidrio, stones of glass. P. Cortés, in his dispatches, gives even a more glowing description of this charming spot. A strong proof that Bernal Díaz has not said too much of it. P. Of this building Torquemada says, it contained apartments in which 150 Spaniards slept, each in a separate bed. And that, notwithstanding the magnitude of the building, every place was kept remarkably clean. The floors were covered with mats, and the walls were hung with tapestry of cotton decorated with feathers, and in every room there was a fire, which threw out a delightful perfume. P. The real name was Tenochtitlán, and it was not known by any other name when Cortés first visited the country, for Mexico was a more modern name for this city. P. Cortés, in his dispatches to the emperor, says that the monarch spoke as follows to him, "We have long known, from the historical books of our forefathers, that neither I, nor the inhabitants of this country, originally belonged to it. But that our forefathers came from distant countries. We also know that the tribe we belong to was brought hither by a monarch to whom it was subject. But this king returned to his own country, nor did he return to visit his people till several years had elapsed, after they had married the daughters of the land, and got large families by them. The monarch came with the view of leading them back to their old country again, however, they not only refused to accompany them, but would no longer acknowledge him as their king. We have always firmly believed that descendants of this monarch would one time or other make their appearance among us, and obtain the dominion of the country. As you, according to your assurances, come from the rising of the sun, we doubt not, after what you have told us of your great monarch, who sent you here, that he is our rightful sovereign. And we have the more reason to believe this, since you tell us that he had some previous knowledge of us. P. Torquemada relates that the monarch had made minute inquiries of the interpreters respecting the rank of each Spaniard, and that the value of the presents he intended to give them was to be according to their respective ranks. P. This was something like our chocolate, and prepared in the same way, but with this difference, that it was mixed with the boiled dough of maize, and was drunk cold. P. Respecting the custom of smoking among the Mexicans, Humboldt gives the following, in his work on New Spain. The Mexicans called tobacco yetl, which they not only considered a remedy against toothache, cold in the head, and bowel complaints. But they likewise used it as a luxury, by smoking and snuffing it. At Moctezuma's court it was used as a narcotic, not only after dinner, but also after breakfast, to produce a comfortable nap, as is still the custom in many districts of America. The leaves were rolled together like cigars, and then stuck in tubes made of silver, wood, or of shell. p. The revenue of Moctezuma we know consisted of the natural products of the country, and what was produced by the industry of his subjects. Respecting the payment of tribute, we find the following story in Torquemada, during the abode of Moctezuma among the Spaniards, in the palace of his father. Alonso de Ojeda one day espied in a certain apartment of the building a number of small bags tied up. He imagined at first that they were filled with gold dust, but on opening one of them, what was his astonishment to find it quite full of lice. Ojeda, greatly surprised at the discovery he had made, immediately communicated what he had seen to Cortés, who then asked Marina and Aguilar for some explanation. They informed him that the Mexicans had such a sense of their duty to pay tribute to their monarch, that the poorest and meanest of the inhabitants, if they possessed nothing better to present to their king, daily cleaned their persons, and saved all the lice they caught, and that when they had a good store of these, they laid them in bags at the feet of their monarch. Torquemada further remarks, that his reader might think these bags were filled with small worms, gasanillos, and not with lice. But appeals to Alonso de Ojeda, and another of Cortés' soldiers, named Alonso de Mata, who were eyewitnesses of the fact. This story, no doubt, is founded on something like truth, and most probably these bags were filled with the Caucus cacti, the famous cochineal insect, then unknown to the Spaniards, who might easily have mistaken them in a dried state for lice. p. This weapon, called by the Mexicans macuahuitl, was much dreaded by the Spaniards, and the historian Acosta relates that the Mexicans would cut off the head of a horse with it at one blow. p. Alonso Barragate, a Spanish artist, who rose to great eminence in painting, architecture, and sculpture. He received great protection from Charles V, who employed him in considerable works in the Alhambra of Granada and elsewhere. p. Bernal Díaz, unfortunately, gives no description of Moctezuma's palace. We will therefore give Torquemada's account of this remarkable building. He himself, however, never saw it, but chiefly gained his information from the Mexicans themselves, who may have exaggerated a little. Moctezuma's palace had 20 doors, which either opened into the large square or into the principal streets of the city. It had 3 large courts, and in one of them was a tank, supplied with water by the aqueduct of Chapultepec. The palace contained a number of halls, and 100 rooms 25 feet long and as many broad, each provided with a bath. Everything was built of stone and lime. The walls were covered with beautiful stones, marble, jasper, porphyry, and a block stone, which is so highly polished that you might use it for a looking-glass. Besides these, there was a white stone, almost transparent. All the woodwork was made of white cedar, palm, cypress, pine, and other fine woods, adorned with beautiful carved work. In one of the apartments, which was 150 feet long and 50 broad, was Moctezuma's chapel, which was covered with plates of gold and silver almost the thickness of a finger, besides that it was decorated with innumerable emeralds, rubies, topaz, and other precious stones. p. This slimy substance the Mexicans called tecuitlitl, or excrement of stone. It was made into various shapes, and dried in the sun. p. According to Torquemada, this word expressed the number 8,000 of anything, whether of cacao beans, troops, or other matters. p. Cacao nuts should be cacao beans. They were used by the Mexicans as small coin, and even to this day, according to Humboldt, they form the smallest coin among the inhabitants of New Spain. p. In the large work of Ramusio, entitled Raccolta del Navigazione e Viaggi, there is a very interesting account of the city of Mexico. There we find that this market was about 3 times larger than the one at Salamanca, and surrounded by porticos. Every 5 days was a great market day, and from 40 to 50,000 people come to buy and sell there. p. With regard to Mexican mythology, Bernal Díaz is, perhaps, not quite so correct in general. The Abbé F.S. Clavigero, who wrote a history of Mexico, in 2 volumes quarto, is more intelligent in this respect. P. This note refers to the idol, half hidden from view, of which Bernal Díaz has forgotten the name. It was probably the goddess Centiatl, sometimes called Tanacajoa. P. The Spanish is, Esteban Malos de Bubas o Humors, les dolieran los muslos de Baxer. Bubas I have everywhere translated by the general term of swellings in the groin, though it is quite evident, from the 68th letter of Petrus Martyr of Angleria, de rebus oceanicis el novo orb decades trace, that this disease was the syphilis, which was then spreading so dreadfully. P. The best informed writers agree with Bernal Díaz as to the vast extent of this temple. It was so extensive, says Torquemada, that an arrow shot from a crossbow would not reach the length of one of its sides. A few lines lower he says, that each of these sides was 360 feet long. The wall which surrounded this huge temple was entirely built of hewn stone. P. Bernal Díaz is here speaking of the Mexican picture writing or hieroglyphics. P. This passage fully proves the kind disposition of the monarch, for he even overcame his religious scruples to please the very men who came to take his kingdom from him. P. The Mexican name of this township was Nautlan. P. The Mexican name for goddess. P. Bernal Díaz only mentions 3 of these generals by name, Quetzalpopoca, Cotl, and Quiahuitl, which we thought better to insert here. When Quetzalpopoca, says Torquemada, was brought into the presence of the Spaniards, and asked whether he was a vassal of Moctezuma, he replied, "Is it possible in this world to be the vassal of any other monarch?" P. Alvarado, who sometimes also played a game with Moctezuma, showed little generosity, according to other writers. If he lost, he paid with calchahuas stones; if he won, he was paid with bars of gold, each worth at least 50 ducats. Moctezuma frequently lost in one evening from 40 to 50 of such gold bars to Alvarado, but the more he lost, the more good-humored he appeared. P. A kind of soup or broth, of which the so-termed Spanish pepper formed the chief ingredient. P. The name of the prince was Quiquetzcatl. P. According to Torquemada, Umbria was only scourged, which appears more probable. P. At the present day even this river is known in New Spain by the name of Huasacualco, and even Guacasualco. P. For a further account of what happened after the building of this altar, I must refer the reader to the oft-quoted work of Torquemada, Monarchia, IND 4, 53. P. This Alonso Mata, as we afterward see, was met on his way to Mexico by Cortés. P. Naborias, Indian servants. P. According to Torquemada, Moctezuma, accompanied by a distinguished suite, conducted the Spaniards as far as Iztapalapan. P. Probably Topanicada, which sounds more like an Indian name. P. The real name of this province was Chinantla, but our author calls the inhabitants Chicanatecas. P. Hierro is the Spanish word for iron, and Bernal Díaz always uses hierro for the point of a lance, otherwise one would suppose, when he says of the Chinantecs, hicieron los hierros muy más perfectamente, etc., i.e. they made the irons, points, much more perfect, that the working of iron was known in the country long before the arrival of the Spaniards, but it is evident, from what he says 4 lines below, that these points were made of copper. P. Panguinequida, probably another name for Tapanagata. P. Respecting this animal, see note 5, p. P. The Clader nocturnus. P. It need scarcely be remarked that the Spanish guns at that time were fired by means of matches, which were made of hempen tow, boiled in the lees of old wine, and when dry and once lighted they burn on until consumed. P. Bernal Díaz has forgotten some circumstances relative to this battle. 300 of Narvaez's troops defended themselves bravely for a length of time on one of the temples, nor did they surrender until all their powder was spent. p. Of this dreadful disease Gomera says, that it spread from Sempoala through the whole of New Spain, and that in the greater part of the townships half of the inhabitants were carried off by it. It was a custom among the inhabitants to go immediately from a hot bath into a cold one, so that it was a wonder any escaped death. Those that survived could not help scratching themselves, which naturally left large scars, and rendered them hideous to look at. Torquemada agrees with Gomera, but adds, from the authority of the Indians, that this and other pestilential diseases spread at certain times through the whole of the country. And Bernal Díaz, in describing the person of the younger Xicoténcatl, says his face was pitted as if with the smallpox. p. A formal inquiry was made into this circumstance, by order of Charles V. The excellent Bartholomew de las Casas gave judgment, and he pronounced the Mexicans entirely innocent of having had any intention to massacre the troops under Alvarado, but that the latter had massacred the Mexicans without any provocation, merely for the purpose of striking terror among them. In pronouncing this judgment, however, Las Casas may have been carried away by his excessive zeal for humanity towards the Indians. Herrera, Historia de las Indias Occidentales, Decade 2, b. X, says, the fact, however, is, that the Mexicans intended to have murdered all the Spaniards on this occasion, for which purpose they had concealed their arms in the buildings adjoining the temple. This was told the Spaniards by the women, from whom they always learnt the truth. p. The daily allowance of a soldier during this time was only 50 grains of maize. p. According to other accounts, it certainly appears that Alvarado made this astonishing leap. Monarchia in 4, c. 71. We find that Alvarado was distinguished from his brother by the surname of Alvarado of the Leap. Humboldt, in his interesting work on New Spain, has thought it worth his while to rescue the honor of this brave officer with regard to this leap. Even to the present day there is a small bridge near Bonavista, called Salto de Alvarado. p. According to other accounts Cortés put great faith in the secret art of this man. It was upon Botello's advice that he also attacked Narvaez in the night time. He had likewise advised the retreat from Mexico in the night time, although he knew, he said, that neither himself, his brother, nor several others of his company would escape alive. p. During this retreat 3 of Moctezuma's sons lost their lives. But there were 2 other sons of this monarch who survived the fall of their house and became the founders of the distinguished grandee families of Spain, the Earls of Montezuma and Tula. One was called Cano and the other Andrada Montezuma. p. One circumstance Bernal Díaz has omitted to mention. After the enemy had taken possession of the bridges there were 100 Spaniards, who, seeing no further chance of making good their retreat, fortified themselves on a teocalli or temple. Here these brave men maintained their position against the whole armed force of the town for 3 days, but hunger at length compelled them to surrender, and the whole of them were sacrificed to the idols. p. The hunger which the Spaniards suffered during these days must have been excessive, for Torquemada states it as a fact, that one of the soldiers had cut out the liver from the body of another and devoured it. For which Cortés was nearly going to hang the man. p. Torquemada says, that the Spaniards stood like a small island in the midst of the ocean, against which the rolling billows beat on every side. When Cortés decided the fate of the day by his courageous attack upon the Mexican commander, the battle had lasted 5 hours. p. The Mexican general's name was Cihuacotzin. He was the Matlaxapilli, commander-in-chief, and carried the imperial standard, called Tlahuizmatlapilli, being a golden net 10 palms in length. p. Bernal Díaz errs here with respect to dates, for the disastrous retreat from Mexico, according to Cortés' dispatches and other accounts, took place on the 1st of July. And thus La Noche Triste, the night of sorrows, was on the night between the 1st and 2d of July, and the Battle of Otumpan took place on the 7th. There must either have been some mistake in the original manuscript or in the printing, for the years are also dated erroneously. p. This is certainly a corrupted name, for it is dissimilar in sound to all others, and terminates differently. p. According to Torquemada, Cortés had left one of his officers, named Juan Perez, with 80 Spaniards in Tlaxcala, when he first marched to Mexico. On learning from this officer that Maxixcoatl had offered to march at the head of 100,000 men to his assistance, he grew excessively angry with him, and reproached him in the severest terms for not having accepted of the offer. P. Torquemada throws more light on the reason of the younger Xicotencatls wishing to form an alliance with Mexico. The Mexicans, being aware that the Spaniards would derive great advantages by their alliance with Tlaxcala, sent an embassy of 6 distinguished personages to draw this republic into an alliance with them. The matter was formally discussed by the Tlaxcalan chiefs in council, and though the Mexican ambassadors tried their utmost to persuade them into an alliance, the majority decided against it. At the head of the minority stood the younger Xicotencatl, and the debate was carried on with such asperity that the young hero, who had more penetration than the rest, was at length forcibly expelled the meeting. P. According to Torquemada, these 2 townships were called Coahuichula and Coahuicola. P. Most probably is Tucan. P. Cortés, in his dispatches, calls this place Azucan, the same, no doubt, as is Tucan. P. End of Volume 1.